principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. And if it's your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to share with your friends. Always turn the post notifications on so you don't miss any videos. Guys, I'm at this beautiful tent house. In fact, it's a beautiful luxury tent house at Shy Hills. And so I'm coming with you as always. And so let's see how the place looks like. Let's enjoy the stay there. I want to say a warm welcome to you all, my new subscribers. And to my old subscribers, my returning subscribers. You know how the love goes. I love you so much and thank you for sticking with me. So let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
Welcome to Shy Hills Resource Reserve. My name is Prince Asante.
All right, darling.
Yeah.
Hey, they're calling you darling.
And I hope you are coming for the tented camp.
Yes, yes.
All right, so you are
For
about
a
to
stay
see,
night.
Yeah, you're about to see a beautiful thing.
Okay.
So the view alone, waking up in the morning with your morning coat,
Imagine.
your cup of wine. I tell you, you're going to have fun.
Okay, so are you the one taking us?
Yo, also, my officer is taking me.
Big boss, also, you're taking us, right? You're taking us?
Yeah, I'll be taking you.
Okay, sure. All right. See you then.
You're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So yeah, we are moving to the Shy Hills Tent Reserve. I'm finally here. And so, let's go, guys. So, this is my tent for the night. The favorite part of the tent, it's the bathhouse. The best part is everywhere of the tent has a good view. Just look at this. grill. So when you want to grill any meat, you can come with your meat, your chicken, any protein. And it says Akwaba. Akwaba means you're welcome. You're welcome to a beautiful view at the Shy Hills luxury tent. Cheers to all my loyal subscribers and to my new subscribers. Cheers, guys. Almost bedtime, and this is the last bit of wine I have left. Here is very peaceful, very serene sound of, you can hear, I don't know what insect is that, but you can hear the sound. Listen closely. I can also hear birds chirping. I'm already loving the place, and I don't regret spending this much to enjoy this luxury. So Derek is on the barbecue. He's now setting the charcoal, about to grill some meat and enjoy our good night. I can't wait. So our grill has just started, and Derek is on it. It's so dark, you can't even see Derek. And this is my view here. Our goat meat is finally ready. Oh my goodness. Let's eat, guys. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is the view at 6 a.m. Can you hear the birds chirping? Listen closely. Wow. Just look at the view from up here. So this is the tent I was sleeping in. This is the tent my friends were sleeping in. And let's see the tent, the last tent. There are 3 tents in all, but there's a couple there at the moment, so I'll not be able to enter. So let's just see how it looks like. Oh wow. They also have a very beautiful view. Breakfast is here. No, I drink tea. I don't drink Milo. Do you have Lipton? Oh, too bad. Then I have to just drink the juice. Okay, this is oats. I don't know if oats. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. And what's this? This one. Salad. It's a Mojo Hill, right? Mogo. So guys, I'm currently at the Mogo Hill. I've already done this before, and this is going to be my second time climbing this hill. And so you're coming with me. destination. And we were actually staying right behind this mountain. And so yeah.
This place was made for the depot work. So the people will be coming here every year. If the child is 12 years and above, be here and they do the depot. And after the depot, I should have the girl is ready to get married.
Okay, so at what age?
12 years and above.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So we show you how to cook for your husband, how to wash your thing, how to be neat and other stuff, and how to prepare house and do everything. So this place is where we bring the people and they do everything.
Okay, and then I can see something round.
This one with the ground things here, like the pepper and all these people are living on top of this one. There are people living opposite the park.
Okay.
Yeah, around 1887, people are living on top of this rock. So they ground their things and cook here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the zebra. They're moving in batches.
Yeah, I was talking that.
This is also the ostrich. Look at how big they are. Hey, cutie! My babies. So guys, let's talk about my entire trip. It cost me 700 cedis to get this place, which is equal to $122 dollars, and you have to book weeks ahead because the place is always almost booked. It's only 3 tents, and so it's always booked. So I booked in August, and we are now in September, so I booked at least three weeks ahead before getting here. And the place is really beautiful. It feels like another African country, or yeah, it's so serene. From where I'm sitting, my view in front is really beautiful. Let's talk about the reception. The reception here, beginning was not encouraging because the lady that was in charge, the lady I paid to, and she didn't sound she was kind of difficult because I already made payments for the place 2 weeks ago, and I called you a day before the trip, and then you are confused if I really paid. You now have to let me confirm if I have paid, and if I'm sure I'm the one who really paid. Like, it was, yeah, her reception was not good. But when we go here, the guys who are taking care of us here were very good. There's a guy called Derek. He was the one in charge here, and the security. So yesterday they also did we also gave them some money to get us meat, and they did barbecue for us, and it was really good. Their reception was really good. And let's talk about the tent. The tent is really just like the normal tent. It's actually a tent. You can tell it's a tent. So it gets, if it's up, it's very cold. If you want it, if you want the room to be normal room temperature, you just roll the tent down, and then in the nights we didn't even use fan, we didn't even use AC, we didn't use anything because the rooms were very cold, and the place gets very dark in the night. Let's talk about the room. The room is very spacious, very nice. This place, I will not say this place is family friendly because of the way the landscape is. If you come here with kids, you have to be very, very extra careful. Unless the kids are a little older, that's, I think, will be conducive for them. The rooms are very nice. The washrooms wasn't too clean when we came here, so I had to use a sponge to really wash the bathtub before using it. I usually carry extra sheets when I travel, but I didn't use the extra sheets this time around because the bed sheets was clean and it smelled. It was it smelled good. It smelled fresh, like neatly washed. And yeah, I'm sure you all will be asking me, who owns the place? Who owns the place? I get that a lot in my DMs every time. So let me just say, it is owned by the Ghana Forestry Commission, and it's this tent is sponsored by the Goldfields and the Goldfields Ghana Foundation. And so yes, it's for the government and it's Ghanaian owned. Yeah, don't come at me. So yeah, that's my entire stay. I have already been to the Shire Hills Reserve before. It's on my channel. I'll link it up here, up here, up here. Yeah, up here. And so you will see the entire Shire Hill experience. And yeah, so that's basically the entire trip. It's really, really peaceful. You wake up to the birds chirping, the beautiful windy environment, serene, no noise. If you come alone, you are definitely going to be alone. If you come with a friend, you're definitely going to have the friendship kind of experience. There's a barbecue, so you can bring your own meat. And then, whoa, I forgot this, the breakfast. The breakfast was not encouraging at all. How can you just bring me tea, bread and salad, no egg, no bacon, no protein? At least there should be one protein. Like, it's very common for us to have egg in our breakfast. So the breakfast was not encouraging at all. And so when you are coming here, just come with your own snacks, your own water, your own everything. If you want to come with your own food, fine. When we came, we just came with our snacks and we ordered food from their restaurant. So it takes some time because they have to transport it from another location here, and that took about roughly 40 minutes, and it was good. The food was really, really good. It cost 40 Ghana cedis per plate. So let me see how much 40 Ghana cedis in USD is. 40 Ghana cedi, 40. That's like $6, no, almost $7, because 6.92, 7 USD. So yeah, that's the entire stay. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed taking you through every single experience here. I love you. Always visit my channel. And yeah, I want to also say that I used to post every Wednesdays, but from now onwards I'm going to extend that. I'll be posting travel videos every Wednesdays, and for any other day I'm going to be posting lifestyle videos. And so expect that, and I hope you enjoyed this one so much. Look at the way the sun is glowing. Look at the way I'm glowing, looking good. I love you. Mwah.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
want to inspire others by acting.
Why did a soldier dream fade away?
I don't want to die with pain.
You don't
with
want to die?
Bullet.
What exactly is there in acting that inspires you?
It's like a connection with me, a spiritual one.
What exactly is there in acting that is spiritual?
When one of my favorite actors acts, I feel it. That I can see in the future that, let's say I can picture that it's me out there.
So when you na se unyanka crime check ebusuako no a yebesro se
I will subscribe na se o subscribe wi a
adoma bi won chen
mi aso
se na be ya
dwumetie biara ye de beto ono
onsa beka
na wo so wetimi ahwebi
reasons our passion we that we dey help with the change them.
Akwa Baba Crime Check TV and Kakra. We are going to interview a 12-year-old boy who says he wants to be the best actor in the world. So you ask yourself, why such a huge ambition? So we have brought this young man into the studio to ask him why he sees something special in the acting profession. He's Anas Issa Eduse. You're welcome, young man.
Thank you.
I hope you are doing well.
Yes, please.
You want to be an actor?
Yes, please.
12-year-old boy. Why do you want to become an actor?
I want to become an actor because I want to inspire others by acting, not just for money, but to show others they are not lower than any.
What exactly is there in acting that inspires you?
It's like a connection with me, a spiritual one.
What exactly is there in acting that is spiritual?
When one of my favorite actors acts, I feel it. That I can see in the future that, let's say I can picture that it's me out there doing something.
You told me you've read lots of books. Could it be a reason that may have inspired you?
It's one of the reasons why acting inspired me are because of books too. Books that I've read, story books and other books.
How many books have you read so far?
About 116 books.
You've read 116 now. How many books do you intend to read?
I want to go on ahead and read more than 116 and reach about 500 books.
You've read a lot. What are some of the names of the authors?
If I say I'm mentioning, I'll keep you here for a while, but I'll say that.
Yeah.
We have
so
Jeff Kinney, Sean Lighton, Michael Miller, M-I-L-E-R, Seth Dion, Asha French Adebi Oshu.
At what age did you start reading?
I read 50 books when I was 10 years old.
50 books?
Yes, please. When I was 10 years old.
And what motivated you? 10-year-old boy having read 50 books at that age. What motivated you?
As for the...
I'm asking that because there are, students at the SS level who find it difficult. Even with the syllabus, the literature books that they are supposed to read, they're even struggling to read the books. And then you read 50 books anyway, 10 years. Motivation?
When I was 10, I was just thinking like that I want to become a soldier. I was like, what soldier? I don't think I can make it.
Why? Because you are an optimist. You always think, why did a soldier dream fade away?
I don't want to die with pain.
You don't want to die?
Bullets, yes. I don't want to die with pain. I want to die of old age, but not the bullets and stuff like that.
And you think that acting will take you there?
Yes.
Black Lens Ventures asaka kan hubium and they say we
JHS graduate, SHS graduate, and na same pono
university graduate now tifie uni bibiaye
na wo pese wonya insanu dwuma biya
ene tutumika na bra Black Lens Ventures
se wo pese wo ya professional photographer,
videographer and digital video editor
ne wo be ya ne se wo be pick form e wo ye office a 50 cedis e wo KFC inside Matai Eco Pharmacy danceman
wo teachers akuku dama wode na wotwensia e be kire we nyina hu nimdie
ni ji asemesan wo mu se wo bon homodin na usua kosisi ya
Black Lens be ma wakwanya ne edwumakuo ni mu bi aye edwuma enti tutumika na be file forms ana se frɛ numbers a etwa group screen so
0242 074 276
as 0596 328 008
0302 966 54
Are you also thinking of maybe eventually becoming a producer, director, instead of being on sets?
Actually, after a couple of years of acting, many years of acting, I want to go higher than just acting, being a producer or director of a movie when I go higher.
What exactly have you come across that has pushed you into wanting to become an actor? I'm asking this question over and over again because of the spiritual connection you claim you have and the fact that you have read extensively. What have you uncovered?
One of the authors that I've learned from is Jeff Kinney, and some of his books are he's not just writing them to get money or anything like that. He's also writing them to inspire others. And one of his storybooks that he has written is Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I always read that storybook because it's one of my favorite storybooks. So if you just read a storybook, you see that, yeah, this is what it's called, a storybook.
You've made us understand that most of these books are big books. You are 12 years. Doesn't it in a way demotivate you? Children hardly want to read. And then you go in for a big book. Big books, for instance, scare some of us. Why would you devote all your time reading such big books?
You can't judge a book by its cover, because some of the books are small but have sensible things in it than some of the big books.
Let's look at the local movie industry. Let's narrow it to Ghana. You watch a movie, and then even before the movie begins, you're able to predict the outcome, easily predict the outcome of the movie. You see someone going to a soothsayer, and then at the end of the day, the person becomes rich, and then, you know, that sort of thing. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Do you think that could be a reason why local movie industry is going down? That is why local movies are not being patronized?
Foreign movies can be different because the starting or ending or some parts of the scenes are unpredictable. But as for African movies or let's say Ghanaian movies or African movies, the starting of the movies are predictable easily, and that's why they have to pick ideas and change them a little bit from foreign movies.
Without necessarily copying?
Yes, please.
Okay. If you had a chance to be on set with an actor, many actors, you know, around the world, which one would it?
To rather be Jace Norman.
Who is this Jace Norman?
He's my favorite actor.
What makes him special to you?
He adds a little excitement and exaggeration to some of his movies or series that he has acted, and that makes him really special.
Who is your favorite actor? African actor or Ghanaian actor?
Kojo Nkansalowen.
What makes him your favorite?
Kojo Nkansalowen, he acts extraordinarily in a way that in his roles, when they give him the part as an old man, he really acts it very well, very specially and very unique. And when they give him a part as, let's say, a young man or a rich person or a poor person, he can really act it very well too.
You appear to like him a lot. Is it because of his humorous nature? Is it because, what exactly is special about him that makes you like him?
Kojo Nkansalowen is very funny too. Not only that, he's just acting, but he's really funny and he exaggerates a little bit to give the movie a little suspense and drama.
Most parents wouldn't want the idea of their children becoming actors, actresses, and I'm sure what would have been a beautiful career for most children in future has dwindled because their parents did not motivate them. There are so many people who may be looking at you right now, kids. What do you want to tell them? Kids whose dreams appear dead because they wanted to toe a particular line, but their parents did not allow them.
I want to tell all kids that who want to become actors or actresses that don't get your hopes down, but anyone who tells you that you are not going to make it, don't listen to the person, but rather get your hopes up.
So you heard him. This is a 12-year-old boy, and if you look at the ideas he has put out, you don't have to demotivate your child. You don't have to demotivate people who may be young and want to do something to inspire others, to bring changes in society. Usually, parents often relegate to the background the dreams of their children. I'm not sure, after listening to this young man, I'm not sure you'd want to brush aside what your children want to do in future. Just give them the opportunity to highlight, to portray what they want to do. They could be the society changes. They could be the game changers in the world. This is a 12-year-old little boy. And if you look at the ideas he has put out now, I'm sure it would also inspire you to also want to give your word a chance in life without going along the conservative way of thinking that is polluting the minds of the young, of children, that they can never make it because of a certain line they have told. So that is it for you. We come back same time next week. May the peace and blessings of God be on you all.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Your friend me yaw sapon. Me a gospel musician. Yaw sapon and that's more for. You know wo hwe me. Ade a meeting ma catch one say nyina ya sede say ye bebo okra bia ho ban. Esian say accident no kum nipa se ne yare bia e wo wiase. Timi no me no die ne be ya ye bitima ma accident izo. Woni obi ti ho no akra ho to tu kwan. Next time the obeti an say ye frɛ wo. Woni nipa we. Waka baby enye bibia ya accident. Nti mesre minua no enyina yenye baako na ehwe kwan a yebitime tu saa ni ase na me no mi nu na yebitime aye. So do the right thing, save a life.
An allegation that has been leveled against me by some national security operatives that I've been attached myself to a fake currency group, of which is never true. I never went to national security to attack anybody or to confront anybody. I was called by one Alhaji Mohammed, who is a good friend, that he's been apprehended by the national security operators. So I only went there with his lawyer to ascertain the fact of the matter. And getting there, I met one Colonel Ajiman, who incidentally even asked me to leave his office. He's not prepared to talk to me and a lawyer. So we left the scene. We did not even say a word. We left. Till I hear 72 hours, Alhaji was taken to court for in the building near Supreme Court, and he's been discharged by the court. He was released by the court. So I don't see why the same person turning around saying, I'm with a fake currency group. Even he has CCTV cameras in his office saying that I've verbally assaulted him. He can check with the video that he has, that whether I assaulted him verbally. I never said a word to him, and I left. I have evidences of how he was claiming, or how he claimed from those aspects. And at the time, the video is there. I've been getting calls from all over the world. I've never associated myself with any fake currency group. So I'm telling the whole world to disregard all the information they gathered from the various networks. I'm therefore appealing to the military high command to intervene in this matter, because he has actually spoiled my reputation. And I'm going to seek legal action with my lawyers against this decision. There are things I'm going to let you have it soon. I'm going to do another press conference and release things. I have all the evidence. Money is taken with the video cameras. I have everything. I'm going to release. I want this thing to come in. Then I'll release certain this thing for all of you who see it. People extorting money. Officers extorting money from white people. We have all the evidence. We have the creep. People taking dollars from all the people they claim they are criminals that are attached to me. They're going to release them. So all those who think I've done something wrong, they should be alert. I'm going to expose them, just as Anas exposed those people. I'm going to do the same. And you have the evidence.
In a short while, we'll take steps to sue out a writ against him for him to come and prove these allegations. These are weightier matters and which we are not going to leave at all. Let him stand sure, for we will shake him, or Wednesdays endure. Let him know that we are coming. If he has got to the mountain, tell him to stand sure and secure, because we will hit him hard with a legal suit for him to know that Alhaji Bamed doesn't joke with anybody.
She has seen the light and encountered Christ, a decision which a lot of people are yet to come to terms with. Nana Agrade's sudden U-turn was unexpected, especially after practicing idolatry for over 20 years. People have shared varied opinions, with some believing that her sudden repentance is because she fears going to jail. Now join me and let's speak to other people and find out what they also think about this development.
Paul Brow Berry Asia, or Casas or in Kuntumpa, you be or born prenai. Or such an enemy now, Cotonina. And this is an anagrad episode chess was such as Uncle Bancroft. And son was on Statiabra for any one. 2. If we are saying almost assuming I was also such a bosom to wear papa. And this is bosom wa condemn with the acan or the Biranium soon. I'm at the said, Uncle Bruce Kojibit said, and I'm for Kojino. You see, I don't know the I know beside Mao. If so, tears or the beside no, which in an agrad idea. Maybe I'm to them who is such.
If indeed she is claiming that she has repented, then she should go bankrupt, totally bankrupt, and surrender all that she has taken from people. And also, the fact that she has destroyed some of the gods and left others means that she has an ulterior motive to continue with whatever thing that she was doing.
Mammy saw when I've been Sachra. I've been Sachra dear Frakumum. Sen Crepa saw when I've been Sachra dear, and any nine vampire and Tanachi. Now, be brain or mouse or Jones, come don't give me the bid that becoming call order. Now, so a jink of Foscana on such an Adrian, and then Miss Regana for say, Omon Canton and some fun is in Kofoscan and Mawam. Now, so was such a dear, Obian fan channel. And I find Obian fan channel, I've been such as in a bear. So this
woman is of the view that issues of repentance has to do with the heart. So we should stop judging her based on the fact that she has once practiced idolatry or she has been a fetish priestess for so many years. And then we should forgive her if indeed she says she has repented. And then with the issue of the monies that she has collected, if it's indeed true, she should try and refund the monies that she has taken from the people.
Or turn on who no fancy. Or sister, done. Or dinner Mumbo growing. From 4 funny pan good, me if you come. To see I do my head.
Nana Crada no see was Satrano, what Gia to Muse was Satrampa. And I go in this secret no see was Satrano. Jail no bet jail no anything no can say Satrano.
These two women are also of the view that she's scared to go to jail. And all the things that she has collected from the people, the money, the gold and all of that, she should refund it. And that they think that all that she's saying and all that she's trying to portray are lies.
Say, on an ordinary one as I was it means maybe it's true. And so, you find into an say, is it true? Say, was on the side. On an ordinary one or see was the more fun money, say, was and one no.
What about the monies that she has taken?
Oh, any day, why, dear, it's true. Someone out there who buy, so you know, for us, brow. And then they were this kind of way. What is that called? Mukano. Cock a dancing much as she could say, but it's true. And it's a wide and run on that sort.
This gentleman is also of the view that she says she has repented, then we should also support her on her new decision. And all the monies that she has collected, yes, she has spent it, and there's nothing anybody can do about it because you brought yourself, you walked to her place to seek for help. And if indeed she has spent your money, then there's nothing you can do about it.
nipa ka say wasakra na dream ne na komom. Enti for the physical looks no mean to me can say oboa ana yampa. Emo me free say break on nyuma ye ene ne ya obeda na di no ne be me ehunu say wasakra ana won sakra ye. Enti me de na me can say ye nyina fa ya ni hwe no. Ne ehwe nyuma a obeye ebia na nyame asakra ne se de wo ka no. Ne nyuma ne be kire. To me ni de enke yes or return more but said de Ghana tie me nye sure so betimi anya say scan de man. And ntinka be ya Ghana for yemfa nche no. This
gentleman is also of the view that if indeed she has proven to have repented from all her sins, as she has stated, then we should also rally behind her and support her decision. And he thinks that the monies and all that she has collected from people, there's no way he thinks that can be refunded, because we live in a country where times are hard, and so coming by the huge amounts of money and the gold and all that she has collected will be impossible.
What check Ghana ha? Esisi ni apu bonko ana bona agrada anso no so asachira no so asachira amanfo abom apu nyina na eso ye dey odo ma japade nyina mo ansa ne nso asachira Ghana ha.
This gentleman right here also thinks that he doesn't believe that indeed she has repented as she's trying to display or portray. He thinks that if she claims that she has repented and she's now an evangelist, then she should return all that she took from people. Ghanaians have spoken. They have shared their varied opinions concerning Agrada's sudden repentance. Now, what do you also think? This is Elsie Bubuama reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today we are speaking to some land and property owners at East Legon, Mempem here in Accra. According to these aggrieved land and property owners, a demolition exercise that took place on their land on the 27th of April 2021 was illegal and has led to the destruction of their properties worth over 2 million Ghana cedis. We speak to the property and land owners at Mempem at East Legon shortly after this break. Stick and stay, we'll be right back. Welcome back once again. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. As stated earlier, our location is Mempem. We are speaking with the leadership of the land and property owners here who are saying that they've become victims of an illegality, so to say. They will self-introduce and the conversation will continue from there. So your name?
My name is Yamankwa. I'm a victim of the atrocities committed against the land laws of Mempem in East Legon.
And yourself, your name please?
Kwesi Taylor Jr. I'm also part of those who have been affected.
Okay. So we see a lot of rubble instead of well-erected structures here. What is the story behind it?
Well, the whole thing is that in October 2008, former President Kufuor released this parcel of land to the original landowners of this property. Subsequently, some of us acquired parcels of the land. As you can see, we started development. Then last Monday, I was in my house when I had a call from the from that the property was being demolished. I came here, I rushed here, and lo and behold, you can see the destruction. When we inquired from the leader of the group, the basis of the action, that there's any court order or any documentation, they couldn't produce anything. But further indications indicated that there's one guy called Clement Jato, who is a land guard all over Accra, who's leading this team to demolish our property on the grounds that it belongs to the government. But as I said earlier, we have documents to show that this land was released by former President Kufuor to the original owners.
And by original owners, who are we referring to?
I mean the people. There's two. That is those who own this land. I don't know how to call them. And that's how we managed to acquire parcels of it. On my own, I cannot enter any stool land to say I'm going to build. And we have documents to show that we bought it genuinely. Some even have gone to the extent of acquiring land titles. So what's the basis of the distraction? And if this whole land is government property, why are they living? Look at this lighthouse. They've acquired about 20 plots. This is a Baptist church. They've acquired about 8 plots. There's on the road the French Church of Christ. They've acquired about 2 plots there. Why have they been left out? There's also this Allied Oil gas filling station. Why have they been left out? So it seems like it's a selective injustice that those of us who feel we are vulnerable are being targeted. And I understand they're using the name of Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Jinapo, the National Security Minister, Mr. Kandapa. And so I want to take this opportunity to call on the Honorable Ministers of Lands and Natural Resources and then National Security to come out openly to denounce these activities of these land gas. If they are not aware if they do not authorize them, I want them to come openly to denounce them.
Let me come to Mr. Taylor. Do you have anything to share relative to what actually happened here?
Yeah, I myself, I don't understand. I was in my praise that they call me, that a group of guys came with 2 policemen with a COVID spread operation car. And when I ran to them, I asked them what kind of order did they have to demolish the properties. Because you can see the whole community, every fence wall has been demolished. And also when I asked them, they showed me some flash of paper that this is what they have. But I asked myself, can the government of today, modern Ghana or modern world, can just give authority to somebody called Clement Jato to come and demolish the property of hard-earning Ghanaians? And this very land that we are living on it, I came on this land 2005. I bought the land 2005. And I did a search. On all my search, even the police, I asked the police to investigate. And the police gave me a report that this land was not a state land. I got the drawings and everything. I did every search. I have my search certificate. I have my land title. I have whatever the government acquired to be an ownership of a land. You understand? And again, when they came, I tried to get their letter. But when you read their letter, you see that Ghana, we are doomed. Because a government cannot go and tell the people that this is my land without a drawings, without a geographical point that shows that this is my land. So if government cannot know the geographical point of its land, then where are we going? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because when you read the press issue or the press statement that was given by Asuma Chairman on January 13, 2020, he said land targeted. Land targeted are on the motorway, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Legon, and also the external ones are dairy farms, agriculture, here, Damfa, and all these places. Do you understand? Achibote School, and all these places were the areas that they targeted. But when they finish everything, though I read that they give this thing to one Anok Holding Limited, that is Clement Jato. But Clement Jato is known everywhere. Do you understand? So if the government will not know his demarcation and you come and just have a business with somebody, individual, to come and destroy a whole community with a letter who doesn't have any legal backing, no court order, and also when you read, it said government land at Mempasam. Mempasam is a town. So can government own a town?
So you talk about how you've invested in the land, in actually making sure that the land is legitimate for you to acquire. Individually and collectively, what are the losses that you have suffered out of this exercise?
Oh, when you come, you can see I don't have to even sit down for them to destroy everything. When you quantify the whole losses around here, it's about $200,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we are a community. The fence wall of my sister, the fence wall of other brothers have been demolished. And even if I wasn't strong enough, the container on my plot, the store that my wife is operating, they were tempted. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm asking myself, if the drawings of the government land, the maintenance and whatever scheme that they give to the village shows that Achako land is far away from here, and the letter that they brought, if I may have the chance to read the letter, do you understand? The letter has no indication, no court order. It was just a signature sent to about 2 or 3 people. The regional commander, I don't know whether the regional commander is aware of this one, because the letter, some are coming from Kwesi Police Office, and they copy the district commander and the MC. Do you understand? We have investigated all this area, but what I'm asking is, you the minister, do you know that this thing is going on?
Which minister are you referring to?
The land and natural resources. The national security, Kendepa. You also know that they are robbing a native of this land daylight, backing with police, fully armed police.
Okay, let me speak to
Mr. In fact, the other issue that I want to do is that, as I said earlier, these langars, hoodlums, are operating under the guise of authority from Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, as well as National Security Advisor. That's why I'm saying I want them to come out openly to confirm or deny their knowledge of the activities of this group.
Okay.
2, I want them to know that by the action of these people, they are making the government unpopular. They are making the government unpopular. That's why I want the government to come out openly to confirm or deny the knowledge of the activities of these people. We've been here for more than 15 years. And how do you come and claim that you want to take this land by force from us?
Without our information.
Without our information, we did any court order. Ghana is not a lawless state.
Okay. You did a presser the other day, and you spoke about the fact that these people came with police officers.
Yes.
Have you been able to identify who these police officers were? What units
I tried taking the picture of them, but they took my phone and even starting to smash it. But I was able to take the number of the police vehicle, GN 299620. GN 299620. With the description, Operation COVID team. COVID-19. But so our checks indicate that even the number on the police vehicle is fake.
You indicate again that they came twice, and that the first day it was the police that stopped them.
Yes.
How come the police didn't come to stop them?
I think because they have an unfinished business. Whoever sent them felt that the work that they did was uncompleted.
The second day, I called the police, and they sent the district operation team to come and stop them. But when we went to the district office, we found that the command is coming from one Kwesi Ofori, who is the head of the SWAT or whatsoever operation that he is controlling, is commanding. Do you understand? So for us to confirm, the next day when they came with a SWAT operation car, vehicle. Do you understand? With a fully 5 armed policemen. Bulletproof. Fully armed. Do you understand? So it came to the point that I have to stand and tell them that then they have to run over me before they were able to stop. We have a house that we saw that there were children in it, but they forced themselves in there. That is where I stood there. That before they will kill the children, I have to be killed before. And the police were just look at me.
So What, they wanted to break the building with the kids here?
Yes, they wanted to break the building while we saw the light and the kids were shouting in there. I don't understand. If they want to do anything, they must respect, one, the law of the land. They must know that we all can go wayward. We all can go off. But because of the constitution and the law that is guiding one each and every person in this country, do you understand? That's why we put our hand in there. So we want the law. Let the president come out and speak. Let the president come out and speak.
Okay, you mentioned that you've had this land, some of you have had this land for as far back as 15 years or probably more. Have you before now had any issues with litigation or anything like that?
So far as we are concerned, because the land was sold to us by the original owners of Mpasem land, we've never had any problem with them. We've never had any problem with them since we came on this land, because they know that the land was genuinely returned to them, and they sold the land to us. So we've never had any problem with the chiefs and people of Mpasem.
You've already mentioned about one guy. You say his name is Jato. What else do you know about him?
Yeah, too much search. I found that Clement Jato had a connection with a land commission chief director, Professor. What's the name? Professor something Abazinyele, Patrick Abazinyele. Do you understand? He has his signature on this letter that they were using all around. That they have been given authority, and the company that they are operating with is Anyok Holding Limited. Do you understand? And when you read and you go back to some of the statements, you can see that that letter was given to them to go to motorway and Damfa and other places, Achimota schools, Legon, Kolebu Hospital. But when they finish this operation, they are using the same letter to come and vandalize people, thinking that we are ignorant about their devices. But what we are saying is that let the president come out. They are making him unpopular. They have mentioned a lot of names, which we cannot put it on the press. But if they die, we will call all those names. But we will never allow anybody to come and take our hard-earned properties that we spent almost 20 years outside suffering, doing all kind of jobs. Come back here, buy properties 2005, and now you are coming to take it because you have become a minister and you want to live in East Legon. No.
Yeah, you have something to say.
Yeah, my colleague mentioned a letter purported to have been given to this to Clement Jato, to a company belonging to Clement Jato. What baffles me is that Clement Jato is a non-hardened land guard, known all over in Accra. So why would a government in power, with all the security apparatus at its disposal, commission a private company to retrieve supposedly government property for the government? Is it not an indictment on the security agencies? Is it not an indictment on the security agency? Can the security agency perform operation on behalf of the government than to, instead of going to employ the service of private company? Two, if this government has come out openly to declare a war on land guards, and these guys are land guard, so are you now legitimizing the activities of land guards? Is the government now legitimizing the activity of the land guard? Because land guard, Clement Jato is a land guard. If you go to Kasua and everywhere, the government has declared war on land guards. Is it not legitimizing the activities?
East Legon.
East Legon, who all held the land guards are. The government said they're going to crash them.
Yes.
Now you go and employ the service of a land guard.
Okay. So allegations have been made that the said Clement Jato is a known land guard. We take a quick break, and when we get back, we delve into the activities of land guard on a broader scale and how it has now come to affect the people of East Legon. Stick and stay. This is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from the break. It is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We are here with the land and property owners here at Mempasem in East Legon. We are speaking to them about the demolition exercise that took place a couple of days ago. So I speak to Mr. Mankwa first, and my question is, did you receive any notice from any institution or any authority at all as to the exercise that happened here?
Ordinarily, the ideal thing was the government to have notified us of the intention to, assuming the government was generally want to demolish or retrieve the property. The normal thing was the government to have notified us of the intended exercise. But we didn't get any notification. We were not made aware. As I said, I was in my house when I was called. I had a telephone call that my property was being demolished. We had no notification whatsoever.
Okay. Not at all.
Not at all.
Okay. Then let me come to Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, have you as a group made a report to the police, and what do you know of the investigations?
Yeah, we spoke to the police the very day that the incident happened. But as I was telling you, they are all working under the chain of command. You understand? So the first time they were able to send the district, because I called the 18555. And they connected East Legon police station and they brought the force. But now that the whole thing, I was in one office when the order came from the region, you understand? But later we found that it wasn't the regional commander. It was one part of that they sent it. So now the East Legon cannot have the power to do anything. But we have formally make our case at the police station. And we are writing petition all around. But still, we cannot sit down for our hard-earned properties to be destroyed by an individual who has no court order. Who has no court order. Mr. President, we respect you. We respect you. We respect you. And you know that you are somebody who always go with the rule of law. No court order, no information. And I'm telling the government by face that if they are ignorant about what is going on, they should come up with, because East Legon is the one of the elite community in Ghana. So nobody from anywhere can come here and mess it up. We need a topo drawings that shows the demarcation of your land. If the land have been already vested into the two land, we have the drawings here. Let Jato or whosoever, whether the professor, and I was very sad when I saw the letter that it was a professor who signed the letter. Let the professor bring out the drawings of where they wanted to take. And we also come with our document. The government don't have a document about what he wanted to do. I learned that Kremenjatosa had a document. But if the government had a document, let me educate the government a little. You have to come and demarcate your portion and alert the people that this is my portion. So from today onward, this is my court order. You invite the people and they will explain how they acquired the land. If they are faulty, then you see what you can do, but not just to come and demolish the community.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what we will do. We will take a quick tour around, look at the extent of damage, and after that we discuss the way forward on what you seek to do to seek redress.
Okay.
Stick and stay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. This is somebody's property. Well built, but they still went in and destroyed the fence wall. They exposed this man to danger. They exposed him to danger. Now, anybody at all can walk in and harm this man. Yes, and the annoying part of it is that they say, why we call police? So they will tell us that they are bigger than police. So if ordinary man, Kremenjato, will say he's bigger than police, so he will come and do it again, then whom are we going to? Who are you going to? If we cannot run to police And somebody, ordinary civilian like me, would tell the whole community that he's bigger than police. And truly, the following day, he came and demolished structures. The first time that they demolished the fence walls and we called the police for arrest, they said, why we call police? They were telling us why we call police. So they came in next day with 5 police armed men. So that tells you that even the guy is bigger than IGP. Yes, look at this man now, he cannot sleep. He cannot sleep. If you are looking at the empty land, what about this one? If it's truly that government is looking for empty land, for what project? And no name, no project was put on their letter, just Mempasem. What are we trying to do? This is the place I was talking about. They started breaking the walls, and I saw light inside this room, hearing children and some kids crying. And I asked them, what are they doing? They say they have the power to demolish everything, whether there are human beings in there or not. So I have to come and stand between this very house and the backhoe that they were using, where people were shouting. So when they were not able to penetrate or run over me, they went and demolished a gated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. So the kids who are crying in there, are they not human beings? And this is not just an ordinary open plot or something. We have a structure on it. Whether it is a poor structure or a luxury structure, it was what the person can afford. So the human being who were in, and the policemen were here, they didn't stop the people until I stand between the machine and the edifice. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is what people claim themselves to be higher than the police force or the law in the country. So they will use this one and build themselves to become warlords. So we have to be very careful. Gradually, this guy will become a warlord, and he will command the police. So if the police will support him to come and kill human being in his or her own room, then where are we going as a country?
So we just concluded our tour of the area, seeing through the damage, the extent of damage. And one thing is clear, some places or some parts of the area are very well developed, and with those places it looks like they were not touched. But then the yet to be developed or now developing sites are the ones that were destroyed, even though the said people who came here to conduct the exercise claim that the area, the land is for government. The leaders of the landowners here have showed us documents proving that the land was returned to the stool lands as far back as 2005. So wrapping up, we'll be asking them what they intend to do going forward and how they intend to handle this situation. And I'll start with Mr. Mankwa. Mr. Mankwa, as a group, how do you intend to come back to handle the situation?
Well, for the time being, as a first step, we want, as I said, the Minister of Lands and National Security have been implicated in the work or activity of these land guards. We want them to denounce them and to whoever is behind it to put a stop to any activity whilst we're looking for a permanent solution to the problem. As a permanent solution, we appeal to the government to regularize our document for us. Because, as I said, the government of President Kufuor released this land to the people of Mempasem as far back as 2008. But I understand the necessary documents or formalization, was not done. So that's why people are hiding behind this issue to come and take over our land. Once the government goes ahead to formalize the release of the land to the landowners, then nobody will have any cause to hide behind this alas or to come and demolish our properties. That's how we appeal to the government to go. To handle this issue.
Mr. Taylor, you estimate the extent of damage to be around 2 million Ghana cedis.
No, $2,000.
Yes, I think $200,000. I think when you do the conversion, it's around 2 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you intend to seek legal redress or anything?
For our respect for the government, we want the government to come out and solve it in a legal way. But if not, or he doesn't use his office to stop the damages that is occurring, because one, they have warned us that they're going to come back. We are going through some legal process, but we don't have to tell our next step. Our next step is we are going to protect our property. Because if the government cannot stop them, and they have made it known publicly that police cannot stop them. But what we know is police the most peace officers within the civil community. But if the police will also support them, then where again are we going? We are going to file our petition to, and whom are we going to sue? They mentioned the names. But if the minister doesn't come out to denounce, or the security minister doesn't come out to denounce, that is where we also will take it up from there. Now, our first step is to protect our property. Simple. Because we don't know when we will leave our kids in the house and they will come and demolish it. We have to protect our children, we have to protect our community, we have to protect, because that's the first thing in Ghana here. We have to protect our nation. And this is part of the nation of Ghana. So as we are doing it, we are protecting Ghana.
I also want to add that if I want to emphasize that the government has to make sure that the activities of these land guards, especially Clement Jato, is brought under control. Gradually, it becomes so powerful. That's how warlords come about, develop. You will grow into a warlord in future if the activities of Jato is not brought to book. At time now they started even defying the orders of the police, because the police stopped him on Monday, Tuesday he came back. A time will become so powerful that he will take our arms even against the government. Apart from making the government unpopular, he's gradually growing wings and will start taking up arms against the government. He becomes a warlord. So the government, if it has ears, it has to listen. Thank you.
And you are putting this boy, these land guards around Jato, to become a rebels. Because how Liberia war was formed is what we are experiencing is right now. How Liberia Sierra Leone war was formed. Those who captured the diamond area and made themselves lord over the diamond community, they became the rebel leaders. So if Ghana, we are a peaceful country, we have to learn from our experience. As I always say, life is living intelligent from experience. Life, if you want a life in Ghana here, we have to live intelligent from our experience. Yeah, that's what only I have for the country. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So yes, from the land and property owners here at Mempasem in East Legon, they are open to exploring all other avenues to ensure that their issue is addressed and that their property is protected. But then they are calling on government to step in and make sure that the activities of land guards are kept. They are also calling on the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources as well as the National Security Minister to either confirm or deny their involvement in the activities of Clement Jato. This has been another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George Isi. See you next time.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
With a beautiful hairstyle, long eyelashes to complement her looks, actress Okiapin Polo, who was clad in a white apparel that exposed parts of her breast, organized a press conference preaching against nudity. She had been thrown to jail for posting nude photos she took with her son on social media, but a bill made it possible for the press briefing where she expressed profound gratitude to persons who intervened in her case, including President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. While the exact role of the president in the matter is yet to be known, salvation knocks on the doors of Nana Agrada. The priestess, who is being accused of defrauding some Ghanaians under the pretext of doubling their monies for them, said at a press conference that she has met Christ. What's more, Kennedy Japan threatens to sack the entire management of his Netu TV over the decision to play adverts for a very long period. We table these for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is certainly not a press conference. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a broadcaster, a columnist, international debater, and he has all the accolades. Karim, welcome.
Thank you very much, Abrantepa. And that's quite an introduction. you are far too kind.
Daniel Aredu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. He's the director at OnePlay Africa, content provider. He is an artist manager, everything showbiz, event manager as well. Nana, welcome.
Me Prophet Nana Yao Radio. Na me afrɛ me. Odofo say you can say me hu me bi wo. Wa ahwɛ me me hu o hye white bi na ahwɛ me hu. From me na me nchaw de Yakopon say me nyama o. Prophet Nana Yao Radio. Wait my friend 0240.
Make sure you don't get arrested.
Oh, interesting. All right, so Ama Bruni is on standby with tidbits and Komoho.
Ye kwaya ya san bebiom nanso komoketo bi o ha mebese medi tuja esa ne rebranding bi akoso ye nkrankrom ha se se dem asesa medin din dada na da me so me ye fi me so se mon frɛ me evangelist Amabruni nkomo wo ho ane mama ye ntwa ye ho na information e course entertainment industry ni ye fan be so yes, I know what you for social media saying. Some course will come hunting. We declare no as press conference week. We be so then a course. Nana Agrada any Okiapin Polo. Now what the conference be to train just say back to back. Now mama yen starting in Nana Agrada. Obekaya aya police for any national security any NCA ekoni we TV station Tanda TV no muko close. We say oni license nyade. Anko siwa na wode no call court. We say fraud bi nyade nsembebri. Afede was okay. Na Nana Agrada kwatwiri mu kakra. Na munum na Nana Agrada che Yakopon ada Roma we PFM. Na wo se Yakopon ya ade mawa na wa kai na ode na aseda kwa komana. Nti Nana Agrada achira konfudin onye biom. Ondi konfuni biom. Okwa afiase ne se na Yakopon ne bi afa nani so. Yakopon abem na wa be save ne de se de wasesa ne din. Ode ne ho amanyame. Nti se de sika gari o de ende yo wagya ne nyina. Nti se a Agrada achire ma Mon freno okwanfo ba onya Agrada one sanyama ne tunkwanta wapai se edin ada ne so
evangelist Patricia Odro Kranton
mumu bi na munnim ne kunu osofo wo kroma se de o se obeta na echi na wa ye Yakopon adwuma na yi na ekoba na kofo se muka Sikagari bika quiz kuma wudate you nanko ambassador of Sikagari nti se Nana Agrada de ho koma Yakopon de na akwa akoye se asori no obetel ni de ono no obeka Bible na ebi muso kirem kwa ono obeye a translator nti Nana Agrada so de no hamenyame nkofo bebre aka so oboya eye fraud yibi obada dada ye mfi se wenya court asem nti opa bibi de no akokota nti no so o de no hamenyame na eye press conference na asem se me course de ebebere Agrada kasai ni kunu so bi kirem na ni kunu kasai ne se Agrada je so Watching evangelist on Yankee Bible, there's a Bible Kesibia Nekita no so muse, and your holy Bible na ya tro ha go yi. I'd got that man. A Jumani do beya man Yankopon. Nti mun sheni. Thursday ya o man ko fudi nanim. Na abusumfi, nyama wo honyi na we pia Bible nti wa show. E dia dance chese o de ne ho amanyame ko fusi enkosi aga. Ye wo krom ha, ye be koso bia ye de bebrem. Amanfo na ansa na mpo na nasada asemo ka che ye other celebrities ya ne se munja ye huni nyina enye kwapem polo se se obeya ambassador bekoso a preach no we invite kwafo a wo yi wo hu nyina se wonja na sanya mane de enso ani se kwapem polo nsema waka ne na eye ye ngine kwapem polo nsem na ye ntuaso a eye DK buka se tama wo de no ko afiase no ai obai di mobile money bi ne bank details we to dwa so mo a muhu se ya polo single mother se se anwa akire no or 790 days nti mwe bi kakra mbe wa aboa no ne beyi ne maame na mabomode na ma send mobile money kakra and your bank details so provide na na polo bill you man no wie no be fie na why video bi o chema o wa fiase no mo a mo send this ka bi e ma ekodi DK bi ho no ne sanka scan ye na wo say won sanka scan ye de enye DK bi na ye send this polo chema obi friend no o say Madam Alice bi wo say was sending 4,000 ni nyina mbedu ni nsa na so we de emu ye rem kaka so be friend no yonko brabo DK bi na obi san so etisen polo se be sine o friend na onfa nti amanfo wa mu wo DK bi number mu friend na mu bisa ni so DK bi se scan nsensem na hu ekosi sen o chema ye those co celebrities pen na wa man scan ni e ska bi abeka no nti se on friend won na wase ya hu se ska bi anka ne nsa ya na manfo chem se so polo aden wa we fiaba ya we nim se nkosem koso but woni pe ya nim so ya wa dan fa anka pe strategy fufu mpom gozo polo kasa dodo eye wa ye bi ejai fine girl come from Ghana I Mona for real haja for say wa rebrand ni stage name Mona for real woni mama catch ono na eye okọ BBC Pidgin News and odin se bia kotoja ochema ono o sha ase from Tamale to Trasaku wa femu biankasa na eyamo amokase ya ni pictures no or influence young girls cause na kakra na taru say flashy lifestyle ankasa na olivi ochema onye mane mamo pressure oye na hyemie wo krom ha kran oye na hyemie wo krom ha kran se won so betumi aye oche na oye adwumade ankasa o start adwuma no oye young girl kra na ye haje akeka nsem ya na odi kire o kire ma mo amokaso hakọ ye bat left ni ade wa wo ne ho pan na enye sa body ni dey natural but enye na moka no beti very soon obekako ye eye lipo ya baby amoisha ade ni bi an oche mo hakọ enhance ni body nti mo hwe nim ema mo na for real enche kwai na nkomo beto odwa se eye actor wachi obekai wachi an so we mo amoba na se de mo hwe de nim ni movies de o ya hwe bi ade eje yeni na nsemi beto odwa so se de wakọ asofo full school o hwe nim so abeye osofo na picture bi beto odwa chese o se de wa agbo collar se de o ye reverend minister nti se muhu na enye actor keke no ye o de ne ho amenyame na go fuchem so na obesan so aba campaign for MPP ana nsem ni de Ghana de mo se sana nkofu bisa so e ya ampa na ye no kware ba wachi se de o ye reverend minister. Hey, Mr. Ghana I the rough. Just a social media for just a WhatsApp man bow. I Twitter for what be handle easily. American rapper and songwriter T-Pain. One him T-Pain. Ono na audio video bi abetu jo chema for 2 years ni over 2 years akekako. Celebrity say wo it say we are afana nyina wo send the message eba request session nti na ohu nti we leave kwofo bebre on red on be message ni cry na kwofo just a video no de betu dwane ye hwemu kakra afa de mafu ye mbewie ni na ye nhwa hey Ghana wake up when they say na woman was send eyi T-Pain message so oye ni big fan and so how ye check ye badan ho baby medical so to your rapper medical so no was send so hi my idol I'll come to the US. Yansha de who say 2 weeks or so 2 months. Yansha de who. No, but I hear him. Then go focus say, hey, Ghana for some more pregnant. Na ye kan ya hu an say yes ba kudin a drop ho. Ai, Juliet Ibrahim. Onibody wan say dan ka bibi a o say higher. Just say we hu no onim say bibi sa ho. Nti nimu na mo fa just say press conference ka say agrada dia na Krapping Polo kra. Obeye na o de apamochewo. Honorable Kennedy Japan. So to say Kennedy Japan na so obi hu abasem. Dey so oba be leak obi information. Ai, Kennedy Japan trema e honorable. O say eye wo Reverend Obofo, ubehwe hu so ye pa. Sa defraud dey na wo defraud nkrofo no reba wo so. Nti gina ye pa. Ene na ensem yi betu dwa na wo say, "Hey, Kennedy Japan asema wo keni. Ene ye hwe nim wo ne Obofo ba beka. Ye hwe nim yenim se anka bi fufu ba be pai kra. Ye behwe Obofo abala ne ne behwe ye nyina ye pu aba ye betie nsem. Obofo anka be kika bi tutu bi kire na. Obofo de aye so no chemu a o. We are me papa fe don say eh we dey shout out na we chiachan e me channel address issue na or dey to say we are first stand na o chema oh ono onye coward he will not die a coward ono dey also be answer or video nim cross 30 so about 12 o'clock a mo nhwe na ebe koso ni a hwe ni ma say ne na ye Reverend Obofo e be ba na oba be ye rejoin da na ye nim and you're from Agrada to Obofo and I'm remember my who quite didn't come on in Evangelist Amabroni, Macramo.
We are back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantipa. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist, Nanea 18, aka Nanea Radio, aka Nanea One Play Africa,
aka Prophet. Prophet.
Who didn't come here? Who's the prophet name?
Prophet. Nana ya Radio. Nyankopon ba Nana ya Radio. Mena meti ejane. Sa ifaso mena mi di command man Yankopon.
Let me start from you on that note. 2 press conferences. 2 females, both of them in white, both of them facing the law.
Yeah, and so Polo and Evangelist.
Yes.
Evangelist Patricia. I think Krapping Polo there. I've said it here before. So she's not a star enough, and I won't take my words back. If you are a star enough, and you go through such a thing, when you come out, you think of ways of making yourself better. You don't come and talk plenty, because in talking plenty, you punch holes in your own conversations that you've had in the past. So at the press conference, which was needless, it was a waste of everybody's time. You even committed somebody that probably might have sat somewhere that was not part of the whole conversation. That's the president. Now, when you the level of support shown you, maybe somebody told you that the president had a hand in whatever happened. Maybe. So you don't have to mention it. Why, like you said, Sami Jenfimu na kebi say na judgment in your house. Kawe, come the big chief president now. Come the be no former, but I'm with that channel because it hasn't become a topic of conversation because they even sympathize with with her that the judgment pass was too harsh, and they even wrote on Twitter now that they're saying, "I buy meeting me." You I'm trying to say like, I'm telling the law to take its course now there. So I think the press there was unnecessary for Krapping Polo, was very unnecessary. I was thinking that right once she was coming out, and the lawyer and her council members will quickly put in place activities that can shoot her. The only sensible thing I gather from her thing so far is the fight against
nudity.
Yes, and I think that should have been a T-shirt by now. It should have been kept. It should have been a foundation launch. So the press conference should have been a foundation launch on that to drive awareness, so you can get corporate love. If you want to switch the conversation around, this is free PR. If you want to switch the conversation around, once you are coming out, your council members should put in place measures that we are going to launch a campaign, a foundation to drive the conversation of no nudity on our social media. Example is DKB. We did the same thing for DKB when he had the issue with the slap. We could have come to do a press conference and cry to Ghanaians, and after some time they will forgive us. But we said, no, KB, you have to channel this energy into building something bigger than you. You understand? So that's where I think they should have pushed the energy towards a foundation or a campaign that will push the fact that Charlie, I don't know. So I don't want young people. We even forget about those who are already doing it on social media. You can tilt the whole foundation towards young girls who are in senior high, JHS senior high, maybe level 1, level 2, who are now also trying to understand this whole social media, fugazi or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. So that you get love. Now the love will not just be on the fact that when the love is that we see then I open with the chair and comfort. And this country, people easily sympathize with you, with people who show remorse, full remorse, and even going on the road to challenge people. She can even make the campaign and say that, listen, I'm not going to do it in Accra. I'm going to start from Bebieni because I feel that, and I'm going to start from my hometown because I feel that a lot of young girls who look up to me, the Mayano, or Chinebi, honestly, people say, Polo, Yebi, you know, you get corporate love. You know, you win people without even knowing that you've won people.
Karim, you also think it was a useless venture?
Well, knowing who Equiapem Polo is and what I like to call her brand, I think it was a very, very useful venture that she embarked on. I understand the reservations that many have raised in respect of, so what was the point of it all? I mean, if you come sit there, say, I'm out of prison, I want to address the nation, I want to thank everybody.
First Lady of Ghana.
Exactly. And then do all that she did. I mean, what's the point? But we must also not lose sight of the identity and character of this individual that we're talking about here. So this is an individual whose whole social media sensation has been built on a very erratic character. It is not from a place of very carefully thought through venture or exercise. She's just there. She's provocative, she's talkative, she's basically nuisance. That is her. And you see, I get what you're saying about that, but I think that is also why she must not move away from it. So Equiapem Polo cannot return from prison, and then if she chose to engage the press, now do a press conference as though she is the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the President himself. No. Anything like that, anything that would appeal to conventional wisdom, conventional morality, standards, norms, would detract from her personality and she would be lost within a second.
No, she wouldn't.
She would be.
No, she wouldn't.
Because what does a Polo have to
She doesn't have to change. You see, I hate people. I agree with you in the point that I hate people who go to prison in Ghana and come back and become pastors. I don't like it. But in this case, there's a question on morality on you. It's not about your character as a social media star. It's a question about morality. And therefore, people are looking at what you will do after you are being pardoned. And then you come and spill gibberish. No, and she's still talking gibberish.
No, but again, this whole idea or problem that she's engaged in some morally reprehensible act, and for that matter, I mean that's exactly what got her into the trouble in the first place. Again, very consistent with her character, she has backtracked on so many things, and so I mean she has even launched a campaign, that the anti-nudity campaign and all of that.
That makes sense.
That is nonsense, actually.
No, that is good.
That's a completely nonsense, because anti-nudity for what exactly? Can Equiapem Polo sustain herself in this space that she has put herself in if she were going to wear kaba and slits or wear jalabia all the time and walk around and all of that? She won't survive. So she should not make the mistake. No. She should not make the.
It is the reason she has that brand, because I listened to her interview and said she had been acting, she has been doing all sorts of things, but wasn't getting the buzz, wasn't getting the relevance there. So she had to do this.
There are two things here. there's the obvious question of morality, what is acceptable in our society and what is not. And then there's the element of the social media sensation that she is. So there are many people across the world who are making millions from the sort of act that Ethiopian Polo does. I mean, the Kardashians are there for anybody to...
Culture differences, society acceptance is different.
Yeah, but as for the culture, it's something that we create ourselves. So today, you were alluding earlier to the sheer industry and excellence of, what's her name again?
Haja for real.
There are those who would take objection to Haja for real and however she has made her fortune and sort of things that we see her do. A lot of people will consider those things as morally reprehensible. But you see, there's an industry for us, an economy waiting to help you succeed in that. Moisha Budon has been doing it. In an interview with Christian Amampo, a lot of people were saying all manner of nonsense about how she's making money off men and all of that. You see, as for morality, it's not a place that we should even entertain at all. Because there is a society that allows two men to stand in a ring and hit each other, the face. We look for the one who wins if they are able to punch some blows and blood oozes from their face and all of that. That's okay. That's perfect business. But if someone has graciously, I mean, even though I'm fasting and doing Ramadan, but if someone has some very nice ass, or a pair of very beautiful tits, and decides to make something out of that, that's a problem. It is only a problem because
I think you're debating.
I'm refuting the basis for that characterization and that definition of these normative values that we have. I'm saying that it is inconsistent if you, in one breath, accept something like, say, boxing, and in another breath, you have a problem with Moisha, you have a problem with the Ethiopian Polo, or anybody of that nature. You see, what the Ethiopian Polo did, for instance, that sent her to prison, at the point that she posted that photo, it came with some description, right?
Yeah.
That description said, and quite clearly, it's a form of art, and it is a story and a lesson that she was putting out there. We just decided we did not care. There's a Russian woman who is an artist of global repute. You know what she does? The only canvas that she has to draw her art and to demonstrate her art is her body. Sometimes she does it naked. I mean, almost all the time she's naked, really. So all of these things, we must not box people into our own moral persuasions and moral normative standards and say that if you do A, B, C, D, then that is bad. If you do C, E, F, G, H, that one is good. We can say that, but for her as an individual, I get that, because she's inconsistent and all of that. Today she's running away from it, and for me, I think that she will suffer for that.
Okay.
But I think that if she were minded to continue that way, to even insist on her nude whatever and continue with that life, that would be better for her than this attempt to run away from it and buy into this Ghanaian moralistic tendencies and all of that. She will lose for that.
Nana, come in quickly. You wanted to rebut.
Yeah. Because you see, I think
Karim
had a good point going back. He went off. This is the part he went off.
Actually,
you did. Let me tell you why. Let me share some few lines. Ethiopian Polo has so many semi-nude photos on her social media platforms. Ethiopian Polo has twerking videos on her social media platform. She was never for once apprehended on that. It was because a certain child was involved in the act. Let's make it clear. So the whole conversation is on the fact that a certain child is involved in the first time that you post a video, a photo that has a nude mother, total nude mother.
But I'm not sure Karim's submission was on that.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why he's going off.
Okay.
We are not saying that. Listen, we are not saying that Ethiopian Polo should change who she is totally and become Jesus. No. What we are saying is that this is very, let me say this, right? I'll probably get into trouble for saying this, but let me say this real quick, right? Do you know that she could make 4 times money, amount of money she's probably getting now, if she switches and focuses on the child nudity thing from corporate people and get more love and get more donations into a bigger foundations. I said it in my earlier submission that there are people or young girls who will think that taking a photo with a child is okay, and the law will be tempered again because Ghanaians will base it on morality and sympathization. So therefore, if she champions that part of her life, you don't have to be, excuse my language, you don't have to be a fool throughout till you die. Even Kim Kardashian now is trying to be a lawyer and going to law school. That means that when you go through the process of life, you get to a point where you have to find a way of balancing your success with something that is going to draw you more money.
Okay.
Oh, wait, let me land.
Quickly.
Two, right? The whole Polo brand. Yeah. It's a very interesting brand. She needs brand specialists to work on her. I agree. She doesn't have to sway. I respect that. If Polo shows 0.000055 sensible or probably wisdom-driven activities, Karim, I tell you, her brand will never dip. The brand will begin to shoot, because we are in a system where people tend to focus on people who have shown that we can grow. That's the Ghana we are inside for you right now. Why is it that people are saying, oh, even the Attorney General something came out to talk on her behalf and all those things? You think that if she makes a call on an Attorney General now, she can meet whoever the big men are? She can.
Okay, on to the woman.
You can say she can. So let's no, guys, listen. Let's not get this thing wrong. The foundation campaign on the anti-nudity thing should be on the child. That
I
think
for that,
don't do it with your child.
It's a matter of approach.
You know what I'm trying to say?
And there's so many other things that people can suggest for Ikuapem Polo or anybody in her position to do.
See the thing? No, you're even making it right. See the videos she just released about the money thing.
Yeah.
I am telling you, if council are behind the Ikuapem Polo, they will be a bit disappointed. This doesn't. Yes, the person said she's the certain money to a certain celebrity. It's the same people that did a campaign that you did a video to thank.
But see, that's
the part I'm coming to. You see, that's the thing. The thing is that in the initial conversation, you didn't debunk the things. She doesn't have so reach out. Listen,
she doesn't have to fit a profile of some sensible person. For me, that's the point I'm making here.
In this point, if you follow issues, if you follow people who have issues with the law,
yes,
some of them even sometimes I've seen videos, I've seen testimonies myself where people fake sickness over a period of time to pass through a certain judgment and then get back on their feet.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that you are stupid. It means that at this particular point in time, you are going through a certain process. Whatever you have to do to get to win the people, you have to do.
Risk the storm and do it in defiant mode. So I mean, still on this, I just think that for the different pieces of advice that we can throw at somebody at every point in time, especially when they are in this position that they are in. But the question is, how much of those would eventually detract the person from what they are very comfortable with and what they know? Because all that the Polo has done and what she has become today, I'm not so sure if all of that were based on some boardroom thought process. No, this is somebody who can just spark at every point in time. I mean, this video that Nana's talking about, she's making all manner of claims in there, and definitely we're hearing that there are going to be refutations to that and all. But that is her. The moment she changes from being this Ikuapem Polo who will just take to the social media and start talking about something even when she doesn't have evidence, the moment she begins to move away from that to become whoever is the most responsible person there is, then it is not Ikuapem Polo anymore. For me, that's what it is.
If you look at that way, last prophetic cake.
Last one. You know right now she's an ex-convict, right?
Yes. I mean, she's technically still in there. Yeah.
Okay. So read the law and how ex-convict people are treated in this country. I'm telling you, she can bounce back, become more powerful.
Yes.
Stick to her brand
Yes.
of not having wisdom. But does not mean that you can't get counsel to lead you. Because right now, if people that me and as a city, I can't go to Sami Jenfi. But the Captain Polo can go to Sami Jenfi. I mean Sami Jenfi as a base. That means that she can even call on certain higher authority because of what has happened to her.
Yeah.
All we are saying is, I want to advise her, keep your brand. It's okay, don't change.
Okay.
But to this point,
Nana, it's let's move to Agada.
Okay, what matter? Say, Sisiano, me who say Obisha white and blue.
Also for my
Namene Kasa, say Nipano, MTBA, Obesere.
I'm a share around.
I'm power,
For the Name, a doors to be then Namagan was be some who say a brand TV Shakespeare.
Hey,
I mean, who when you back a year until I Shakespeare, me who.
Hey.
I'm doing this because, as for the story, the script, right? Everybody can write some. It's not news. Let me tell you a funny story out of the Agada process. My grandmother gave me the fetish priestess. And at the time, my boyfriend, I was 16 years to 17 years. My boyfriend at the time didn't like the idea, so we broke up.
Yeah.
He became a man of God in a church, and I also grew in my grandmother's fetish priestess. I went to him and I said, let's come back together. This story, this script, it will be wrong. Let's come back together and live. I have been to church so many times. Even when I go to my husband's church, who is a pastor. So Agada's husband is a pastor and a fetish spirit. Okay. People chastise him and say, why are you bringing, I don't know, way back, sorry. It's a script. It's nice. When she comes to tell you that God has called her, you can't deny her. You can't challenge her, because when you go back from 2013 to 2020, Agada has been talking about Bible. Who are the sorry? 22 years ago. Now we're changed there. That Rebecca said, Agada, action. Now me evangelist. Evangelist. And a normal change. It's a script. You understand? It's a script. Like, it is well written but poorly directed.
I see.
You understand what I'm saying? The story is well put together. The way our kind of peace. If in this country where we reverence Christianity and Christendom and God, and we respect people who say, "Na me nim de me Masesa, who am I? Who am I?" If Agada says she's now Paul when she was Saul, to say that she's not Paul and that she's still Saul, that is the story Agada has taken. What am I saying? The people that are chastising or taking her to court for the fraud and everything should quickly start to prepare a second defense and go against Evangelist Patricia, because NCBiano is part of the council. I believe that it's part of a plan, a whole big plan to make it look like they can't be our court. The story be our court. Send a buyer with you better make free. I even think that at a point I felt that on it or before back and forth was scripted. Well scripted to be part of the story. Into share the video now we're bonko fobidi mami say mami say if you ask all those mami say no, I'm gonna say yes, we once told her. So technically she's not lying.
What did they say that woman did really? Agada. Like again, yes. That should double the money. Double the money, yes.
And she says, bring this amount. They go and then she's like, bring another. Yes. Bring a brown dove. And
so when you
I'm very familiar with the story. I'm only asking because I find it very interesting. I mean, so the element of fraud is there. It's a criminal offense, irrespective of who is doing it. The law is there. We can always address that. But then also there's the element of the spirituality And that intersection is where, for me, I think that the deeper issues really are. So all of these things that ultimately led to attention on her and the arrest and all of that, and now that today she's turning around to say
she's not poor.
She's giving her life to Christ, she's all of those things. You see, these are problems that we have created for ourselves. So when they come back at us like that, so I've heard a lot of people say in the media that, well, as I also saying now, oh, this is all scripted. I mean, this is not true. There are those who are saying that.
I said it's not true. I said, who am I?
Well, that's fine.
To say she's not poor.
Yes, there are those who say that, well, she's obviously just lying. She wants to court some affection and all of that. All of that could be true. But why is that so? Why does she think, among many other things, that the strategy of telling everybody that I am a Christian now is something that could help her? We have very big pastors, very, very renowned pastors here, whose story, whose ministry thrive on this idea that I used to be a wood smoker, I used to be a cocaine dealer, I used to be an armed robber, blah, 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 blah. And those people are surviving, they are doing very, very well. So why would any other person not simply, replicate that script that is there? And then also, don't forget that
she just used the word script.
There's a bit of this happening in other spheres of our religious encounters or institutions. But quite interestingly, they don't attract the same amount of disdain. And for me, I think that Nana Agrada or prophetess, whoever. Evangelist.
No, evangelist.
Oh. See, I think that she also found herself in this trouble that she is in today, not necessarily because she was taking people's money, was not delivering. It was also largely because of the space that she was operating in. About 2-3 years ago, a group of pastors held this big event here in Accra. And among other things, there was a tall list of, or maybe a short list of prices for specific prayers or miracles and all of that, right? There was an instance, if you paid, I think $5,000, you get $1 million something. There was a particular amount of money you pay for 24-hour miracle, and all of those nonsense. But you see, none of them attract, some backlash came. But the point was that because that was coming from the more acceptable form of religion.
No.
Coming from Middle East.
No.
Jesus Christ is in there somehow.
No.
Those ones, that's precisely what was the case. No. Those ones were pretty okay. And they didn't even come across to anybody as fraud. Because what is this word? Give me money, I'll change your life in 24 hours. I'll make you a millionaire and all of that. What's the difference between that and everything that Nana Agrada and all the Malams who have been tormenting us on Facebook are promising? Is there any difference really?
No, but you see, you are listen, the point is, those pastors receive similar or even more bash in our society now.
No, they didn't.
No, they don't. They do.
No, I've talked about a backlash, but I'm saying,
we have a question of reverence for Christianity in Ghana, and that one I agree.
Yes.
Where pastors have been chastised, they've been bashed, they've been like we do a lot of things to let people know that this thing is wrong. Mm-hmm. The thing is, I am a Christian.
Yeah.
If a man of God tells me that this phone can change to 13, who can say fake out? Who can say who need GD? Something like that. So those people, they don't walk away scot free. Mm-hmm. There are other issues because the circumstances around the things she's facing now.
Yeah.
That is where the thing is. Those pastors are talking about that I was a criminal. Come on, we've heard pastors.
No, but these are two different things I'm talking about here. Those pastors
now, you're talking about the fact that I was a big criminal and I became a man of God, blah, blah. At the time that they do that, they convert to become Christians or become pastors. They don't call a press conference.
No, you are misrepresenting. I think you are misrepresenting the issues.
They are not ex-convicts.
Okay. I think you are misrepresenting the issues. So those are two different, distinct things that I've talked about. Okay. I've talked about the element of how people's history, sometimes criminal history, can become a very solid foundation for their ministries. I've always told my friends that one day, if life is not going too well for me, I could always switch and go become a pastor.
Like how I switched mine.
Use the my history as a Muslim and how now I've realized that Islam is not so great. I found Christ and all of that. It will sell. That is a different thing. The other bit I'm talking about is the contempt that is associated with people like Nana Agrada, who the work that they do operate within a certain realm of African traditional juju, voodoo, whatever they call it. So I'm saying that in a sense, so the sort of attention that she gets, criticism, the backlash that she gets, to the extent of even now fraud coming in and all of that, I would hope that we are equally critical of the Mensa Otables, the Ashimolos, who say that bring this amount of money, 24-hour miracle is there, millionaire status is there. I'm saying that those issues are not distinctly different. They're essentially the same thing. The only difference is that one comes from a religion that we accept.
Mensa Otabel, for instance, gets back a lot of backlash. Ashimolo recently had the same thing. Even now that he was males, it's in the news for not paying SNIT for almost 6 of his pastors. Look at how people are attacking the issue. It is not because of.
I think what I get is that both of you are on the same page, but what Karim is saying essentially is that this is something that we have come to accept.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the part. That part I agree.
Yeah, so there's no point of disagreement.
That the story is easy. Okay. But I don't want us to separate the fact that when person make creative impression, they say, "Suffer," and I say, "Pastors now." They have some backlash. No, it's because of the circumstances surrounding her now.
Okay. Is it not equally fraudulent to be selling those miracles, and I mean, bring money, bring $5,000 you become a millionaire?
Yes, but
the point is that, to what extent, really?
Today, pastors have bashed their fellow pastors on the same issue.
Yes,
in this country.
Would you arrest Ashimolo for that?
No, because Ashimolo or whoever that you're talking about has not, like Obianko complained. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I haven't gone to the court to go and sue a pastor.
Yes.
When that most issue came up at the Senate,
that's the difference.
You've seen how society is responding to it.
I watched Agrada's interview with Kwakumen, where she mentioned that when we say spiritual issues, they do occur to that. We're talking about the Sikagari and the fact that or not say, if you are comfort, doesn't mean you should remain poor. And so we used to worry in order to also achieve something at the end of the day.
It's business.
And they were laughing.
It's business.
Yeah, listen, I get your point. Like I said, I can sit here and become a pastor in 30 seconds. Do you want me to try?
You've already done that.
Exactly. So the script there, it's not hard though. Okay. The story is easy. But circumstances now, Agrada finding himself, not the terrain that she operates.
No, I think that contributes significantly to that.
Because if right now, if there's somebody who will be powerful in this country, as a woman of God, it's Agrada, I'm telling you, as well they say, boom. Because they reverence that Christendom thing.
Yes, and that's precisely the point I'm making.
Let's put a hold on the Nana Agrada issue. So we are told that she's going to bend the deities today, right?
She can't do it. Oh. The thing was passed over from her grandmother to her. You think it's just there for you see, we're Africans. Okay. In her story, the story is nice. So I should shoot a movie with it. Hey man, let's go. The story is nice. Listen, 16 years, the grandmother gave her the thing. If your grandmother gave you the thing, can you just go and bend it? Okay. Are you serious?
We take a break. When we return, we talk about advertisement on TV. Kennedy Japan threatened to sack the management of the TV. They are over interview. Sack them for 15 minutes. Adverts and why?
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking,
thank you, And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
How can you run a whole advert? Who run away? What do paper number to? What you can say? Who we are also YouTube now? Obiato. You think people who are watching will just be sitting there idle, looking at your advert? This is what we talk about: foolish managerial system. What you have to do? For the end 6, okay, some kakra, one ma break kakra, no one bow advert, no one kasa. Now, what did you part about 15 minutes? Why not? What's it? Nifia, what's it? Or show? Why? Obey wasting the time. Please. Now, one person may come before the American obedient. You are foolish. You know my one. We are making ready.
Welcome back. It's the final lap bloggers forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Nania Radio, AK Nania 18. Visit oneplayafrica.com. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. Data international but you know, I will start the discussion from him because he has been a radio presenter before.
I'm still a radio presenter.
He's still a radio presenter. So, I didn't know advert why?
But this one there. This one you frame the question. It looks like I have to defend
management.
But I mean, nobody likes adverts. I mean, nobody likes adverts, except in few cases when the advert is, I mean, done in such a way that it is very nice to just watch, and it looks like content on its own. Other than that, I don't think anybody does. So I can appreciate the frustration of Mr. Kennedy Japan, because I mean, looks like every second we are advert back, and it can get very boring. Personally, when I listen, I'm always listening to radio news here and there, and the space is so competitive that the moment you say we're going for a break before you come and do business news, I'm going to the next place. So I get that, but also sometimes when, depending on what you are coming to do. So for instance, if you have somebody like Mr. Kennedy Japan on your show, and then you announce or even introduce Kennedy Japan, because of the character, because of the person that he is, it is, you can almost be certain that people will wait. And for a presenter, that is also when you need to exercise some discretion, because if your advertisers are watching, they want to see their product out there. And if I am an advertiser, I would know that period before the introduction of Mr. Kennedy Japan, and maybe through the interview, during the interview, I mean, are peak periods on the show that people are likely going to stick to and listen. So it is a balance of all of these things that I do not know whether in this case, for this particular TV station, this is the practice every single day. If that were the case, then that would be problematic. But if that were not the case, and they did this because Kennedy Japan was there, that would be apt. That would be very tactful. But obviously, then the person and the man that Kennedy Japan is would not understand. And so, see, a lot of the commentary has been made. There are those who find a problem with the insource and all of that, but there are those who also very happy that Kennedy Japan, he speaks his mind, he tells the thing the way it is and all of that. I'm not excited about that. I'm not moved about that nonsense, because take wealth, take money and power away from an individual like that, and ask yourself if that same principle, rhetoric, would stand. So why he's able to do that and say all of that and tell the journalists on set and all the producers who are qualified to do that job that they are doing to not do that, or call them all manner of names or threaten that he will sack them and all of that. It's because he has the deeper pockets, and so he can go around and do all of that, as I have attempted to do here. There are many instances where that could make sense. There are other instances where that could be problematic. But how the individual will go about it, threatening, insulting, he does it to other employees of his, at least on that platform, where sometimes he's doing interviews and telling them all manner of nonsense and how they are incompetent and they are very horrible at their job and all of that. I mean, these are people who have kids at home also watching. The mere fact that you have enough to employ me in your business doesn't mean that you have that right to also come and insult, disgrace, and do all manner of disrespectful things. For me, if that, I don't have a problem with language. You can be as, abusive in your language and colorful as you want. But I want to see some principle. I want to see some consistency. And the way he is, and also within the larger Ghanaian society, I do not see how anybody can do what he does and get a sort of support that he gets if the element of money, which has bought all of us our conscience and everything, was not existent.
Nana.
Around
Advert. You know, Nana has done TV, he has done radio, he has done events, and so I know that when it comes to adverts, they are one for the Can we have a balance where we will not play adverts for a very long time? Comparing that one to a track time big was okay. In the next 5 minutes, adverts, LPM, before we move on to the discussion. Which one is better?
Okay. I think that first off, every show has a format. That's the first thing we need to know. If I'm building a show, I have a show on Ghana TV, I have a show in South Africa, right? Gambia. The show has a format. What is the format of that show?
Not to cut you, he sought to do a comparison between Netu and CNN.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, CNN has. Yes, it's even in his case is worse. Every show has a format. Bloggers Forum has a format. When you do your intro, you go for break, you come back. Your break is supposed to be your revenue generating space. Yeah. Ideally, if this show was a third-party show, that is where you, as Abrantepa, owner of the content, will split with GhanaWeb TV. If you bring the ad, you take 50, they take 50. If they bring the ad as GhanaWeb, they take 60, you take 40. Now, when you come back, you go for Amabroni's side. So that's the format of the show. Obia Oba show no subia, so we Jesus, so we Moses, so we Abraham. When him say show we format saying it here. Yeah, Mr. Sano no chinebi for bar. Now you come back to the old format, like I said, yeah, preferential treatment and our differences be. What am I saying? Show no format near then. Nipa na Oba show no, what is his rating like? Can Japan at a point in time hijack late evenings in Ghana, both YouTube and television? At that time, if you are a salesperson like myself and you go to any company and you say, I'm selling the Kene Japan time on Net2 TV, we are running a media house. Media is monetizing content. That's media. We are monetizing the content that we create. So we can pay ourselves, pay our utilities, take care of the business, and the business goes to employ more people. So now, am I wrong as a show producer with the format that has been running for some time, that if a guest is coming, I play a certain number of commercials? And I've said it somewhere, that the 15 minutes you said is exaggeration. Right? It could be, say, advert na bono, advert bu 1 minute. 2, 3.
Maybe quite 30 seconds.
So we know obey media. Let's be sincere. We've done media. No television station, radio station can play commercial 15 minutes. Do you know what is 15 minutes on radio and TV? Amatepa? 15 minutes. Hey, jingle. 35, 45.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. 15 minutes.
No, but I think 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
On the very high side.
Well,
hey, what are you talking about?
But
I think that even for this, it's not so much even about the number of minutes actually, as the number of different items within that space. So even in 5 minutes, we have about 10 adverts playing all long.
Yeah, if you're not on TSS, your bus station made promo. Who say advert? Don't get that one too wrong.
Okay.
I'm a sales guy, I sell. If a station, for instance, on GhanaWeb TV, when you're doing a live broadcast and you go for a break, you play station made promo. Like what promoting shows never station no.
Yeah.
What am I saying? So I can say Ebia, you promoting shows never station no. Anna, I could do 15 minutes. I can agree a bit, but no crap for every thing. What am I saying? Now let's deal with the issue. I like the point Karim made. Let's take Kenjaphone out of the equation. Let's put Sam George there.
Okay.
No, Sam George can't connect soon. Okay, then. So let's put another MPP guy there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's there. Kenjaphone is watching at home. We have an issue. If the station is supposed to work to repay itself so that it can sustain itself, so that it can grow, is that wrong? Back to the format. So on the format, no. Or you're a radio host, or format. Or but I say another tune name. You are a radio presenter. What I say another edition to him. Obof and young 5 I break one. Break no, maybe I'll obey LPM Sakahon. And see, we LPM no break boomer. When I'm 45 minutes. And your format. O guest, yes, here. O guest no cabe set so or more kasaka ma pick up certain details. The commentary he passed, I think he needs to apologize to the workers of Net2 Television. So we met him and I cannot be working with with one leg in, one leg out, because because the owner decides on what to do,
especially on set.
At any time. Now host in the crowd, what's the kind of name or man host back on being? Okay. Or man nickname be.
Oh, Mirefi.
What am I saying?
You don't answer now, okay. Mirefi.
Oh, yeah, my Ghana from my guy nickname. Some even call him incompetent because almost a second, just upon Kasa, he can't even interject and ask questions.
Yeah.
Are you exposing yourself, Kenjaphone, as quote unquote lack of system in your company? Who is the HR person? Are you the HR person? Because me, I will be a one name of Juma Emetsna machine. I won't do that. So what here GhanaWeb, more higher kofwa. Who receive you bar? Your mouth yes some test. You try one sana and the Juma because they say with me pass it. And see one yes I hiring. I think for me, his commentary on that issue was laughable, and he was exposing himself as an incompetent person.
So we
now try.
Oh, Miss Rose saying. I wanted us to. So the show has a format. So pause.
My pause.
We spoke to some viewers. We're asking them if you are watching a content, whether it's compelling or not, and there are adverts being played. What do you do? How do you feel? Do you watch it? What do you mostly do when adverts are being run? Here's what they said.
Sometimes it's boring, but you see, that's what you people do. I mean, you have to do for a living, so that the television or the radio station can get something.
I suggest that if the advert is about 12 or more than 12, I prefer maybe if they show maybe six of them. Later, after they went for break, they will show another 6. I think that would be okay than showing all the distance. No, we don't have that patience to be sitting waiting for all this advert.
Most of the times I do change the station to any another station of my choice.
Who enjoying program no? Yeah, na ye do be sorry nti uba program no nye debut. Omo ma advert no doors too much. Nti omo ye no mo ntwitwa so kakra mai.
Enu su de eka ejuma ne ho because movie na ye hwe no advert na eba no say enu na omo na etwa ka na ye hwe. Nti mi hu phone so ewo because advert no ba nu so na yesu ye hu asenya ma ye to nyama ye hia ye no.
So those are the views of some Ghanaians. Of course, I don't know what happens or what you do when adverts are being run. But Nana, before we went for the Vox Pop,
yes.
Now, also the employer should do what?
Mr. Kenny Japan, the comment he passed exposes his incompetence in his office, because if you come and sit every day, listen, every day Kennedy wants to, Second Japan wants to come out as a superhero. It's a very, very, very unnecessary comment that goes to break confidence of people that work for you. That goes to break even the understanding of the operations that we run in the office. But on home, say Rebecca said, Kennedy I can't. He has said on that's what he wants. So I will say mine. What kind of nonsense is that? No. Honorable. Honorable. HR. When you are on air, you have to be, you are not Kennedy Japan. You are there as Kennedy Japan as a guest. Speak on the issues. When you get off the set, you become the owner of the business. Approach
maybe that was also
management.
A script and content for the TV platform.
I was coming to that because at the point, because of the ratings that Net2 has been getting from that evening thing. When I saw it, the first thing I even told somebody in my office is that, hey, people are posting the video. No, it's coming back. But for how long will you do that to people? For how long? Said, Juma amount. Is it wrong? Say, you back up pay advert. No, it's me scammer company. No, it's not wrong. What am I saying?
Okay.
He needs to apologize to his workers. He doesn't need to do it privately to them. He needs to do it publicly. Just like how he sat on the show and said, I have to sack all of you. That's even disrespect to people whose children, whose wives, whose mothers will see the video. Or from it's like people have to work on eggshells now in the office. Now if you're in the office and you're doing something, you have to be very careful because you're not pamo. It's not right.
Can you wrap up and let's go?
Well, I think it's been interesting. For me, I just see that in this world, whatever it is, the way be a nyeska. Because from going to heaven to eating good food to being able to speak your mind, you know, scar a black.
Oh, they be having the
you have no idea. What are the chances of a poor person against? Don't pay attention to that biblical thing about how it is easier for the rich man, the poor man to go. It's not true. It's not true. Only scar, backbiting. I said, I'm was so okay.
That statement there, no crime.
But also, I have a big problem with the moral industry in this country. The moral industry that has gotten where she is today. That when eventually somebody like that goes to court and we have this puritanical crusader in the form of a judge coming to teach other people a lesson and all of those things. I think that as we go on, and as this, especially the showbiz industry continues to grow and all of that, I would hope that they would lead the way, and then we'd eventually get away from this moralizing system that we have in this country. It is not good for anyone.
But
it has never helped.
Without it, where are we headed?
Well, where are we headed? Why are we headed, saying?
If we are not paying attention to morals.
Yes. What does that... Since
at the end of the day, everybody will be doing what they want.
Yes, since we started to pay so much attention to that, what exactly has that also done for us? I mean, in comparative terms, wherever in this world that we would consider for some of these social actions and all of that to be more immoral than us. But the same people are running all over the place, anti-LGBT, blah, blah, blah. And next day, the Australian government or the ambassador who was leading the charge here was helping us to procure vaccines and all of that. We took them. So those things don't really matter. People's life, the quality of life that we need to give people is what we need to work on and stop the distraction with how long somebody's skirt is and all of those things. They have never helped anybody. They won't help us too, Grandpa.
Hey, those are the views of Karim. No idea. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is.
What do you mean, my final result?
I thought you had done it. Okay.
Hey,
Nana, final.
Hey, sana so for my I want to plan. I am a sacrificial so.
But only show here.
But on a more serious note, I'm sad. Sir, can the Japan incidents in see here on Net2 television? Not a single worker from Net2 that I've heard of seen has come out to question the commentary that was passed back in Japan.
Oh,
hey, Nana. Thank
you. So it comes back to the question. That takes me to my next point about morality in Ghana. Where you penny whisker in Casintiano, a Nejuma, obey wedding, you being here, obey say within, or you're powerful. Uja Ukasetiana. What the man said is disrespect to workers at Net2 television. We are not slaves working for people, bro. I don't in ya, will be. But Antony soon banisa. What am I saying? Antony banisada. Life is not made that everybody must open his own company and no. I was so big one movie kakra. No, we couldn't kakra.
And that does it for this episode of Bloggers Forum. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a broadcaster, a columnist, and a debater. He joined me with Nana Yauredu, aka Nana Yau 18, is evangelist, prophet. Nana Yau 18 is with OnePlayAfrica.com. We're celebrating our 22nd anniversary. It's GhanaWeb Then Now Later. That's the theme for this celebration. Hashtag is GhanaWeb22. Join our road safety campaign. Let's know what's happening on your roads. If you see anything unusual, anything that causes danger to the lives of individuals, film them, send them to us. Email is newswires@ghanaweb.com, newswires@ghanaweb.com. Let's get interactive on social media. On all platforms, the handle is @the-GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy.
I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To the
I
answer.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet. It gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Highway guardrails are boundary features placed on the road to protect vehicles from veering off into other obstacles or oncoming vehicles in the event of an accident. We see these in most of Ghana's highways, especially in the various parts of the country. One question remains though, what is the current state of some of these guardrails? Indeed, on many of our highways, one thing is common: destroyed or bent guardrails which have been left uncatered for over time. Whose responsibility is it to fix these, and why do they remain untouched? We hit the street to bring to light the state of some of these guardrails on the N1 highway and Awoshi Ablekuma highway in the wake of disturbing accident figures in the country. Later, we will get in touch with the appropriate authorities to speak to them on the issue and get a possible solution. This is GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. My name is Amos Eko Kofi. A visit to some parts of the N1 highway in the capital city, Accra, showed that most of these guardrails have been damaged and destroyed due to several accident cases recorded on the roads. Upon our arrival on the Awoshi Ablekuma highway, for instance, some remnants of destroyed guardrails had made their way into the sides of the roads, posing another threat for vehicles. This pedestrian guardrail, according to some residents, has been in this state for some time now without anything being done about it. In fact, according to them, the guardrail has been left like this since 2016 and has been left to rot.
For me, I think that we have men on the ground who are working, authorities. They must be up and doing. because this endangers the life of the driver and the pedestrian as well. So for me, I think that they should be proactive in doing their work for us to be safe on the road as well.
Sometimes it affects you, the drivers, a lot, because when driving on that N1 on a very tall speed, and maybe you lose concentration a little bit, and you see it maybe on a short notice, you see it, maybe it can cause accident. Maybe you're trying to dodge it, maybe you veered into somebody's road, and it might cause accident. That's my view. And so I'm pleading with the authorities. I don't know, GhanaWeb authorities or something of that sort, to at least do something about it, and at least it will help.
Sometimes trying to get into the outer lane becomes a little of an issue.
Oh, me and I go there and I got say baby sano cause more accidents. Last I was station was and I'm losing accident be happy on so I can be sana. Na ka be me for ko bia na bisa no ma peja Africa no mu a be me aboy pa. No be na.
So you heard him. He said this has been a very difficult issue for them. A lot of accidents have been caused because of this. So they are appealing to government to come to their aid.
These, over time, have done very little to avoid fatalities in the event of accidents on the stretch. Another stop by the news team on the N1 highway opposite the Abrantier spot revealed some other destroyed guardrails.
This is the N1 highway opposite the Abrantier spot. You can see how this guardrail has been damaged, all because of accident. It looks very scary and also poses a threat to the drivers right now, as you can see.
The issue was not different when the team got to the Niboy Town Junction on the N1 highway. Some of the guardrails were also destroyed, with some buried in the soil several years on.
Just at the Niboy Junction, you can see how it is damaged and exposed to the streets. A lot of drivers use the streets, and this can cause another accident because it's really close to the streets and vehicles are moving here and there.
This is the Achimota overhead. The guardrails here are not in any good shape either, and for many years, nothing has been done to reconstruct them. Authorities have been tasked to ensure the safety of road users, but in circumstances like this, who is to be held responsible? A street hawker who spoke to the news team explained that the guardrails pose a danger to them and authorities must fix them.
And then today, so be Chapman, we say, no, Chapman, in our sanity, the Unibofum, Emma to foam, and said, Sabo one car, send this one, and Carson got a lot of car, the F found us. There's a band to me at the beard at the found mine. It is a Chapman one when yonder or no 1 year. It was a bit blah. Now, when on the point and count, and last 6 services are no such Japan. Mammy pay, no said, no say a bonum, no suit, no son, and none had the apply. Emma, them I ain't on yes, soon money yet. Yet no point I buy, I am pleased for more pound. I don't know, soon, I'm afraid. I'm going to task me at the Edinburgh hospital. It's just a band to be a baby at the found.
Some drivers who spoke to the news team called on the appropriate authorities to tackle the situation and bring a solution in the immediate future.
Well, because of when I said it, you know, I'm passengers who want to cross anything via last time we came with a car because of no way in Sia Casabia or airful. When it's one I won't finish passengers in Duan could be on so I say, into Munya cross here straight, no more cross car bomb. Me who buy 5 times or her car bomb, they say about to be found any many because I search it.
You can join the conversation on road safety by following us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at the GhanaWeb, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos on road safety at GhanaWeb TV. My name is Amos Eko Kofi.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking,
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Statistics on accident-related deaths, as provided by the Metro Transport and Traffic Department of the Ghana Police Service, have been very staggering, and I'm referring to figures for March 2021. Hello and welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. My name is Lord Harry Sedwasare, and today we speak to another victim of road carnage. When we return from the break, we introduce our guest. Do stay. Welcome back. Our guest today is Emmanuel Tony. Well, everyone knows him at Pulse Ghana as Kojo Emmanuel. Emmanuel, thanks for agreeing to do this.
You're welcome.
How was the entire thing like? Your accident? It must have been a terrible one.
Yes, it's been very, let me say, disastrous, but I survived it. Let me start by narrating how everything started.
Do say.
It happened on the 3rd of April 2016 when my big bro said he got a lady, so he wants to do wedding or marry. So the whole family went to Nkoko, all the way the eastern region.
Where were you? Where did you move from?
We moved from Tema to Nkoko.
Okay.
My aunties, my dad, my uncles, my bro, and my sis. We are all seated in the vehicle. That is an oven, and looks like a family vehicle.
Okay. So essentially, how many were you in the vehicle?
We were about 14, 15.
Oh, it must have been a big oven then.
Yes.
More like a bus. Okay.
14, 15. They're sitting in the oven. So we left here on Friday, did the marriage ceremony on Saturday, and then Sunday we went to church at Nkoko, the same place. I forgot. The name of the town is. I've forgotten the name of the town.
That's fine. Okay.
But if I remember during the process, I'll tell you.
Sure.
So we did everything on Saturday. Sunday went to church, and we must leave that very Sunday and come back because people will be going to work on Monday the following day. So we set off that Sunday around 4 or 5 p.m. thereabouts.
So you had the, let's say, wedding lunch on the Sunday, the Thanksgiving service and all that.
Exactly.
And right afterwards, you decided to set up and come back to Accra.
Exactly.
I see.
So we set off.
That was around what time?
Around 4 p.m., 5 p.m.
Okay.
4 p.m., 5 p.m. We set off all the way from Nkoko. And then when we go to Mama Saman or Popasi, my sister got down. She alighted over there. I think it was around 6:30 to 7 when she alighted. And then the rest continued to this place.
Was it a commercial vehicle or it was a family kind of van?
Let me say it was a commercial vehicle, but
it was rented.
We rented it to the event.
So the driver was not a family member?
The driver is also a family member.
Okay.
Actually, he's the one who owns the car.
Okay.
He drives as well.
Okay.
So on our way back, around 7 on the motorway, we passed the motorway, the toll booth, headed towards Trasacco on the motorway, and there's a junction called a place called Coca-Cola and KICC, because I'm a regular user of the motorway.
Okay.
I use the motorway. I've been using the motorway since 2010.
Wow.
So
that's
yes.
a long time.
So, and I've been seeing a lot of carnages. Maybe a minute before I get to where our light, an accident happened. So the motorway is something I've been using since 2010. and my event sadly occurred in 2016. So when we got to KICC, in between Coca-Cola and KICC, I don't know how the thing happened, but the back tire burst and the front tire removed at once.
Back tire and front tire?
At once. At once.
Were they all at one side, or?
Let me say the right side of the back tire and the front side of the
left side.
The left side of the front tire.
Hey.
Boom. At once. And to me, I've seen that when such things occur, the driver needs to leave the car to go freely until it stops. But I think the driver, out of fear,
he panicked.
Yes, applied brake.
Oh.
And the car somersaulted and threw everyone out of the vehicle.
What?
It threw everyone out of the vehicle. It was disastrous. My mom, my dad, my aunties, everyone.
So this was about 14 people since your sister got off?
Yes. It threw everyone out.
Did you have your seatbelt on?
No.
Okay.
No seatbelts. Definitely, you ask yourself how many commercial vehicles have seatbelts for all passengers.
So there were no seatbelts, functioning seatbelts in the van that you were in?
Oh, perhaps the driver might have, because when that thing happened, it threw everyone out and the car mangled. So the only person left after the car somersaulted was the driver. He was the only one left
in the car.
In the car,
because he had the seatbelt on.
I think so.
Even short of words, you know, I'm talking to you. Front tie, back tie, both off.
Yes.
And so the driver hit the brake. Did he turn the vehicle? That's why someone assaulted, or just when he hit the brakes and then the car just sprung?
If I could remember very well, it's been 5 years now, since 2016.
It happened in 2016?
Yeah, 3rd April. I would say that I don't remember certain things. If I know that very well, because it's been very serious. What I know very well is that there's a gutter lying in between the left side of the motorway and the right side of the motorway. There's a gutter there. That was where I was lying in the bush, and my breath gone.
You passed out?
In fact, I died. I died at that moment. So, you know how whenever accidents happen, people gather, be shouting, accident, accident, accident. Around 7:30 to 8 p.m. thereabouts, people came around to see how the thing happened and stuff like that. So they came looking for me. They said, Emmanuel. They couldn't find him. My breath was gone.
But were you the only one who passed out? What happened to the remaining 13? Your siblings, your father, your mother, your
let me say, they all got injured. Everyone got injured. It was serious. But I was the only one that passed out.
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting at the back.
Far where the tiger burst?
Exactly. I was sitting over there. And I was sitting even with my cousin. Yes. I was sitting with my cousin over there. Let me say, she also got injured around her neck. But she survived. She's okay now.
Wow.
So, let me continue my story. Immediately, I was rushed. Like, when I was lying between the gutter, they were looking for me, they did not see me. So I'll be there, and then I'll breathe once. And I'll mention my name, Emmanuel.
You're mentioning your own name?
Yes. After 5 minutes, I'll breathe again. Or after some time, I'll breathe again and mention my name.
Why do you
Emmanuel.
Why do you think you're doing that?
I don't know. Maybe it's a miracle. It's a miracle from God, you know.
Is there Apart from you, is there anyone in your family called Emmanuel, or do you have a close friend called Emmanuel?
I have lots of Emmanuel. There's Emmanuel in my family, but I don't know them by face. Yes, let me say so.
Okay.
So I'll just be there mention Emmanuel. So when the accident happened, people came and they were like, if I can speak to you, when they got there, that was me. My breath gone. So they have to take a taxi straight away to the Tema General Hospital, because that's the closest hospital nearby, or near the neighbor hospital. So I was taken there, and straight away they started putting oxygen on me.
What was your state? Now, what exactly?
I'll come there. I will come to what you just said. The first oxygen finished, second one finished, and then after some time they have to transfer me to Kolebu. So I think after a day or two at General, I spent the whole year from April to December. I spent it at Kolebu.
From April to December?
Exactly.
Over 7 months?
Over 7 months. I was in coma for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, 21 days at Kolebu. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the hospital bed. I was like, Emmanuel. I asked myself, what are you doing here? Just to turn my face, my face to the right, my left, I saw that no, things are not that okay. And when that thing happened, I lost my memory. I lost my memory. If you ask me my name, I'll mention my name all right. You ask me, what do you do? Instead of being a journalist, I'll tell you I'm a teacher. I'm a science teacher.
Okay.
At where? A Shama government school. Because that was the school I attended. So I'll tell you I attended a Shama government school. All subjects, I say I'm a science teacher. Are you married? Yes, I am married. Who talks in hell just because of the memory?
But could you recognize any of your family members?
Come again?
Could you recognize any of your family members?
Oh, at the hospital?
Yes.
No.
You can't remember anybody?
No. But when I was discharged, I think after a day or two, I regained my memory. But I remembered all that the nurses asked me and the answer I gave them.
Really?
Yes. The answer I gave them.
Let's talk about whilst you were in coma. You know, there's something they say about perhaps life after death.
Yeah.
Well, for want of a better word. You were in coma for over 7 months, from April to December.
No, 3 weeks.
So it's for 3 weeks, pardon me. How was it like?
Well, it was tough. It looks like if you are dead, your body is gone. I mean, in fact, sorry, let's say your soul is gone.
You felt that?
Yes. Your soul is gone, but just your body is the one on there. It was tough. So I don't know. It's been long. If I want to remember some of these things,
you are free to express any emotion you want to.
It was tough. Really, really tough.
Any emotion you want to. This is very critical. It's not easy to be in coma.
Yeah.
And
because there are some people that have even gone to coma just for like 30 minutes. That's the end of it.
Come back.
1 hour. That's the minute. That's the end of it. 2 hours. A day. 2. But here's the case. I was in coma for 21 days. That's 3 weeks.
Yeah. So you did feel your soul leave your body? Can
yes.
you say you did?
Yes.
Did you see your body with your soul?
Well, let me say so, yeah.
Give me a little more.
The soul and the body, this one looks, let me say, Should I say spiritual type?
Don't worry, just say it. People need to know the truth. It's not like I'm letting you tell stories. You're the one who has been in it.
Yeah.
You know what you felt. You know what you saw. And this is about your life, people's lives. People need to know the effects of accidents. I mean, as it stands now, our roads are killing people more than diseases in the country. And this is your experience and to some extent your testimony, if I can put it that way. So just enlighten me. How was it? Did you get the people talk about a white light having the force pulling them, and you're saying you experienced a thing where you felt your soul leave your body, and you saw. Was that a distinction where, let's say, your body is here, and then your soul is looking on?
Yes. If I will come in, I will say that when it happened, to be in coma for
that long
weeks, it was like I've seen heaven, I've seen hell.
How do you mean?
I've seen heaven, like I've been to heaven and I've been to hell. I've seen both. That is how it is. I've seen heaven and I've seen hell. It was serious. You know, those watching might not believe it, like heaven is real or hell is real. Both exist. I've seen heaven and I've seen hell.
What did you see that made you think this is heaven and this is hell?
Well, what I've seen a lot. But what I'll tell people that, look, if you are strong or when you are alive and strong, do good in life. That's the only advice I give to people. Do good in life.
How has, okay, let me even ask you this before. What was the last thing you remember seeing or doing before you woke up?
Wow. It's been a long time now, so if it was fresh, I would have remembered the last thing I saw before coming to life again. Yes, but it's been some time now, so there are some things I need to just forget and move on since I'm back to life.
That's true.
Yes.
How has it affected you?
The accident has really affected me, because when I was discharged from the hospital, I realized that I couldn't walk. The bone in my right thigh got broken and I couldn't walk. So I was assigned to be going to physiotherapy for some time. So by the grace of God, I started going to physio little by little. And
so how were you moving?
Through the accident.
Now, how were you moving? You couldn't walk, so how were you going about it?
I was using
crutches? Okay.
And as well as wheelchair. For example, if I need to go to the physiotherapy, a taxi will come and take me, and then I go to the physio. Yes, basically that's what happened. And before I enter the physio, you have to lift me like a baby and put into the taxi. And when I get to the physio, I need to be in a wheelchair, and then I start the physio exercise until I think it took me like 3-4 months before I started to regain my body that
before you could walk.
I could walk.
So it took you about 4 months to be able to walk again after physiotherapy.
Exactly.
Apart from your leg, was there any other parts of your body that got affected?
Yes, my left arm. You know, there's nerves. It looks like an electric cable in our system. I think when you do like this, you can't see, but after the scan, when you are being scanned, you see all those things. And the doctors are there to tell you that this is here, this is here. The nerve serves like an electric cable in our system. Like for example, if you do drink, it connects to every part of the body to your brain. So if you are being shocked by an electric cable, you feel it. That's the work of the nerves. And for me to lift my arm, is the job or the work of the nerves. When it happened, my left arm, after the scan and everything, I noticed that it pulled out from the joint. Pulled out.
Your arm pulled out from the joint?
Yes.
The left arm?
Yeah, from the shoulder. Pulled out. If you look at the scan clearly.
Okay.
And the nerves got damaged. And that is called brachial plexus. The doctors or the scientific, that's the term given to it. Brachial plexus.
Brachial plexus.
Yes. I believe you can Google it and then you check the functions of the nerves. That is basically what it does. And so basically I can walk, but the major thing now is just on my left arm.
So is it that you cannot use it at all?
I can't. Basically, that is it. That is what has affected me.
So you can't lift your arm, you can't do anything?
Nope. But if I don't tell you my story, you wouldn't know that, hey, this guy is coming, this is what is wrong with him. I am even stronger than someone who is physically able, you know.
Do you feel in the arm?
Yes, I feel it if something pinch me. I feel it, yes. And, you know, let me say, I feel like, you know, after the accident, I was discharged from the hospital. You know, families, friends will come that, oh, let us go to this spiritual pastor, spiritual doctor, or whatever they call themselves. People who say they see things spiritually. Let's go to them to see what they can do. And my mom and my brothers, my fathers, everyone was concerned about me. So we've been to some pastors. I don't want to mention their names. We've been to some pastors and all that they say is, one, the accident is not a natural accident. So I was the main target to be killed. I was like, what have I done to people for them to kill me?
Yeah, about that. You were the only one who was gravely injured to the point that you went into coma.
Yeah.
But there were 13 or 14
in the vehicle.
What happened to the other passengers, your other family members?
Oh, they all got minor cuts, but they're okay.
Nobody got seriously damaged?
No.
Not even the driver?
No. They all got minor cuts, but I was severely injured.
Your cousin was sitting next to you. What happened to her? Was it a man or
a female?
A female. What happened to her?
Her neck.
Okay.
Neck. So, but I think she's okay. She's okay now. Yeah.
Wow.
So we've been to, as I was saying, we've been to some pastors, and they said
you were targeted to be killed.
I was targeted to be killed because the accident wasn't that, natural thing. If it were to be natural, everyone would have been eliminated, or would have died in the process. But I was the main target to be killed that day. So that is how it is. And when we go to this pastor, they'll say, oh, I can do it. I can do it. Oh, I can do it. And they charge. They take your money. They take our money, and after doing, they'll give you anointing oil, water, powder, soap, mineral drinks.
You tried it all?
You tried everything. Some of them even, you buy calendar. You take a date on the calendar.
Then you're supposed to take
and then you pray to God that this calendar, let's say I'm marking 25th, and by 25th I want everything should be okay with me. You mark the date will pass. Nothing. It's the same. It's even worse.
Why don't you want to mention the pastors' their names?
Yes, the pastors, that's what I'm talking about.
Why don't you want to mention their names?
Well, if I'm to mention, one, there is this pastor called Ejadan. He's at Kaswa. We slept over there. Ejadan. I see that guy as a crook. Oh yes. To me, currently I don't fear anything in life. I don't fear anything. I don't fear any human being. For example, they say war is coming, fight is coming, so people will be running. Me, I'll stay. Whatever happen, let it happen.
Okay. What do you think you could have done differently to have not ended in where you ended up, as far as the accident is concerned? Of course, it wasn't your fault that the tie got burst, but what do you think you could have done? The circumstances are different.
Yes, what I believe should have been done was when I'm about to set off, the driver should have checked that everything was okay with the vehicle before setting off. Yes. Okay. And basically that's what happens every day. Every day accident that happen on our main roads or on our roads. The drivers don't check whether their vehicles are in good condition or is in a good condition or not. They just load, put passengers inside and then straight off. And then whilst on the road going, an accident happens. Basically that is it.
What would you want to be done as far as the road safety is concerned?
What should be done?
Do you think the right approach as far as Ghanaians and government is concerned, do you think things have been done right?
You see, when it comes to road accidents, it's something that can be minimized or we can avoid. For example, when you look at our roads, road networks are very, very terrible. Our road networks are very terrible. And this goes to the MTTD, the police. Any vehicle coming and they see that this vehicle is not in a good condition, they should just stop the driver, let everyone get down, they take the vehicle to the station. Charge the driver, because life is precious. Just one person, you are going to perish about 20 people or 30 people in just an accident. So the police or the authorities must be up and doing. They must be up and doing. They need to get the drivers on their toes that, look, when your vehicle is no good, let it be out of the road.
Okay. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Tony, for sharing your story with us. It's been very enlightening, I must say. But this has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. We have been speaking to Emmanuel Tony of Pulse. He's a journalist. Shared a very brave story, but thank God he's okay today, and you heard his advice to all of us. My name is Lord Harris Dosari. Till we bring you another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. Be safe.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Television cameras are ready to roll, you should indicate to me. But I would like for us to take our prayer off air. So we'll do the opening prayer here. And I need you to applaud when I introduce you. Shall we try that? So, wait, we are not, wait. Wait for my cue small. Huh? When I say, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Carl Odami Jinti. Let's go. Let it be louder, small. And then when I say, please acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable George Mreko Duka. let me be honest with you. The way you clap for the minister is the way people will clap for you when you become minister. So let's try one more time. Honorable George Mrekoduka. Honorable George Mrekoduka. Into your care and into your fold. Father, we ask you that you give us the stimulation required to be able to delve deep into these matters that affect Ghana. Give us orientation, give us unction, spare us on in our thoughts, and we pray that by the end, there shall be no fall pass, nobody will miss their lines, and everything will be to your glory. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. So please resume your seats. So when we're ready to go, you can signal me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, here at the University of Ghana. It's always a great pleasure to come back to this university because this is the bastion of intellectual and academic stimulation. It felt great when I entered the university and I see some lecturers and professors here as well as some students. So let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the university. And everybody who had the privilege to school here, it's always great to come back. Now, today, we are going to be involved in something that moves the Ghana project forward. We understand that it's a holiday, but it's also a day to be stimulated intellectually about something that really, really has afflicted our progress for many, many, many years. Before I get down to the nitty-gritty, let me welcome everybody who is watching us from the rest of the world or from everywhere else in Ghana, because this event is live on Ghana Television, GTV, Joy News, TV3, Net2 Television, City TV, Asasi Radio, MX24, and the Facebook page of the Ministry of Information. So everybody who is around the country watching, it feels great to be with you today because we're going to be involved with something that moves Ghana forward. And wherever you may be, if you're interested in the progress of Ghana, I entreat you, stay tuned in, keep watching, and let's think about what is going to bring progress to our country. You can join us. In fact, we need you to join us. We would have preferred that everybody was in this room here, but you know it's COVID, and we had to stick strictly to the protocols. And therefore, we are asking you to join this almost as a webinar, almost as something that is happening right in your room, and you're part of the conversations. So you can join us on WhatsApp, and the number is 055-148-3158. 055-148-3158. So having said that, let me cut to chase. What are we going to be involved with for the next 1.5 hours or 2 hours? Ghana is the land of gold. We've known that for many years. In fact, the Portuguese came to Ghana in 1471 when they had discovered gold. The Elmina Castle was built in 1482, and it was called Castelo São Jorge de Mina, which means St. George's Castle built on the mine. 1482. So how long have we been mining gold? 1582, 100 years. 1682, 200 years. 1782, 300 years. 1882, 400 years. 1982, 500 years. To 2021, we've been mining gold for more than 530 years. But gold is not the only one. There is salt. There is manganese. And there are all these incredible minerals. But what do we as a country get from these minerals that God has so graciously put under us? Well, since independence, we could not mine the gold ourselves. So we brought in companies that could mine. And when these companies mine, we take a percentage share. The more they mine, the more we get. But if for any reason they are unable to mine, we get a pittance. But there's a problem. The problem is that the royalties which accrue to us, or our percentage share of what we get from what they mine, we use these royalties to fund parts of our budget. So if they're inconsistent or undependable or they fluctuate, then we cannot be able to consistently fund our budgets. So we got a bright idea that how about if we use these royalties to guarantee dependable cash flows so that we can fund our budget, so that we can use this. Now, in 2018, government set up Act 978, or Parliament passed Act 978, which established the Minerals Income Investment Fund, or what has become known as the MIF. Now, among other things, MIF is charged by the law to invest some of the incomes that we get from our mineral resources. The law is one thing, operating the law has been another. In 2011, we tried, under Professor Tamils, to set up the gold company. We suspended it. In 2020, we tried again to invest our mineral resources. We suspended it. The question is why? Why haven't we been able to do it? Why have other nations been successful at it? So today, we are inviting you to get into this thinking of whether we should, we must, or we can even invest our resources from minerals, or our royalties from minerals. And that's why it gives me great pleasure that wherever you may be, you should join us today. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're here and you're excited to be part and you're home, let me hear you give me a round of applause or give this. So today's event is wholly owned by the Minerals Income Investment Fund. And it gives me great pleasure to bring to the mic the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Investment Fund, Mr. Yauba. After Mr. Yauba speaks, I'll be introducing to you some of the dignitaries we have here in the auditorium. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Yauba as he comes to speak. Oh, don't stop.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And good afternoon once again. And you are all welcome, our guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be very brief on this topic, since you might have heard a lot about MIF, that is Minerals Income Investment Fund. This fund was set up in the late 2018, that is August, by Parliament of Ghana. And what is contained in this act? I think Ghana has a history with regards to production of minerals. And currently, as I'm speaking now, if you look at the table, Ghana is the leading producer of gold, beating South Africa and others. They follow in that order. The Minerals Income Investment Fund, like I said, was created by Parliament of Ghana in 2018. That is Act 978. And I will limit myself to the objects and the powers and other few things of the Act. If you look at the Act, there are three main objectives of the Act. The first of this is that, like our moderator said, Ghana has reached a stage that we need to maximize the value of income generated from minerals, that is minerals. If you look at, like, compared to that of cocoa, Ghana reached a stage that there was the need to add a value to the cocoa product. And in a similar way, we of MIF is looking at this picture in a larger way. That is, through maximization, we'll be adding a value to the money generated by these mineral royalties. Two, the second aspect of which I'll be speaking on is that of the Section 3, that's the powers of the fund. And if you look at the powers of the fund, among the important one is MIF has been clothed with power to use this resource to create extra income for the state. And how do we do so? It is through this monetization that is in a very transparent and acceptable and responsible manner. So through these powers, MIF was able to create what we call a JAPA, to enable us to enter other stock exchange markets to generate further income for the state. And if you look at the Act, of all the revenues collected, 20% of this 100% is not part of this EJAPA transaction. That is EJAPA, which is 100% owned by the people of Ghana. It is 80% of this that will be going into the EJAPA transaction. The 20% will be ceded to that of the Mineral Development Fund. That is, it's not part of the transaction with regard to. So I just want to make the picture clear that first 20% of all the royalties collected, 20% will be going to the Mineral Development Fund, and this will be paid out to the various agencies like the STU and various schemes and mineral, Mencom and whatnot. That's where they derive their money. And of this money, that is 80% left, MIF will be owing 51% of this. So it's only 49% that is will be sold at the external market. When Parliament passed this law, subsequently there was the need to pass other subsequent acts, which will make the MIF to be able to stand on its own and progress further and achieve the goals envisaged under the Act. So this led to the subsequent passage of other ancillary agreements like investment fund, relationship agreement, and whatnot by the Parliament of Ghana in the late, that is somewhere around September of last year. So MIF is on the path to achieve the objectives envisaged under the Act. And one thing I want to remark, as His Excellency the President, during the inauguration of MIF, said that it is a sad chapter that this country will be in this vocation for over 300 to 400 years. But we own the gold, but it appears we don't own it. Why am I saying so? Look at other nations like South Africa, other neighboring West African nations. The gold in these countries are indigenously owned. Just to bring your attention that the recently millionaire, is even almost a billionaire, who has been elected as CAF president in the person of Mr. Masope. I think anybody who knows him, he is one of the indigenous Africans who own a large chunk of gold in South Africa. And the major benefit of this nation owning it is that when these monies from gold go outside, it comes back to the nation because it is indigenously owned. So, per this very act, one of the objectives of we of the MIF, and going by the wisdom words of His Excellency the President, that Ghana has reached a stage that there must be the need to encourage indigenous investment in this area. Because in Ghana, we've been doing well everywhere, but it appears our gold are all foreign owned. And also, just to clear misconception regards to, we have only 16 mining companies that will be part of this EJAPA concept. It's not all the mining companies in the country. And also, concluding, Ghana continues to sit on gold, and we continue to sit on money, because apart from the gold, we have other minerals like the quarries, sandstone, manganese, and others, of which we of the MIF are working seriously around the clock to see how we can prepare and push this one for make the nation achieve its major objective. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Chief Executive. Today's event is about people with the know-how. It's about technocrats. It's about people who have experience with the conversation and how to do it. So this is about the Minerals Income Investment Fund. Yes, and the Chief Executive alluded to the EJAPA deal. Today's conversation is much bigger than the EJAPA deal. It's about the entire architectural framework that we should work with. And that's why it gives me great pleasure to bring to the mic our next speaker. But even before I do that, let me introduce some very important people here. I'd like to start off with the Honorable Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. A thunderous round of applause for the Honorable George Mreko Duka. And Honorable George Mreko Duka is also the chairman of the Mineral Incomes Investment Fund. So here he wears two hats. And if I was wearing those two hats, I would say another round of applause for me. Thank you very much. Now, as I intimated earlier, this event is live everywhere on planet Earth. It's going through GTV, Joy News, TV3, Net2 TV, City TV, Asasi Radio, MX24, and it's on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Information. I'm sure if you were to look on Facebook as well, there'll be countless bloggers who are also streaming it live. And remember, you can join in the conversation. If you have a pressing view or a question about how we can monetize our incomes from royalties, kindly send it to us via WhatsApp. And this is 055-148-3158. So WhatsApp line is 055-148-3158. So I said those who are owning the conversation today are some stalwarts. If we were in Chi, we would say some ekukudam who have knowledge of the deal, and they'll be sharing their knowledge with us. So let me first introduce to you Mr. Kwame Atatnuama Mensah. Because we're in Legon, we have to say these things, right? because Kwame Atta-Nyamah is a resource governance expert. Resource governance expert. But he's a product of the Oxford Blavatnik School. So he went to Oxford and he went to Paris School of Mines, and he's been doing this job for 25 years. So if there's anybody who can speak to these issues, he is on the stage today. And please put your hands together for Kwame Atta-Nyamah. Kwame, let's see you. Kwame, let's see you. Don't be so modest. Thank you. Kindly sit down. Sorry, Kwabena Atta-Nyamah, not Kwame. Kwabena Atta-Nyamah. Kwabena, please forgive me. Kwabena Atta-Nyamah. So a round of applause for Kwabena. Now, joining us by Zoom, because it is possible, and today we live in this incredible technological era, is a man who is really distinguished in his work. His name is Hene Eku Kwapong. Now, Hene wears so many hats. I may bore you if I went through all of it. Safe to say that he was at MIT, he was at Columbia, is a former vice president of GE Capital and Deutsche Bank. He works at it's just too many things. Worked on Wall Street. So Hene is joining us. Hene, you're in New York, I believe. If you can hear us, yeah. Can we hear Hene? So a round of applause for Hene. Hene, allow us to give you a round of applause. Yeah, and Hene is also at the CDD, incredible guy, and he'll be sharing his view on how we undertake this enormous project for the benefit of Ghana. But here today, it gives me great delight to bring to the mic our principal presenter today. He's worked in structured finance and intermediaries for over 15 years. He's been involved with many of the things that Ghana has done. He has close knowledge of how to monetize resources, and therefore permit me to bring to the mic Dr. Carl Odami Genti, and he's going to be our main presenter for today. Thank you, Carl. Thank you. You've got 30 minutes to bring us to your incredible mind and what you believe we should be doing. Another round of applause for Carl.
Thank you very much. Hi, how are we? How are we doing? Right. So again, it's great privilege to be here this afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. Those who are watching us, it's good to be at your premise today. Let me say a big thank you to the Minerals Investment and Income Fund, and of course, the Ministry of Information for organizing this lecture. I mean, these are the sort of things we are looking out for in this country, where we will all come together, dialogue, look at solutions, and how best we can move this country forward. So thank you very much for organizing this event. And also, let me take this opportunity to wish everyone happy May Day. Workers' Day today is Workers' Day for us, and I believe those who are watching on radio, who are listening to us on radio, watching on TV, and even on Facebook, it's good to come your way again. In fact, I'm really honored to be part of this discussion, which has gone on for some time. But indeed, today we are here to look at how best we can address all the issues. So, in brief, we'll go through my slide, and let me be quick to mention that the views I express here are my personal views and does not really reflect the institution I work for. So these are my personal views. Right. So in today's presentation, I'll look at global outlook, how global outlook looks like, trends, concept, how mineral investment and royalties even outside is being handled, and also give some recommendations. And I believe we are here to provoke ourselves. How can we move this country forward? So that will be our key focus for today. So globally, I mean, facts and figures are there. They don't lie. IMF is projecting that global growth is around 6%. As we speak, the vaccine about 1.13 billion doses has been administered worldwide, and also about 3.2 people have died out of COVID. So in fact, COVID is here with us and we cannot do away with it. But in the midst of all this, there's still prospect for stronger and economic recovery. Emerging fiscal stimulus packages from government are giving all over stimulus packages to help countries come out from this situation we find ourselves in. There are also worrying signs that the gap between economies might increase. That's to say that the rich will be rich and the poor will be poor. But in times like this, we are all looking at how best, even in this pandemic, we'll be able to come out of it successfully. Now, from a global trend, in terms of how gold is performing, I mean, we all know gold as a safe haven benefited immensely from the pandemic in 2020. And this was really sustained by continual monetary easing by major central banks. However, in 2021, gold prices are expected to sort of reduce to about $1,740 and about from $1,793 in 2020. So it tells you that globally, gold prices are taking shape, and it's important that as we are having this discussion, we put that into perspective. I mean, we have also seen a sharp rise in U.S. interest rates around 0.2 to 0.25, which is giving a stronger dollar weight on the gold recently. But a rebound back economic activity and a lower gold price have provided opportunities for consumers and strategic investors like us. So really, there's a lot at stake on the global front where gold prices are trading and what is required from us. But it's important to know that spot prices for gold in 2020, gold prices were peaked around 1,009 thereabouts, which tells you that is the highest in history. Gold prices moving up to 1,009 in 2020 was highest in history. That really presents opportunity for us as a country. But the question we want to ask ourselves today is that, have we taken advantage of all the opportunities we see? Today in Ghana, gold mining is dated back in pre-colonial era, and it has been the mainstay for the lives of Asantis, the Dentra, Wasa, Akan, and other state economies. In fact, since gold mining in Ghana has evolved in major industries, contributing about 5.5% of GDP. So we are so much resource with gold that it's contributing that much to us as a country. When you go to Obuasi today, when you go to Takwa, Pristia, Pifu Praso, Ahanta, and the likes, gold is in abundance. But the question is, how have we been able to take advantage of all the mineral resources we have today? Last week, I was in Obuasi for some event, and when you get to Obuasi, it's just Obuasi as you see it. The question is, have we been able to leverage on the gold we mined in Obuasi and capitalize on it to develop the country? It's a question we all must answer. So, over time, I mean, various major mining companies have been set up in Ghana and supporting with the developmental agenda. The last time I checked, we have about 23 mining companies. The key 6 of them being Anglo Gold, Ashanti, Asanko Gold, Goldfields, Chirano, Golden Star, Pesos Mining, and the rest. And out of these 23 mining companies, just 3 of them contribute about 53% of the revenue we have in Ghana. So it tells you that, and the painful aspect of this is that all these mining companies are foreign-based. So some are from US, some are from Canada, Australia, South Africa, and the likes. All are foreign-based. We don't have today a local mining company. We can say that this mining company is for Ghana, and for that matter, we can be so much confident about. And this is because mining is capital intensive. You need a lot of resources to put up a mining. But all the mining companies we see today are foreign-based. So today we are here to provoke ourselves. We are here to have the discussion, the dialogue, devoid of any other things you may think of. But how can we move this country forward in terms of leveraging on the resources we have to support our country? Now, And this is evidence, the names I mentioned is evidence on the impact it has had a couple of years on the economy. Today, the mineral royalties from 2007 was about 40.8 million, the mineral royalties we have as a country. In 2010, it rose to 144 million cedis. In 2014, it rose to 470 million. In 2018, it was 705.26 million. And in 2020, the mineral royalties in the country was just 1 billion. So look at all the mining companies and the mineral royalties which comes to us as a country. Is it not a time for us to start the conversation? Is it not a time for us to have those thought-provoking discussions to see how best we can move this country forward? Again, from 1990 to 2019, total gold production has moved from 946 per ounce to 4.792.29 per ounce in 2019. So gold production is on the rise. But then, how have we been able to stand and how have we been able to take advantage of all the gold production which is ongoing in Ghana? This is why we have to have the discussion. This is why we have to start the conversation and see how best we can take this nation forward. But the good thing is that South Africa has been in the business for only God knows how long. But today, in 2019, Ghana has overtaken South Africa in terms of gold mines. And I think it's a good development for us. If for all the years from only God knows how long we've been trailing behind South Africa, in 2019, we have been able to take the lead and supporting our gold industry is something good which we think we should be proud of. In other countries, comparing to the likes of Sudan, they produce about 76, Mali 71, Burkina Faso 62, Tanzania 48, DR Congo 52, Zimbabwe 38.7, Ivory Coast 41.9. So Ghana as a gold producing country, this is the time we have to have those discussions which will move the nation forward, and this will help us to put our resources into good use. So, but the point is that the nation has not been able to fully benefit from the gold as expected due to a number of reasons, which I'm sure viewers watching, those listening to us on Facebook, you know what the answers may be. But more importantly, I believe that it's because of our inability to track our gold resources. Our oil revenues are being tracked well and utilization is on track. But the question is, on gold resources, have we been able to track them as expected? It's something we have to address. Again, our inability to use gold resources to leverage on additional resources to develop. We have not been able to do that. These are key questions we must address. International gold companies extract value from Ghana's resources, and there has been limited reinvestment in the gold sector. As I mentioned, about all the mining companies are from outside. Majority of them are from outside. Canada, Australia, US, and the likes. Have we been able to redevelop the gold that they took away? When these gold mines are depleted, the question is that will Ghana be able to live with any royalty resources and no income? Ghana will be left with no royalties, no income, and no resources. So this is why it's important we have the conversation on mineral royalty. Is it good for Ghana? The question is, the answer is all of us to answer. The question is for all of us to answer. Is it good for Ghana? It's something we have to look at. Furthermore, even though we have been mining for over 100 years, and as my colleague said, we have been mining in Ghana only God knows how long. The painful thing is that our mineral royalties contribute less than 1% of total revenue and grant. The whole mining in Ghana, our mineral royalties is less than 1%. So, for example, in 2011, our total revenue and grants was about 12.6, and out of that, our mineral royalties was just 222 million. In 2019, being more recent, our total revenue and grants, that's excluding mineral royalty, was 52.3 million, and out of this, our mineral royalties were just 1 million. So you see, we as a country have to really do something about this. It's not a time to say this person has done this or this person has done that. But what's the way forward in terms of managing our royalties to an acceptable level where we'll be able to develop the country? I think it's very important we discuss that. And that brings me to my next topic, which is the concept of monetization. And that is why we are here today. Concept of monetization. I mean, the term monetization may look so big to a lot of people, but in real sense, it's not anything so big. A gold royalty is just a contract that gives the owner, i.e. the gold royalty company, the right to a percentage of gold production or revenue in exchange for an upfront payment. And that's all what mineral royalties is about, being monetizing it. So gold royalty companies use this contract as a way to finance mining companies in need of capital. Today, if a mining company wants to set up, they have to go to the bank to borrow. And because of single borrowing limit for some of the banks, they will not be able to raise that needed funding to set up the capital the mining companies will need. At best case, the banks will say that let's syndicate and raise the funds for the mining company. But when we have a mineral royalty company in place, this is where we'll be able to say all the mineral royalties we have in this fund, let's leverage on it and support our local mining. Again, we have not seen that our local mining sector is developing. It needs investment, but it is not there today as we speak. So since royalties typically covers the life of the mine, gold royalties benefit from exploration outside. That may extend the life of the mine, and that increases the amount of revenue we need. So the concept of monetization is really good. I mean, I speak from very objective view. Whether you have a different view, that is fine. But to me, looking at the benefits thereof is what is important to all of us. But there are two types of royalties where we have the net smelter returns royalty, where in this case, the agreement where the companies agree to pay the royalty owner a percentage of the revenue, less the financing cost. So we can decide to look at the net smelter returns, where we pay a percentage. Or we can also decide that we look at the net profit interest royalty. And with this, the agreement that allows the royalty owner a percentage of the profit from the mines. So after the mines declares profit, an agreement can be struck to say this is what belongs to the royalty company. So in today's discussion, there are a few things I want us to look at. I mean, if we are serious about doing mineral royalties and setting up, these are things we have to consider, and these are areas which is very critical for us to develop. One, we must review the scope of all agreements. I mean, when Japan came, there were a lot of discussions around it, and I totally agree. If people don't have much information, they may have sentiments they may express, and that is why today we are having the discussion, a forum where we can discuss the pros and cons of setting up a mineral royalty company to support this. Again, we have to consider safeguarding against the risks of undervaluation. This is something a lot have spoken about, but again, I'll leave it for us to discuss. How are we going to do the valuation in terms of the concessions that has been given? It's very important. We have to also look at how we can disclose assumptions underlying the valuation. So when we are discussing like this, people have resentment, people want to understand what actually went into the valuation of the royalties. Whether it's small, whether it's big, we have to have those holistic discussions. And of course, whatever monies that will be received, we should ensure it's being put into good use so that it can be tracked at any given level. And that is very important for us to consider if we are trying to monetize our royalty. It's also important that we build consensus. And the consensus is what we are doing today, that, look, we can all discuss what's the good way forward. How can we all come together and ensure that the monies that are going to be raised in this monetization is being put into good use? Importantly, things are changing. The world has changed and has become very sophisticated. So we have to also change the things we do. We have been mining in Ghana for more than 100 years. More than 100 years. But what do we have to prove? we can't continue to do the same things over and over and expect a different results. We have to challenge ourselves and do something new. So monetizing a portion of our future gold royalties prudently reduces Ghana's heavy budgetary risks. And Kojo mentioned that earlier. It will help all of us. We have to do a lot of transactions to ensure we support our budget. But if we have these royalties in place with allocation or a portion into this fund, it will help all of us. Again, to sum up, the key recommendations I'm giving out is that a lot is at stake for this country in our gold royalties management, and we need to discuss to find a best fit solution for it. There is also the need to address the misconceptions around mineral royalties. A lot of people don't understand it, and that is why today we are all here to brainstorm, why we are all here to discuss how best we can let everybody understand what is this whole concept about mineral royalty. There is also a need to have broader stakeholder engagement. Sometimes it's good today we are having this forum where we can share ideas, where we can all come together and say that this is good for Ghana. And even to the communities. Today you go to a lot of gold mining communities and there's nothing to write home about. They have nothing to prove for. And it's very painful when you see how gold has been mined in several communities for hundreds of years and they don't have anything to prove for. So today, we are here to challenge ourselves. We are here to discuss how best we can leverage on the mines we have, on the gold we have. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Carl. Carl. So that was quite exhaustive there, that we've been mining for so long. We haven't been able to leverage the resources that come from our gold, especially the incomes that come from it. Gold accounts for 5% of our GDP, so that's a lot of money. If the GDP conservatively is $60 billion, gold accounts for 5%. That's $3 billion. So that's no mean money. And that's why today it's important that we have a conversation around this. But joining us on Zoom is Hene Akukwapong, and then Kwabena is also here with us. Hene, you may have to unmute your mic because the first time we did not hear you. So can you hear us now, Hene? Kindly unmute your mic. We cannot hear a word.
I can hear you now.
Blessings, Henny.
Can you hear me now?
Everybody around the globe can hear you now. Thank you so much for joining us. What are your thoughts after listening to Carl's presentation? What are the things that occupy the first frames of your mind?
Okay, well, let me begin by thanking you guys for giving me an opportunity to actually be part of this. One of the things that I think we need to do is to take a step back. When I started working for Deutsche Bank on commodities, and specifically doing a lot of structured deals in gold with places like Peru and Mexico, one of the books that my boss gave me to read was a book by a guy called Peter Bernstein. And the book was titled The Story of Gold, with the subtitle of A History of Obsession. And when you read that book, one of the things that you notice is that gold has never really built any country in this world. And because there's an obsession that we all have with this gold that often at times obscures a lot of things that we need to do to actually make it beneficial for the country. The comment that the presenter made, for instance, I think the CEO also made that comment that Ghana is now the leading producer of gold, and we passed South Africa, right, among African countries, which is great. The problem is that is actually quite a bigger problem, because the only reason why Ghana is now a bigger producer is because two big South African companies are doing more in Ghana. So if you actually take the value that we get per ton of gold as a country, it's actually way down. So all we're doing is we're digging up the gold for others to then basically create value along the whole value chain, all the way to the jewelry and the central bank, bullion, and all that stuff. So we really should try not to be, we sort of have to step away from the obsession and really understand that when it comes to it, you know, we have almost about 1,000 metric tons of gold in the ground. There are almost eight countries that have more than we do. So 50 years from now, those 8 countries include the US, Australia, Canada, and those guys are also the best folks that have organized the biggest companies that are working in our own country. So it's almost as if somebody has left their larger resources to come to your country to take your stuff. So 50 years from now, my biggest concern is if we do not take care, we actually may not have the opportunity to even make money from gold, because others would have monetized it and they would have had still a lot of resources left back in their country to actually put to use however they want. So I think
exactly, Hede. Isn't that why we need to make a stronger and a bolder case for us to monetize? I actually think the research suggests that there's more than 1,000 metric tons we have in the ground, but be that as it may, other countries have more than us. Shouldn't that be the reason we are more intent and deliberate about using what we get now to further create wealth, so that by the time the resource is exhausted, we would have built off that?
Exactly. And you know, the way I will actually like to illustrate it to the public is this. Just imagine we are a family and we've been given a house by our parents, right? We will rent the house out, and whoever rents the house out would say, okay, I will pay you 1,000 cedis every year for the next 30 years. Well, you can sit and collect 1,000 cedis every year for the next 30 years. And guess what? When Airbnb comes to the town and other people build homes, people will stop renting your home. So the best thing to do is you can actually go to a bank and say, hey, you know what? I have 30 years of 1,000 cedis coming in. Can I get some more money and actually build better homes as we go along and actually be able to expand the money? Because if you sit and just collect, as we're doing right now, you'll be given whatever you have. And the worst part of it is this. 10 years from now, 1987, gold price was $300, and it shot up by the end of 1990 to about $700. And we all thought, oh, let's make money. About another 10 years later, it was back down to 250. And a lot of gold companies went bankrupt. About 50 gold companies got reduced to about 12. And our own Ashanti was like number 12, worth about $430 million. So 50 years from now, you know, with the whole world changing, you know, we cannot just sit and collect. If we sit and collect, you know, in Ghana right now, there is no gold industry in terms of even the jewelry shops, right? The local companies are not well resourced, you know, so all these local companies, if I've gone and seen some of them, they're using medieval methods to actually do, even though we've licensed them, and they have no other capital. Goldfields last year did a royalty deal off of its revenue coming out of Ghana and to supplement its investment in Peru. And so we have to think seriously about doing something. You know, but we just can't be rent collectors. If you're a rent collector, someday your house is going to fall.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, what baffles me, and I want you to hold your thoughts and I'll come to you in a bit. What baffles me is, why have we been sitting and collecting all this while when there are these incredible ideas globally that people have been leveraging and making so much money? Why have we been rent collectors all this while? And I want you to marinate on that thought for a while. Because I'll come back to you. I've got resource governance expert Kwabena Taniyama Mensah here with me. Kwabena, so you heard what Carl said, that the time has come for us to do this. And Kwabena alludes to the fact that we can't forever be rent collectors. The question is, why have we been stuck in this rut for so long? And your general thoughts also on Carl's presentation.
Okay, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, and happy May Day to all of you out there. And
kindly speak up for us a little bit.
Here with us.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon to all. Yeah, so Carl's presentation basically summarized, why we have to do monetarization. He and you before him stated the case that it's 500 years or more that we've had gold on our shores, that people have mined gold from our shores, but we have nothing to show for it. This has happened basically because, one, due to an asymmetry of knowledge, that is knowledge between the host country and the investors that come in, we end up making not so good deals. So we always start off at a disadvantage, even from the agreement stage. Secondly, we need to make sure that this gold that we're getting out and is being mined out has linkages to the rest of the economy. Because he mentioned that there's a value chain along that is being developed in South Africa. I'll give you one example. If you go to Botswana, they are a diamond-producing country like ours, with just under 5 million people. Sierra Leone, our next-door neighbor, has basically the same geology and kind of amount of gold that Botswana has. But what is what Botswana did? They struck a deal with the BS that only 50% value of the diamonds will go to them, and the rest of it will stay in country. And then they went further and insisted that the diamond is polished, value addition is made to the diamonds in Gaborone, in Botswana. And it has turned their economy around. They were the fastest growing African economy for a long time. This is what we haven't done. How do we get there? How do we monetize our gold such that we can also build a capacity in the local industry, build Ghanaian champions that can add value to our gold in country, and therefore build value
But are they two separate and distinct ideas? Is monetizing gold not different from building a value chain, or you see an intrinsic connection?
Here it is. Monetizing gold gives you the upfront value, the upfront cash, the upfront funding that we can use to set up what will be required to have the value chain develop effectively and efficiently in Ghana. It's one sure way of getting the funding that we need to build capacity, to build the local content, to build local industry that will add value, apart from what the royalties will fetch us. So yes, I am all for, take the royalties, put it in a monetization policy and in a monetization structure like we want to do, and then from it, we get the funding that we need to build the capacity. Basically, we need to build the linkages along the value chain for not gold only, for manganese and for some of the other minerals that we are mining. I'm glad that the government has taken bold initiative in regard to the other minerals, bauxite and iron ore. That's a game changer for us. If we can do same for gold, as we haven't done in the past 100 years, with this monetization thing, we are going to be still where we are 10 years down the line.
I'm tempted to go off the seams a little bit, even though I want to stay with the discussion. You see, when you say, okay, let's monetize and use the money to build the capacity, people are not so sure. When you say you use the money to build the capacity, you actually get around to doing that. And they may not give you that confidence or vote of confidence to say, okay, because of that, monetize. Or because of that, go ahead and monetize. How do we assure the people? If somebody was listening to me in Wenchi today, or somebody was listening to me in Obuasi, how do you assure that person that taking money, monetizing, will duly get into building capacity for the value chain development?
Well, I think that's what gave birth to the MMIF. And it's a very bold initiative that has taken source. It's It's grounded in the Parliamentary Act 1978. It's been amended in 1024, and it gives the MIF the chance to bring in an SPV that will manage it independently. So for those who are doubting whether this will go what to do, the MIF is the answer. They've been set up and they're being resourced to make sure that they take the resources that will come, the royalties, any other stream that will come from our gold mining, and invest it. And through that investment, the growth, the linkages, the growth that we require from this industry will be realized. But if we leave it as it is and the royalties come trickling in and there's no central body to manage it and to make sure that it's prudently utilized so that the revenue is spread equitably and on time, we will be where we are now.
So the initial question I actually had two parts. One was Carl's presentation, which you've ably commented on. The second part was, why have we been stuck in the rent collection mode all this while? I mean, since independence. Because basically before independence, when people mined, they took it to their country for the value chain to be developed. But since independence, we've been stuck in this rent collection mode. Why?
Well, I think the answer is in somebody who is bold enough to go through it. I think there's been a first, and you alluded to it, there's been a first attempt by the NDC in 2011, thereabout. The Ejapa deal with MIF was another attempt to do it just last year, 2020. We have, in a learning curve kind of way, learned what we can do and what we can't do with this. It is now the time, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, that it's a Ghana thing. This thing gives Ghana the leverage. It gives Ghana the possibility, the potential to develop an all-rounded gold industry that will give more to us. We have to look at how, if and how this is going to be done going forward. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation about this. There's got to be the need to move beyond the law that we've passed, the opposition and the uncertainties around certain part of it. I think a lot of that is being answered now. We have to move forward. Move forward.
So we have to move forward. And Hene, stay with me for a bit because I want to be coming to you. Carl, you said in your presentation that we need to review holistically all contracts, right? I'm worried about stability agreements that these mineral companies also have, which is supposed to safeguard against stuff like this. So when you say review holistically all contracts, exactly how do you mean? And how does that positively then affect what we intend to do with the monetization schemes that we are thinking?
Right. I mean, let me say that globally, this mineral royalties is valued about 72 billion. Countries like Norway, Canada are already doing it. So it's not something new. Let's put that on record. Mineral gold monetization is not something new. But it's something new for us here, and that is why there is a bit of uncertainty, mistrust, misconception, and all those things coming in. But the way they are structured has been made possible because all agreements were made open. There were full disclosures. So I believe where we are now, what the onus lies on us to be transparent in terms of what we want to do. I'm into academia. When things are coming for us to look at, we look at it from a very holistic view. We don't take one angle and look at it. So my point is that if there are any agreements surrounding mineral royalties, it should be open and transparent to everybody. Everybody must know what is in it for us, not as if people are trying to hide anything. And I believe when we get to that level, there will be openness and people will appreciate what we are trying to achieve.
So the question I'm asking you really is, so you show up at the door of Anglo Gold Ashanti and you say, hang on, we want to renew our contracts with you and we want to review it. How does that work?
I mean, that's why we have the MIF in place to do that. And it was set up by an act of parliament. They have the powers to go into that space. So they have to lead us. We have to have the conversation, let them know the importance of this to the country. But the rest, in terms of the nitty-gritties of it, we leave it to MIF and, of course, the legal team to support and guide that and provide guidance on it. So I think that's the angle which we should direct, and I'm sure it will help all of us as a country.
Let me go to Henny in New York. So, Henny, you've been listening to us. I asked you a question earlier I wanted you to marinate on, which is, why have we been stuck in this rent place for so long? Now, moving forward, what should we get right? Is it structure? Is it the more ephemeral or soft ones like trust? What should we get right? How do we move this conversation forward for the benefit of Ghana?
Right. So I think let's take a step back to the question of why have we been rent collectors for so long, right? There's a reason why. It's something that for the first time I think we have to have the courage to accept. What it is that countries developed because they build great companies that solve their biggest problems for them. You know, all these countries that actually are very big in gold, what they have is on the private side, they've been able to create the conditions for private side companies to thrive and literally lead the effort as they monetize gold revenue across the globe. So one of the things that has held us back since the days of Champon all the way through the government is that we've never really looked at, we're a very low trust society. And we've never really looked at the private side that we actually need to create companies that literally we can be proud of and let those companies charge. Anglo Gold, Goldfields, all these guys are fully private companies from South Africa who have come and basically roaming across the globe making money for their country. The same way with Asanfa and all these guys from Australia. So what it is that we have to get into our heads that, listen, there's a way you play the game and you have to have strong chess pieces on the board, which is your own companies. And that is the first thing that we have to start changing, that framework, that it cannot be. Government cannot compete against private, well-endowed companies in gold. We have to step back and say, we don't want to be rent collectors. We want to actually create pieces where we feel comfortable, trust, and we put there. The example that I'll give you is actually the financial sector. The reason why digitization has worked in the financial sector, the government pushing it, is because you have great financial companies in the private sector who actually have taken that and run with it and really, really invested in it. So we have to get to a point where the structure of our gold industry is such that we can create 3 or 5 companies that we can literally resource very well. They will create employment and lead the charge and really give us the pieces on the chess table to actually play. So that's why we haven't really gone anywhere with this rent collection. We have to move beyond and look at the private sector as the engine to actually do that and solve some.
Yeah, Henny, not to distort your thoughts, but we tried. In 2011, we tried to do the gold company. We suspended it. I think that was an admission that we needed something more marauding, something like a juggernaut that could compete, a company that could compete globally. But we suspended it. In 2020, we tried again to set up a structure that would compete like you've mentioned, and again we suspended it. So what's responsible for this?
Right? But here's the thing: government cannot create the companies. You cannot create. A government cannot say, "I'm going to create a company." What it is you put in the policies, the tax policies, the incentives. And we have people who are trying to do local mining. You have to basically put in the incentives for them to actually begin to merge and resource themselves. Ghana government can't create a company. We can create an investment platform like we've created in MIF and use the money to find the right companies to invest in. So I think MIF is a great start, but we have to really think about how do we really use MIF to raise, but to actually look at the private side and say, listen, we need to just have our own pieces on the board, right?
So you agree that, I mean, around the room, I think there's consensus. By all means, we have to monetize. By all means, we have to move away from being rent collectors, right? And you think also that MIF is a great platform. But you think going forward, something like Ejapa, which was a special purpose vehicle, private, owned by MIF, is that not the way to go? Is that not the way to at least get the might of government capital behind?
Okay, yeah, so let me, that's actually a good point. So I did a structure for Peru, right, when I was at Deutsche Bank. The difference between what we're doing now in Japan and what I did in Peru, which I think is the opportunity we have to take in Ghana right now. What we have to take a look at that there are several opportunities within Japan. For example, we have a very low trust society, as I said. So the offshore component, for instance, we should look at it as an opportunity to actually create an offshore in Ghana, in Accra, right? And bring it in Ghana. We can also create a tax regime in Ghana. We don't have to create it somewhere else. So we have to look at the opportunities that actually reinforce trust in our own people and make them feel like, okay, we're doing the right things, right? And then look at the possibility. We don't have to do it all in terms of a securitization. You can do that. There's a whole bunch of structures. But what I'm saying is that before you do all these things, involve some of the private side where you come up with a full strategy, where people have clarity. There's no reason why some of the elements of Japan, it should probably be first listed in Accra, which is fine. If you want to list in London, US, fine. But here's the thing, you can raise capital anywhere. So we have to do some of these things to build the trust and let people know that we can actually bring in the private sector. Because guess what? When the private sector comes in, then you actually expand the problem-solving ability of the whole country, right? And the government can basically say, okay, all right, this is what we're doing transparently and whatnot. If you do a scheme in Ghana where it's an offshore, well, guess what? Goldfields, instead of doing its royalty offshore, they can basically say, oh, Accra is another offshore hub. So I'll do my, and then gradually you create the local conditions for the private side to step in, for the banks to begin to invest along the government and whatnot. So I think Japan is fine. What it is that how do we do it such that it builds trust, right?
Thank you very much. So you think MIF is a great move, it's a great effort, but it's step one. We should even forward integrate to create a larger architecture that we can play in. And some of the opportunities that accrue to the space will include looking at, for example, using that to create or harness an offshore economy or offshore advantage. So other people can even use here as an offshore tax haven. So we need to be creative in the space.
Yeah, exactly. What it is that there are several opportunities that we need to make sure it works. I mean, technical help, technical help is very critical for this thing to be successful. And
exactly.
In that case, that means that you have to do it such that Ghanaians can be attracted back in Ghana to actually help you do this. Right?
Exactly. And I think the government is talking about creating Ghana as a financial hub. So all of these things can come into play, which is really, really exciting. We're taking your questions on WhatsApp, 055-148-3158. And I'm getting questions from New York. I'm getting questions from Saudi Arabia. I'm getting questions from South Africa. So Ghanaians everywhere are tuning into this. And I'll be coming to the questions in a little bit. But Kwabena and Carl, we have all agreed that monetizing is the way to go. And perhaps there should be a little bit more transparency. But the fact that we can mortgage future cash flows today and leverage it is a fantastic opportunity. But then Henny mentioned that we live in a very low trust society. Walk me through why you think not the finance, not the unbelievable advantage of what we can do, but the social opposition is what made Ejapa and Maeve and the gold company in 2011 all fall through. Tell me why you think, apart from finance, those did not succeed. Kwabena, to start with you.
Okay, so champions of resource governance and the industry have mapped all of this out. You need an informed citizenry. You need strong institutions. And then you need a good resource governance. A three-pole thing that will make your mineral sector grow.
So let's work with that.
That's
informed
what we
citizenry.
And informed citizenry is what we are missing now. If we can bring that third equation into this, then we have the 3 poles that will make this thing work.
So over time, we have not had an informed citizenry?
There's been a start. I mean, I must say that there's been a start. And you must agree that 2020 might not have worked because there was a perception that people had not been brought on board. That's what we have to do now. We need to bring people on board, make sure that everybody along the value chain understands that this is something that is going to be good for Ghana. It's the only way we can go. We can't go this way. We've done this for 100 years, 500 years now. It hasn't worked. So yes, let's inform them. Let's bring everybody along. Let the structures be in place. Institutions have been set up. MEF and the Mineral Development Fund are ready to take this thing on board.
So you think we have stronger institutions now?
We have stronger institutions now. We've met that part of it. Okay. I think we need to do the information.
What about resource governance, the people in the CSOs? These incredible minds who, when they disagree with you, will move heaven and earth to make sure that it doesn't work. I mean, we have to agree at the margins, right? Yeah. And we've always not been able to do that. So walk me through why or how, perhaps now, we can bring the CSOs along or the people in resource governance along. How should we do it?
I think it's a communication thing. We need to communicate what we want to do. They have charters that they are governed by. We need to take at these charters and see where we fit in. They need to understand that if this is the charters they are working with and we are meeting them, we got to come together and make this thing work. They have charters that they are governed by. We should look at step back and look at those who have special interest because some of them do. And we have those who would want to just understand where we are at, want to make sure that there's equilibrium, in both along all stakeholders, and we carry them with us.
Carl, you said transparency and more stakeholder consultation and stakeholder building. Do you think we are at a point now where we can guarantee that transparency and then also that stakeholder building? Where do you think we are at? In ticking those boxes?
Well, I believe so, and that's why we're having these conversations today. I may be wrong. Probably in the initial transaction deals, I'm not sure there were bigger stakeholder forums like this where it was discussed. I may be wrong. I don't have all the answers. But I believe now we are all coming to the table, look at the mistakes we made, and we are trying to correct them. What went wrong is what we are trying to resolve now. So going forward, I'm of the view that, look, if we are happy to have those conversations, telling the people what it is, providing clarity, it will help to take away all the ambiguity surrounding all this transaction. But today, if that's not happening, you bring a deal on the table, somebody will say, no, I'm not aware of this. One party will say, I'm not aware of this. So this is a time for us that all the mistakes we made, we want to correct them and move forward in that regard. So that's my personal view in terms of how we can take it forward.
Another issue which really plagued us in the past, how do we track the money? And I want you to share your view on that. So tracking the money is an issue. How do we ensure that the people living in Ofuasia Irebi or living in Akomadai or living in Takrade know that these monies are being tracked and in their interest? Because a lot of opposition that came against something like in Japan, we keep going back to that because that's the more recent one, was how do we track the money? How do we evaluate it? What's the valuation like? How do we track the money? Are you not shortchanging us? Are you not going to mortgage something so big for so small? It's a question around value and the money. How do we address that?
I think this is where you need the technocrats to come in, the expertise to come in. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, this has been done elsewhere, and for that matter, it's possible we can do it here. In terms of how it was done, they went through the chain, they ensured that all the validations, valuations were done, all the models were run to ensure that nobody is shortchanged. Today, per the last Japan deal, we heard it was valued around 1 billion, where a lot of concerns were raised that, look, this is more than 1 billion, this is about 3 or 4 billion. So again, in terms of the valuation, you need the expertise to come on board, and that will only help us to get it right. If we don't get it right and we assume that we have it all, and for that matter, we'll go ahead and do what it takes, people will not agree, and I'm sure these are some of the issues why some of the things are failing in the system. Yeah.
Okay, Hene in New York, thank you for staying with us. So, Hene, You brought up this question or this concern about low trust, and we see it every day expressed. I wonder if you've thought about it for long, or if you thought about it to the point of actually proffering solutions, because ultimately the people who represent us in Parliament or on the Minerals Income Investment Fund are people who have responsibility to the people of Ghana, right? So my question will be, how do we ring fence these trust issues and actually make it positive so that people will know that these agents are acting in our interest and avoid the classical agency problem?
Right. So one of the things that I think we all have to recognize is that, where we are as a country, the way I would do it is actually, if you compare our country to a parking lot. I mean, if you go to any parking lot in Accra, you will see that there's a bit of chaotic social organization going on. So we're all trying to figure it out, right? So I think the first thing that we do, which I think one of the folks there actually said of the CSO, he says they have to understand. I think we have to take a step back. Nobody has to understand anything, right? What it is that we who are actually doing this thing or we want to lead need to step back and craft a plan. Because once you put a plan and you put the elements of what is it that you're going to do openly there, then the discussion centers around that, right? In the last round that we did, I think what happened is that a lot of stuff were put there hoping that people will have to understand. But that is not how you sort of convince people. What it is that we literally have to come up with a plan for the whole minerals industry, where we are going, the roles, what are some of the objectives, all that stuff, and probably do like maybe a 5 and a 7 year outlook plan. And list clearly the risk, because the guys that you're competing with, the countries that are here with their companies investing and digging up your gold, they have done the plans already. I worked with Peru. When I left Peru and their structures that we did for them, they actually passed a law where every year the minerals plan for the whole sector gets updated yearly with budget lines and what towns and whatnot, who's getting how much of that budget and all that stuff. So without the plan like that, then the social disorganization will take over, and then we'll all be talkatives. We'll talk. Even simple things like valuation. I have been in investment banking for almost 20 years. Valuation, they're not dumb. The people on Wall Street and people who are around who sell stock, they are not dumb people. They've done this forever. So we sit here and we complain and whatnot. That's because we are not putting stuff on paper for ourselves.
Henny, and I don't know whether I'm disagreeing with you. I don't think I am. But if I gave a company to 5 investment analysts, they will give me a different valuation. Each the evaluation may be similar, but they'll be different. In some cases, they'll be wide off the mark, right? So I wonder if...
No, but here's the thing. They'll be off the mark because of their assumptions around risk.
Exactly.
Not the assumptions around the model. Everybody knows the model. We were fighting over models. But it's the risk that we need to be concerned about. The question is, your money is coming in the future. In future, gold may be selling for 600 instead of 2,000.
Exactly.
The question is, how strongly do you believe that you will be able to collect 2,000 in future when 50 years come now?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that, well, guess what? You will not collect 2,000 because there is somebody else with more gold than you. He can sell a lot more and bring the price down. So, my friends, think about the risk, right? But I think we have to really sit in the room and basically say, okay, here is a proposal, a plan, end to end, and then have people have this.
Let's just think about it. Thank you. So let me say a big thank you to our partners, because now we're going to the floor. The TV, Asasi Radio, MX24, and the Facebook page of the Ministry of Information. Wherever you're watching us from, we are grateful that you could join us with your questions. So I'm going to be taking some of the WhatsApp console. And so somebody is asking, and Carl, I think Carl and Kwamna, you may have a go at this. This is Frank Kwegia, and Frank is reaching us from East Legon. So is this similar to the transaction that was contemplated by the previous government in 2011 when they sought to create a company? Would that be equal to what Ejapo was doing? Can you clear it up, or it was for political purposes, Carl? So the politics is never quite far away. So hold on to that. Let me take another question. Godfrey from Ablekuma. Well, you have all spoken nicely, but the veracity in the case here is that our local mining needs more investment in order to improve our minerals royalties. And so so yes, I mean, Carl, the first is, was this just for political purposes? Is the equalization for politics? And then secondly, I think maybe Kwame, you would take this. It says we need more mining. We need more investments in mining to be able to take it. So Carl, take it away.
I'm not a politician, so I wanted to stay away from anything politics. But see, in the 2011 case, as we discussed offline before coming here, those laws were not there. And for that matter, in terms of the act which was recently passed was not there at that time. So in terms of its implementation, I believe there were shortfalls in the process. And that's the basis for which we have learned our lessons, thinking we could bounce back in 2018 to make it more formidable. That said, I believe it couldn't work out because of reasons best known, which, like I mentioned, staying off politics in this discussion, but looking at it objectively, if we're able to put in place the right structures, if we failed the first attempt in 2011, there's always opportunity to go into 2018, 2021 to restart or renegotiate and discuss again. So for me, I want to believe that it's about the structures which were not there, the laws backing it, and for that reason, it didn't work out. Yeah.
So you reckon that now we can take off? Now we can take off. Okay, significant investments in mine. I mean, you worked there.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Well, I think I need to let the audience know that for every 1,000 exploration projects, only about one of them becomes a real mine. Wow. So it should dawn on us that, yes, we need to do a lot more. I mean, we have aging assets in Ghana. Our gold mines are
Is this a global stat? Or
it's a global stat.
That for every 1,000 exploratory mines, only one?
Maximum 2 becomes actual mining projects. Absolutely. And the case for Africa is even worse, because only 16% of exploration spend came into Ghana, into Africa. And I think even Burkina Faso was ahead of Ghana in what came in. So we need that funding. We need the extra funding from somewhere that will look again at some of our marginal deposits that we've had that are still sitting there. And that is where, again, this innovative way of raising funds would help a lot. So that we can, and I think there's a bit that goes to the Geological Survey, there's a bit that goes to Maincom, so that these agents can be resourced to do some of this, background exploration that are required to grow our assets. Otherwise, everything is not sustainable.
So let me ask you, so just explore a little bit, 1 minute. When you say significant investments in mining, where do they go to? What aspects of mining are we talking about?
Well, if the first aspect for a good resource governance is to make sure that you have and know what deposits you have. That's the first part of it. Once you know what deposits you have, the value, you can put a value to it and negotiate better. So if you have to invest along the entire value chain if you want to get it right. You cannot do it only at the upstream level and expect that you get a good downstream. You cannot do it only at downstream level and expect that you get upstream. It has to be along the entire value chain. And the more of these deposits that you find, the more that you're likely to get the revenue stream that will grow the Ejapa and other royalty, projects. So we need to get it right, not only in upstream, but downstream and then at the mining
Carl,
level.
you have a view?
I just wanted to sort of link how this structure is to other previous transactions that has happened in Ghana here. So when the government wanted to increase education intake and what have you, it set up Get Fund, went to Parliament to get approval for 1.5 billion on Ghana Education Trust Fund, where 2.5 levy was allocated to raise some money up front. Again, when we're going through the energy sector crisis, ESLA came in to support. So this structure, SPV, is not also new to us here. We have case studies we've done before. Get Fund is on the market to raise bonds to support educational infrastructure. ESLA has been performing very well through an SPV. So for me, once we have the structure right and we're able to ensure controls, documentation, and everything is intact, I believe we can go ahead and provide funding. Now, for these mining companies in Ghana, we are sourcing for upfront cash to support them. We don't have those monies today, and for that reason, we are talking of mineral royalties company to support them. So for me, once we get the structure right, once we get all the nitty-gritties right, we should be able to proceed on this. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Hene, I want to give you the next two questions, and I think they're similar. They're quite long. I think they're from engineers who are in gold, so they need to demonstrate knowledge. So they are quite long, but I'll read them out to you. Good afternoon. I'm Frank Techi, a minerals engineering student at the University of Mines and Technology. Now, Frank says, our presenter should be clear with his figures, whether it's US dollars or Ghana cedis. He thinks it's about time we invested significant amount of money into exploration of other natural resources like diamonds, iron ore, manganese, bauxite, limestone, uranium. We can start with extensive exploration of the 4 diamond ferrous areas in Ghana at the Birim, Bonsa, Dunkwa, Nyamfo diamond fields in the country. Our geologists will be employed and government will be in the proper direction to indigenize mining in the country. Thank you. That's the first question, the first comment. The second is, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. On the value chain development and capacity building and reinvestment of the mineral resources, I asked the question, government only owns 10% of mineral contracts in Ghana, and mining companies also have the liberty to pay royalties between 3% to 6%, but oftentimes go for the lower cut. Can we possibly review these two elements up? Again, we tend to collapse everything Ghanaian. What is the state of the gold refinery house and glass factory in Takwa? And we talk about reinvestment and capacity building in terms of local companies in the mineral industry in Ghana today. Dennis Inkua Buama Jabeng is a UMAT alumni and he's reaching us from Sefiri also. So I guess the two, if you put them together, will be saying, how do we get more investments in this? And you design something in Peru. More so, how do we take care of value chain development? What must we do, specifics in the value chain development, so that more dividends will accrue to the country? I think when you couple the two questions, this is what they're asking for.
Right. So think about diamond, right? There was a time that Ghana was known as an exporter of diamond, and we all knew Equatia to be in the storehouse of diamonds for Ghana. But here's the thing, next year, Ghana will make about $1 million in diamonds. The revenue has come down every year. The only difference that Botswana has gotten over Ghana is that, De Beers, as a private company, was able to strike a very lucrative deal where it basically invested heavily in Botswana's diamond mines, and because it has the technology, was able to also employ a lot of their citizens. So I keep coming back to this. From the value chain, the stuff that we have to invest in is just not the money. It's also the technical expertise that has to be there. But there's no other place that you can do it more effectively than actually creating the incentives for local companies to actually rise up. Often at times, actually have the expertise, to really, actually Anglo Gold, Ashanti. What you notice is that before they came to Ghana, Obuasi Mines was one of the highest costs, and they brought in all kinds of technology. They employed a lot of people, and they quickly found out that they could actually do a lot of the investments also to unlock value. So my point is, let's not just think about just putting money from the government. The government can provide the platform, but when in the end, we have to think about how do we get the environment such that local companies can either team up with external companies and create indigenous actually companies that could employ a lot more people, be more focused on creating value outside of Ghana. You can't just put money into the current companies, right? Just so they can employ people. Yeah, they can employ people, but they are not Ghanaian companies. So to me, I think I don't want to underestimate just the potential of the private sector to really become an engine that changes the outcome for us on this one.
Thank you. So all put together, and we should be nearing the end soon. If there are any questions here, I'll take it in the auditorium. But all put together, when it's all said and done, and I'm going to start with you, Kwabena, because you spoke last from the first round. Where are we? Do we monetize? Should we go for it? How bold should we be? Is this what we need as a country?
My off-the-head answer is yes, and I'll tell you why. There are 4 key points, and again, I must come from the resource governance aspect. There are 4 key points in managing your resource well. And one is to make sure that you know what value you have. Is to make sure that you invest it well, and then make sure that it is equitably spread. We are not doing the investing, obviously, or wouldn't be where we are. And as Henry has said, it's got to be in investing in local capacity, in investing in local champions. They would make sure that the industry grows and serves as a catalyst for other people, other locals. If in this system where we're having foreign companies run our industries and take away most of it and just leave 10%, it's going to continue forever. It's not going to be sustainable.
So the investment must come through monetization. And when we monetize, and so far we haven't done any monetization at all.
We have done some aspect of it. That's all from corporate social responsibility and stuff that's happened.
What the
people have voluntarily done
to us.
We need to make them understand that maybe put in some hard laws that will make sure that they add to these things that we want to do. Build the MIFs, build the local structures, as I've all said. That will make sure that we turn this economy around with our gold money.
Carl?
Yeah, I think our destiny is in our own hands, okay? When you go to South Africa and you go to Santin, you see how Santin is developed. You come to Ghana, go to Obuasi, and you see the difference is so clear. What have they done right, and what are we not doing right? So for me, it's a good thing to do, regardless of how it's perceived. It's a good thing to do, except that the misconceptions around it, the issues people have raised needs to be addressed. And of course, they are genuine. You don't have it all. And for that matter, if people say, we want this to be evaluated in this way, it's important you listen and you apply. So for me, it's a good thing to do. Getting an SPV in place to handle mineral royalties is the way to go. Indeed, if you want to take off a lot of investment to support the local mining industry, this is the way to fund them. As I indicated in my presentation, our mineral royalty is just less than 1%, 1 million. So it tells you that a lot is at stake. We have not taken advantage and the benefit thereof. Thank you.
So by all means, take advantage, monetize, invest in the value chain, and turn Obuasi into something.
You can put it that way.
Well, Hene, I'll give you the last word. So let's look at some quasi-comparables. I think he's talking. Let's look at some quasi-comparables. So Ghana, we have not invested at all, not monetized at all. But Aramco, for example, in Saudi Arabia, all the money from there is going into some other incredible investments platforms. The Qataris have a similar thing. The one everybody points to with a lot of excitement is the Sovereign Fund of Norway. Do you see forward that Ghana could use the mineral resources through monetization to become like Norway, for example, or to become like the Qataris who have investments globally?
Well, I would say not yet, because those are pure sovereign wealth funds. They have different mandates than what we've created. But this is what I would say. On the question of do we monetize or not monetize, right? The risk is if we do not come up with a plan and estimate how much it's going to cost to take that industry from point A to point B, and we do monetize and there's not enough money, then we'll be screwed. So my advice is basically we sure should take a look at the possibility of drawing up a plan that basically says, okay, here is the baseline. This is where we are today. In 5 years, in 7 years, in 4 years, we want to be at this point where maybe Takwa becomes an end user commerce center. Accra becomes, there will be a gold exchange. There will be 3 gold companies, or there will be this. And then we estimate, okay, it's going to cost about $200 billion. And then we turn around and say, okay, out of the monetization, if we were to actually take payment for all the royalties we have, what will be the gap left? If it's not enough, if all of this is 1% of where we want to get to, then it doesn't matter whether you monetize or you're not monetized. You're not going to be able to pay for wherever you want to get to, right? So to me, I think the critical piece is for the government to actually work with the MIF to really establish the baseline and the plan and how much it will cost. And then decide based on that, then you can say, okay, when I monetize some of these revenues, it will take this portion, and then draw up a proper plan. Otherwise, we will sort of circle. We need to come up with a plan before we actually embark on the road of sort of saying, okay, how much can we get and how much can it pay for? And then the gap, where are we going to get? And that is where, if we know the gap, then the private sector becomes very critical, because government could start off with a royalty company, and then private sector could actually start off by also building on top of it private royalty companies based in Ghana who can actually go outside Ghana and actually find us more money from somewhere else. You know, I mean, we need more money from somewhere else, right? Other than from ourselves. We can just go to Burkina Faso where royalty companies are doing business and find some money there, right? So to me, I think it's critical to think about coming up with a plan where we want to be, how much it will cost. And then when we do the monetization, we know exactly the gap and what we're looking at funding.
So lay out the plan, cost the plan, and then monetize, or we can walk and chew gum, right? So while we're seeking to monetize, we're also... So it's not one before the other. On the same scale, right?
Yes. And then, if there's a gap, you can turn to the private sector and say, okay, government is doing this. We're going to monetize. There's a delta that's left. The banks, we want you to work with MIF to actually create a fund or whatever, a private fund, whatever. So without a plan, we're going to fail. I think that is the critical thing. If we don't know what we're going to fund and we monetize, then I'm afraid it's going to be a tough journey for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody listening to us from everywhere in the world, that is how we'll draw a conclusion on this discussion. I think it's been quite stimulating. Would you agree? A round of applause for our panelists today. Hene Akukwapon joined us from New York. Hene, thank you very much. And bring some of that knowledge home. It's not only in Peru and elsewhere. And don't associated with only the beaches. Come home also. And we have a good coastline here, so you'll enjoy it. Thank you very much, Hene.
I'll be there next week. You owe me dinner.
MIF will take care of that. Thank you very much, Hene. It's a pleasure speaking to you. Kwame, I keep calling you Kwame because my big brother was. Thank you so much for joining us.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
like to formally welcome you to this very important occasion. It is the official commissioning the ceremony of the Office of the Coordinated Mechanism of the Safety of Journalists right here in Accra. My name is Kweku Obenje from the Ministry of Information. We'll begin the ceremony with a prayer from Mrs. Patricia Dovi Samson. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's bow down our heads for a word of prayer. Jehovah, we want to thank you for this afternoon. We want to exalt your holy name for your goodness and for your mercies. We are happy to be here. We are happy to be part of this program. Today, the Office and Secretariat of the Coordinated Mechanism on Safety of Journalists is being officially opened and adored. We lift the program before your throne of grace, and we are thanking you for its success. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mrs. Patricia Dovi Samson. Let me quickly acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister for Information Designate, Honorable Fatima Abubakar. Thank you very much for coming. We're also joined by various stakeholders, the Ghana Police Service. We have the Ghana Journalists Association. We have GIBA. We also have the Police Service. As we move on, we will acknowledge everyone else. We will take a welcome remarks from Mr. Alex Bannerman, who is a Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. With your permission, since I'm here alone, I would want to thank you. I stand on the protocols established by the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, one may ask, as we've gathered here, what is really happening and the significance of the date, which is 4th May 2021. Today marked World Press Freedom Day, and today is the opening of the Office of the Coordinated Mechanism on the Safety of Journalists. As you are all aware, the project was started by the Ministry of Information. They were the lead project managers. After consultations were held with all the stakeholders and a meeting at the cabinet level, it was handed over to the National Media Commission, which, to all intents and purposes, is the mandated organization to handle such a program. We are grateful to the Ministry of Information, especially the Minister, Honorable Kojo Bonkrumah, MP. As you are aware, the Secretariat will serve as the main point of call on all issues relating to the safety of journalists. And the Minister had taken it upon himself with the National Media Commission to have the Secretariat established so that there wouldn't be any problem going up and down. Once it is established, we all know that this is the point of call at any moment in time. We are so grateful that we have our stakeholders around. We have the GJA, the police, Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, and His Excellency Mr. Honorable Diallo. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Sapon, the Executive Secretary, will give a more comprehensive background on the program. I wish to therefore once again welcome you to this occasion, and I hope we'll have, as a good friend will tell you, I know all the journalists there would want a very good coverage. So I guess you use the front page for us. We all know you. So that everybody knows there's a one-stop shop for the complaints on any harassment of journalists. Once again, I wish to welcome you and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Mr. Alex Bannerman, who is a Deputy Executive Secretary of the NMC. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister for Information will give us some remarks, after which he will formally commission and hand over the facility. But before we take his message, let's take some brief remarks from our stakeholders. And we will plead that the remarks are very brief so that we are able to finish the ceremony quick. I want to begin with the Ghana Independent Broadcasters or Broadcasting Association, GEBA. If we have the GEBA rep here, please just some remarks from you and your group. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Earlier today, we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the Windhoek Declaration, which instituted the World Press Freedom Day celebrations in Africa. This afternoon's event of opening the coordinated mechanism on the safety of journalists shows that the Ministry of Information, the National Media Commission, and by extension, the government are committed to ensuring the safety of journalists and hopefully the speedy adjudication of all matters concerning safety of journalists. We welcome this effort and we pledge to give all our support when needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will all agree with me that UNESCO has always placed itself as an organization that has a lot of support and really would want to associate themselves with issues that concerns journalists. Today we are very happy to have in our midst the country rep, and he will give us some remarks. Your Excellency Abdul Ramahani Diallo, please, it's your turn to give us some few remarks. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, distinguished participants, dear friends, I was not expected to take the floor, and it's the afternoon, you know, we're fasting, we're losing energy, but thank you for giving me this opportunity. I could not avail the opportunity to share a few words. Just to say a huge and a big ayeko, big congratulations to all the team. It's an extraordinary journey, and I could say a few years later, when I will look back and see my journey here in Ghana, that I was part, that I witnessed this journey. I remember the meeting we had in June 2019, Aliza, on the platform on the safety of journalists, and I could witness the leadership really of the Minister of Information leading this project, and you told us about the evolution, and now the platform has been given to National Media Commission to take care of it. So just to recognize and to commend and to thank all the stakeholders, it's really pleasant, and as a representative of UNESCO and representative here of UN agencies to this event, just to congratulate you and to continue also to express our availability to be partner on this journey. It's a big step, it's a giant step, but it's a new journey also which is beginning for all media, for all journalists. You have a new house, you have a new point of entry, a door where you could come and share about any issue you have gone through, be it offline, online, and during the daily course of your duty. So thank you again, congratulations, and I wish National Media Commission a good journey on this, and you know that we are behind you, and actually we are waiting for you to continue the stakeholder consultation around the country on the issue of safety of journalists. So thank you again, and congratulations for this major achievements that we are unveiling on the occasion of the World Press Freedom Day in 2021 here in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Abdulrahman Diallo, who is the UNESCO rep to Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly, we will also want to take some remarks from the Ghana Police Service, so if they could take over the podium. Thank you very much. A round of applause for...
Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, among the many developments that have given Ghana international recognition is media freedoms and the vibrancy of our media in Ghana. Unfortunately, under the Fourth Republic, we have had to record a number of threats to the work of journalists. And we, the police, admit that a number of them have come from the security agencies, with the police in the lead, of course. But the work of journalists and the work of police are activities that mostly take place in the public space. By so doing, we encounter each other, and relations between our professions and functionaries of the two institutions sometimes get sour because of misunderstanding, mistrust, suspicion. In many recorded attacks of journalists, IGPs have had to apologize to the media and to media practitioners. We can recall many factors that have brought this about, but that's not what we are here for. We are here this evening to pledge the commitment of the police administration and the Inspector General of Police to the safety of journalists, to the extent that for those of us who have been covering police assignments, you know that even within our small space, we try to have police-media relations and safety of journalists in Ghana, which shows the commitment we have to support safety of journalists in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana Police Service. We will now want to hear from the Executive Secretary of the NMC, Mr. George Sapon. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kwaku. I'm wondering how many of you have heard the story of the military leader in Ghana who lost his speech in Mampong. So my remarks are on my phone and the phone has gone off. So for those of you who've not heard the story, the military leader is standing on the podium. He can't find the speech and he starts, Mampong today, Mampong, Honorable Minister, today. But I think that I certainly had nothing to say simply because the day celebrates itself and the event tells its own story. That all of us are united in vision with our presence here to celebrate the efforts that have gone on in seeking some kind of mechanism to protect ourselves as journalists. Early in my career, Honorable Minister and colleagues, I had a friend who was the head of the Radio Television Côte d'Ivoire, who got dismissed
for covering the opposition leader then wrongfully. And what was it? It is because he had chosen to criticize the opposition leader at the end of a bulletin instead of at the beginning of the bulletin. So I learned a very important lesson about primacy. So instead of waiting to get to the end to thank those who have made us possible, Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to thank you yourself, Honorable Minister, for this great initiative. I want to thank the Chief Director, Mrs. Andrews, Mrs. Dovi Simpson, Mauli is hiding, and the rest of your team. I hope that, Honorable, you also find time to say thank you to them. And your colleagues who are not here today with us, Honorable Pius Hajide, Honorable Nadokuya. And I say these things not, the perfunctory claim of thanksgiving, but with a deeper sense of appreciation. I know the struggle that all of you have gone through in making this day possible. And it speaks to the absolute commitment that all of you come to this with. But the one thing that I want to celebrate and to put on record is that all across our countries, government is the worst perpetrator of rights against journalists. We can't run away from that truth. So when you have a nation where the government is the one leading the search for the safety of journalists, I think it is important that we put that on record. And I want to close my thanks by thanking Hajia Fatia Abubakar, our incoming minister, Deputy Minister for Information. Within the short period that you've been within the team, we have also seen the demonstrated commitment to the issues that we are all struggling with. And so I only came here to thank all of you. Beyond that, I want to assure all our colleagues that all the complaints that we have had in the past about exactly what do we do when there is the case of an attack. Today, we have a practical demonstration of what we can do together, that you have a place that you can complain to. In addition to the physical space, we are also developing online platforms, including an app that will enable anybody who observes any action that constitutes either physical abuse or threat on a journalist to quickly report to the commission. In addition to that, we have 2 dedicated numbers that I would like to announce to you. 059, for those of you who are here, we pray that you don't get attacked. But if you are going to do us the honor of being the first complainant, you want to take this number down. Please don't take this serious. 059-260-6918. 059-260-6918. And then 059-2606-924. 059-260-6924. I've told you that I only came here to deal with some practical things. So please permit me to introduce to you the officer who is going to be in charge of the Secretariat. And I speak about this officer with great respect. One of our colleagues who almost every stakeholder in this industry knows because of her commitment to media, herself a trained journalist and a communicator, but has also been perhaps our nation's most celebrated regulatory staff. For years has been the person handling complaints at the commission, and I have always been impressed with the degree of her efficiency. I always joke that she does almost everything in the commission. And if there is anybody who really understands what we want to do, it appears to me that this is the person. Please join me to welcome Paula Sanzere. Paula, please come show your face. Just so if they are looking for the coordinator to beat and they can't find you, please take off the mask so they can see your face. I don't want to be mistaken for, okay. So this is Paula. I can assure you that with Paula in charge, all of us can go to sleep. So Paula, thank you very much. You saw Mr. Bannerman here welcoming us. Permit me just another word on him. Mr. Bannerman is officially said to be the Deputy Executive Secretary. I say he's the big man of NMC, and you can see physically that he's a big man. When we get to moments like this, it bears repeating that people like him have also shouldered a lot on themselves. Through rain, through shine, B-Man has been here. And I think that he is providing the greatest backstop to Paula on this. And I want to thank him also, Mr. Bannerman, for this commitment. Honorable Minister and colleagues, I just want to repeat once more that this is not an ordinary event, that all of us unite ourselves in this great vision to pursue what we have set ourselves. It's an exciting moment, and therefore when His Excellency reminds us that we still have a journey to travel, the point that he's making is that whilst we have clear ideas how to protect the media, we are humble and modest enough to want to learn from each one of us what is the best way forward. And so together with the UNESCO, the ministry, and all stakeholders, we will be continuing our consultations in the regions. It is possible that the challenges that they face in the regions is different from what we see in Accra. So please, for those of you in the regions, prepare for us. We will come there. And once again, I want to thank all of you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Oh, another round of applause for Mr. George Sapon, Executive Secretary of the NMC. So earlier we had the stakeholders speaking, and we're privileged to have in our midst the Ghana Journalists Association. Of course, they must also be heard on this platform. Please, a round of applause for the rep from the Ghana Journalists Association.
Thank you very much. You nearly forgot that GJ was also here. So, Honorable Minister, distinguished personalities here present, for us, it is a great day and it is a dream come true. This is something that we've been fighting for over the years. And we are so grateful to you, the Honorable Minister, for making sure that this is done. It is our hope that the necessary support will be given to the Secretariat to sustain this edifice that we are seeing, or this office. And for us as media, I'm so happy that we now have an office. Now we would not resort to the airwaves where we will be reporting attacks, but at least we have a media-friendly office now where we can freely walk in to report all the attacks that are meted out to us. We are praying that even no media person will be attacked. And this office will just be there without anybody walking in. But if there should be, at least do not resort to the airwaves. Now we have an office that we can freely walk in. And we have person like Paula, who is always smiling to welcome you and then listen to you, notes down all the concerns, and I believe that action will be taken from there. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard from Linda Asantieje, who is the Vice President of the Ghana Journalists Association. Please, another round of applause for her. Gradually, we're getting close to the formal opening of the Office of the Coordinated Mechanism on the Safety of Journalists. And to do that for us is the Honorable Minister for Information, who is also a Member of Parliament for Fonsia Yerebi, the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. A round of applause for him.
Excellency Ambassador Diallo, the UNESCO country rep, the Honorable Deputy Minister Designate for Information, the Honorable Fatima Abubakar, Executive Secretary of the National Media Commission, Mr. George Sapong, our friends from the Ghana Police Service, our friends from GIBA, led by Gloria, our colleagues from the Ghana Journalists Association, led by the Vice President Linda, our colleagues in the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I want to start by thanking all of those who have walked this journey with us over the last about 2 years as we commenced the efforts to put in place an acceptable coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists in Ghana. The subject or the phenomenon of attacks or intimidation against the media practice or against journalism is a global phenomenon that has been on the rise in recent years. And 2 years ago, we commenced a conversation on how best to respond to same here in Ghana. I recall that very first meeting at the Alisa Hotel, where many of you, our stakeholders, joined us as we began the brainstorming process. Gradually, we were able to arrive at what we believed was an acceptable framework. This framework had the opportunity to be presented before Cabinet, received Cabinet approval with the caveat that the best implementing agency will be the independent body set up by the Constitution to protect the media space and to advance the cause of journalism. That's the National Media Commission. It comes as an additional layer to the many layers of work that the government of Ghana continues to do, the people of Ghana continue to uphold to ensure that free media operates in Ghana. As I mentioned earlier today when we gathered, Chapter 12 of the Constitution 1992 already provides for it. Governments have demonstrated commitment by, among other things, repealing, for example, the criminal libel law, by passing the Right to Information Act, which is in implementation today as we speak, by setting up the Right to Information Commission, which is supposed to be the ombudsman, guaranteeing that the RTI Act is fully implemented. And today, as we open this office for the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, as I mentioned earlier, it's an additional layer demonstrating our collective commitment to the practice of free media here in Ghana. And that is why, for example, when you hear persons make the argument that there's something called a culture of silence in this country, I cannot agree with that view. A country with over 500 media houses that are every now and then expressing their thoughts freely, with over 100 television stations, millions of social media accounts, is a country that continues to demonstrate its commitment that people can freely express their thoughts and their feelings on various matters. It is one additional step to providing for the culture of free media in this country. I want to thank all of those who have been part of this exercise. My former deputy, the Honorable Pius Enam Hajide, who was in charge of this project right from the very beginning. Staff of the ministry who, even as at yesterday, a holiday, were here to ensure that phone lines were being tested and that the basic logistics that we are providing to support this project are put in place. I want to thank our collaborators from the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, from the Ghana Journalists Association, and from UNESCO, who have walked this journey with us over the last 2 years. This office will be the primary place for receiving complaints or allegations of attacks on journalists. It will be the primary place for validating these complaints that are brought forth. It will be the single place for following up on these complaints to determine where they have reached in terms of investigations or prosecutions where need be, and for publishing reports on the subject of the safety of journalists here in Ghana. It will also be the place for leading the charge to deepen the collaboration between the media and the other stakeholder groups, including security agencies, as the Ghana Police Service has just told us about. I want to encourage our colleagues in the media, first of all, to take full advantage of this office. The National Media Commission, as you are familiar with, is well placed to respond to any such complaints that may come in. And so please take full advantage of it. Make your complaints known so that it can be investigated, validated, and acted upon. and the particular state agency that is supposed to act on it can also be followed upon. I want to also call on the National Media Commission, as you have done in times past, to continue to work with your professionalism and your independence on reports that may come before you. To the staff that will be working here, Paula and your team, I want you to do well to treat the complaints that may come before you with the highest level of professionalism and dispatch. Our media colleagues and indeed the entire country look up to you to respond to the complaints that may come before you with professionalism and with dispatch. I even believe that if you do this job and do it well, other countries that are struggling to find the best ways to respond to this global phenomena will come and learn from you how a country can best respond to the challenges of media practice in contemporary times. And to the Media Commission and to this office, our hope is that you will grow beyond this little edifice that we are seeing here and to get to a point where you may even have offices across the 16 regions. Hopefully not to be responding to a lot of complaints, but to be doing a lot more work to deepen the relationship between the media and various stakeholder groups. I'm happy to note that you have put out the phone lines that persons who have some feedback or some complaints can reach you on. I'm happier to note that you're even rolling out online platforms so that people from other parts of the country can reach you on, in addition to this physical edifice that we're opening up here. This used to be the former offices of the National Media Commission, and today you have set up this office. We in government are happy to support you with the basic logistics and funding that is required to make this office function. I practiced for close to a decade as a journalist myself, and to be able to practice effectively and to support our democracy, you need to have that environment where you know that even if people have challenges with your work, protection is availed to you. And I am very happy that on our watch we are able to support with this particular initiative as it sees the light of day here. On behalf of the Ministry of Information and the Government of Ghana, we pledge our commitment and our support to continuously support this project, and we ask all other stakeholders to take full advantage of it. With that said, I want to invite the NMC, GIBA, the GJA, UNESCO, the Ghana Police Service, and others who are here to join us as we formally open up this office. Because of respect for COVID protocols, may I ask that the officers I've mentioned will be the ones, because it's a small office, to be the ones to talk, and then we'll exit, and our colleagues from the media can go in batches and take your photos and your videos accordingly. We declare this office formally opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Information. So as the Minister did say, we'll have our dignitaries first go in there. They will cut the tape. They will cut the tape. The Information Minister, supported by the dignitaries, will cut the tape. After which they will take a tour of the facility, and then we'll have our colleagues from the media also get in to do their work.
And of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. So the Minister is leading the delegation or the dignitaries to tour the facility. Once again, let me use this opportunity to Mr. Zapo, you need a microphone.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so thank you very much. This is the front desk area. So the first point of call, as Honorable Minister has said. And then you come in here with us where the key assistant to the administrator will be. and then you can come with us to the office of the administrator. Paula, we want to see you in your office. Maybe you want to take your seat for, yes, everybody to see.
Some Gloria Cuba has attacked me.
Yes. So, the colleague cameras, if you could allow our colleagues to come in.
Ambassador Diallo, please.
Ambassador Diallo. Where's Linda? Honorable Deputy Minister, please come in.
Ambassador, do you want to make a complaint?
Maybe make a complaint against the Honorable Minister. Okay. So we could, yes. So actually we could move to the conference room where we'll be holding, yes, our meetings. To the right. Please, you are going to the right. Yes.
So the understanding is that maybe if you attend here, your complaint, they do the basic, and then there will be a committee of various stakeholders, I guess, to look at it or what?
Yes, depending on the issues that come. We anticipate a number of scenarios. If a matter is reported, the basic investigations will be done by Paula and her team. If they come to the conclusion that there is an issue to go into, the stakeholders will meet over the matter to decide. Where there is controversy over the facts by the parties involved, the stakeholder committee will examine the facts and come to a determination as to what they believe is the issue. But this is with respect to attacks. Beyond attacks, the committee will also be sitting to reflect on what are the most effective preventative measures that we need to put in place to prevent any such occurrence. Please, you are welcome to our conference room. We would be glad if our dignitaries would sit as our Honorable Minister. Please be the first chairman of the committee for us. Yes. So, Gloria and the Honorable Deputy Minister, please. Because Gloria, Linda and Gloria, because you are the most active complainants, the GJ, yes, the most likely perpetrator. But you have said, I think that we all took note of what Sheila said, that while some of these issues are still under investigation and therefore one cannot assign liability, she makes, on behalf of the IGP and the police, a definite commitment that we are going to work together to protect the journalists and to do our best to secure everybody's safety. What it means to me is that then we should also extend our line of friendship to them so that when a policeman is mentioned in an issue, we'll also wait to establish the facts before we go at them. Friends live as friends based on truth and fact. So we do not tend to burn the bridges that we all require to cross over to the land of peace. So, Honorable Minister, this is where we are. Our colleagues, this is your home. And we wish that, as we have already said, we pray that nothing happens to anybody. But please, if anything happens, you know where to come. Thank you very much.
Who are the stakeholders sitting around this table, and how often they will meet? Will they meet only in case of if they are called by the office, or they will meet regularly every week, every month?
Okay. What we intend to do is to allow the stakeholders to reach consensus on some of these issues. But on the second question, whether they would be meeting only when there's a complaint, I can answer directly. Because the committee is working on abuses, is working on education and sensitization, is working on preventative measures, they would have to meet more regularly than in relation to complaints. Our hope actually is that more of that work would be on the proactive measures rather than reacting to complaints. So there would be a lot more work to be done here. Just to give you an idea, some of the things we want to inquire into. The police has come into a lot of discourse today, so let me continue there. This is not where we think that a policeman is involved in an issue. But if, for example, there's an assault case, and the media are nervous about delays in investigations, we want the police to work with a team to say, these are the things we can do to fast-track investigations. So when journalists make complaints, because the police do their investigation along these lines, please make sure that in taking the complaint, you provide adequate information to enable the police work. The Attorney General's Department may come and say, you have concerns about the prosecution of people who attack journalists. This is how the judicial process works. This is the quality of evidence that we need to sustain prosecution before the court. So in taking cases, please have your eyes on the evidentiary value of the information that they present to make things work faster for us. The Ghana Journalists Association, GIBA, may come and say, this is the trend that we are seeing with respect to attacks. We are seeing more attacks of journalists covering events, or we are seeing more attacks of journalists covering protests and demonstrations. And based on these trends, we think that perhaps we need to provide more training to journalists with regard to covering these kinds of events. So we want the committee to sit together to think through and say, how do we go about this kind of training to enable journalists to benefit? So these are some of the kinds of things that we are thinking of. But they are also going to scan through the international system to see if anybody is doing something anywhere that we can learn from. Or, as the Honorable Minister said, is there any other country that is suffering worse than us that we can assist with information on how things work here? And that is where UNESCO, for example, becomes so important. Because all of us are part of UNESCO and UNESCO is everywhere, you have the advantage of knowing what is going on elsewhere, but you also have the advantage of knowing what we are doing and what can be shared with others. So with your involvement, it should be possible that if there are things we are doing here that you think are positive, you could also provide information to others. But that will also depend on we knowing how to put the information together in a manner that makes it useful to you. So there is quite some work we anticipate for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's already 5:51. I know our colleagues are going back to their newsrooms to wrap up, so we'll take too much time.
Thank you very much. And, well, we would have found a better person to thank all of you with a vote of thanks. But because of the way the setting is, I want to take permission from all the dignitaries and yourselves so that I can humbly thank you on behalf of the Commission, the Ministry, and all the stakeholders. But most importantly, to thank you on behalf of the people of Ghana, because this thing that you do is for Ghana, knowing that an independent, safe, fearless media is very critical to our nation's progress. So I want to thank all of you for coming. Thank you very much. Please, the mic. Okay. So, if you could allow the dignitaries also. We are going to keep the room open for the next 30 minutes. So,
Give me pictures. No, I'll just send them to you. Good, send them to
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe. Do the right thing and save a life. He is counted amongst the top music producers we have in this country. Today's guest is responsible for most of the big hits we have on our airwaves and on our screens. Yes, you must have heard his name in some of the popular songs on our radio. But how well do you know this gentleman? Let's all find out after this breather. I am El Silama, and this is Talkatainment. Don't go away. Benjamin Mensah Gazi, popularly known as Mix Master Gazi, is here with us. Master Gazi, wezo?
Kwelo. Ode kunkode.
Unkonyenye LC.
LC. Africa lecho.
Machoho.
Oh, nice.
To those who don't understand, he's asking me what's my name and where I come from. You know, he's my brother. We all come from, let me not say Transvolta, Togoland, before they come for us. Number 9. We are number 9. So, tell us, how is life so far? Recording, you know, life as a music producer. How has it been so far?
Yeah, it's been great. You know, life has been great. You know, being a music producer in this country, you have to put in effort. You have to work hard. So, by God's grace, we've been working hard, and today we are here today on your platform. If not being work hard, trust me, I'll not be on the platform. So, you know, working hard has put me, you know, to that front. For me, it's a full-time business. It's my full-time work because, you know, I have to make sure I gain from it. I get money. I do everything from it. I become one of the top producers in the world.
Of course you are. Do you sleep at all?
Yeah, somehow at times.
In a day, can you count the number of hours you sleep?
Mostly I sleep in the morning, like from 4 to by 10.
Then you work from 10 through the night to the next day.
You want to sleep. See, people are coming and people are coming. So if you don't work hard and, you know, put on your strategy and your plans and move on, trust me, the next 2 months or 3 months, there will be new people coming in, you know. So we always put in work so that we can keep, you know, being in the minds of people and, you know, still work hard.
I see. You made an assertion that music production makes one poor. Yes, I read an article.
Then the article
with YFM.
Yeah, I don't know.
The music production can make you poor.
Like,
so, what's the basis for the assertion?
This is our country. We love our country, but, you know, coming from mostly from the African countries, it's very hard to make it as a music producer. So indirectly, I was trying to say maybe if you don't work hard, you'll be very poor, and later you want to go and look for another business and do. You understand? Because when you check on jobs, that's, you know, you want to do. I think music production is a job that everybody needs to take it serious. But, you know, other people want to be like, oh, I'm a bank manager, but I want to do a part-time music. No. If you want to be this, be that. If you want to be this, be that. You can't be a salt and sugar at the same time. You understand? I mean, I've been very sharp in school and all that. From SHH, 7-1s to SS, the secondary school. When I was informed to, I wrote exams with the seniors and boom. So just imagine, as a science student.
What SS did you attend?
This day.
Oh, Madas.
Yeah.
So you were in the same school as Stoneboy?
Stoneboy, Sarkodie, Stage.
Oh, I see.
Sariki, Eno Baroni, a couple of people.
Is that how come you record? So I thought you were only doing the tema-based artists, but now it explains why you're doing that.
No, really, you know, when you get to a certain stage, no matter where you are, people look for you and, you know, they come to you. But if you can check way back some years ago, like a decade now, you know, Tema, when you talk of music, everybody has been coming to Tema.
Yes.
We had the producers, you know, those creative producers, and we have almost all the artists like vibing with the R2B, Sarkodie, Stage, D Crime. Remember those times, Keche, you understand? So those days, every day you see artists in Tema, like from Accra coming to Tema every day to work and all that. So coming from Tema has been like coming from a music city. You understand? So that's why we put in the energy to get us this far. Because where we are coming from, we believed in music, and we were all pushing ourselves there.
If not for music production, which other profession would you have gone for?
Oh, doctor.
Why?
Yeah, because what I was studying in school, definitely that's where I was going to end. You understand? So I knew that if not being music, that would be the direction.
Is it that your parents at a point pushed you into doing medicine or reading science in school? Was that it, or it's a personal decision that you wanted to become a doctor?
You see, I think my whole thing was like I was so smart to the extent that, the most difficult course ever, people think is science and all that. So if you are smart, then you have to go for the ones that, everybody think is hard. So I have to just go for it because they know me, I'll just clock it.
But what was the turning point? When did you realize that, no, I had to do music?
Music has been part of me way back from like the primary and all that. When I was in school, when we go to like the church or when we do any gathering or anything, like I have to be there as DJ, I have to be there as drama or instrumentalist and all that. I'll be in class, then there's a church nearby, I have to run there and just go and play for them and run back to class and all that. So it has been like that, yeah, the Shabo boys.
Have you received any Grammy royalties yet?
No.
Why?
Because our system is not really well connected. That's the problem. Because when you are on a international royalty system, when you sign up with them, you have an email you'll be getting an email from them with your update of whatever your song has been doing, like where it's played, where and this and that. But I think here, some of the system is not really in place. So if my song is playing somewhere, Gamro doesn't send me any email that they play this, your song that you produce for maybe Stoneboy, and this is whatever everybody's getting in it and all that.
But have you followed up?
It's not like we followed up. The thing is not there. What they do is they just go and take the money from people that plays music, like, the restaurant, the bar, the radios and everything. Then when they come and sit down, they'll see which people have been there for some years. Oh, Sakode is doing well, Stoneboy is doing well, oh, that Lumba, okay, let's give them. Then they will even share it for them. They also don't even get any report on how the song will play and how the money was made. And they will even call you that, please, do you have Momo? And they will send you without showing you how the song was played, no records, no anything. So it's very difficult to understand.
To an extent, you must have followed how the systems work in terms of music in the Western world.
Yeah.
Looking at it from where you are sitting in Ghana, what do you think that we are lacking here?
Right now, I think we are lacking the system of, connecting everything together so that we can have a report of it. Because if every radio is playing a song, automatically there have to be something paid back for, because it's my content and I've given you the radio to play. So anything that has to come on, I have to get somehow royalties on that. But here, you have to go and pay that radio or that DJ with another money, and they'll play the song and you don't get any money from it. You understand? So it's just that the system is not well connected. There's no system. It's like everybody's making it for your song to be heard, and when your song is loud outside there, you will now get a couple of shows or a couple of appearances in somewhere so that you can get some money from there. When we come to the streaming digitally or online, I think we have the stores that, probably they don't even belong to us here. It belongs to international platforms, like the Boomplay, the Apple Music, the Spotify and all those things. And those ones too, it depends on the country that the person is listening to the music from. That's where you can get money. So if the person is listening your song on maybe Boomplay from Ghana, and later when they summarize everything they have to pay you, they will make sure they have to convert it into whatever currency it has to be before they pay you. So if you are converting Ghana cedi to US dollar for Apple to pay you, you understand it's. So it's all sort of, understanding and the work, and we need the people to make sure the structure is well set. But now it's very difficult.
Is that why some of your colleagues in the industry recently came out to talk about the fact that they are not making money, although they have been working their asses off?
Right now, the artists making money in Ghana is, they have their own strategies, because you can't really relax and follow the system because there's no system. So any artist that is making money is based on a strategy. He or she needs to put in some money, you know, to pitch and promote himself somehow before, you know, those money all comes back. Because as an artist, you need to shoot a music video, you need to pay for your promotions and all that. You need to pay a producer, you need to pay dancers, everything, like, you know, everybody to get a product. Yes. So then after, how do you get money? Like the song being played on radio, TV and everything, you have to, because if you go to UK, any radio in UK that plays your money, your song, you will see it in your email, you see the record, when they send you maybe monthly records, you see that BBC Extra One play your song, whatever play your song, there's this radio play your song. But here, it is not like that. When TV play, radio play, you will not see anything. So the only thing is you promote yourself anyhow, get the fame, but when you get the fame, then this is where you have to think, or your management have to think about what they have to use the fame for. Look for endorsement deals, or start making shows, creating your own concerts and all that.
What about the music with the music producers? What about you?
Yeah, so right now, as we talk, we have a cool system that, you know, recently there was some allegations between producers and artists and all that. Well, we can come on agreement and, okay, we have a song recorded. We share the percentages. But the percentage, how do you get the money? It's just a document that we share. Okay, anything that comes with the song, you get 50%, I get 50%. But now how do you get a 50%? You will get a 50% when you belong to a royalty society. So them, you register with them, and then they collect all your royalties for you. But collecting the royalties, it's hard for them to even tag Africa, to collect from Africa. The only place they can collect is on your digital platforms. That is on your YouTube and Boomplay, Apple Music and all that.
With all that you have said so far, would you say that you are hungry?
No, I'm not hungry. I'm really doing very well, you know, because that's what I'm saying. I love what I'm doing, and I don't need somebody to tell me that what you're doing is this and that. I have to believe in myself. So that's what I've persuaded until now. Trust me, it's going well, and we are okay, making money, doing good music, traveling all around to work with other artists, and, you know, make good money, and that's all.
You've worked with a couple of international artists. Let me, you know, round it up to Nigeria. You've worked with a couple of Nigerian artists. What's the difference between working with them and working with artists in our country?
I say that there's no much differences, but the only differences is they believe in the business itself. But when it comes to musically, we all do the same thing. We have good producers, they have good producers. We have good artists, they have good artists. Good lyrics, good song, we all do the same thing. But when it comes to the business, now let's take it. How many times will you see a Ghanaian artist going to promote himself in Nigeria? Just one or two, maybe some of the A-listers are even, okay, I think Stomo is in Nigeria now promoting. I don't think I've really seen Sak doing media tour in Nigeria. Shatta, no, Wendy Shea, whoever, like none. But you can see Yemi Alade will come here, Ice Prince coming, David will come in, Wizkid, now even staying here, Burna Boy coming, Pato Rankin coming. Most of them, Omale will be here. So now if you, let's say, Kidi Kwame Oji are there, Omale also came recently, but I don't think they have been there to do a media tour. But Omale was here to do a media tour. So those are the small differences. We are trying to be okay in where we are. We don't really want to go out there. But you see, that is where the money comes in. Everybody is crying of money, but the Nigeria guy will not mind. We just package some money, get some people to help him out, come here. The Nigerians have more friends in Ghana than we Ghanaians having friends in Nigeria. So right now, if Pato is coming, guys, I'm coming, Obi, what's up? Charlie, get me 10 interviews, it will be done. But Ghanaian artists, they won't have those friends that, they come Lagos, so how if we arrange like 5 radios for me, it's not like that. So those are the problems that we are facing. If we push ourselves in other countries, they will also be inviting us for shows. How many artists do they invite from Ghana to Nigeria to perform. But every day when we are doing a show here, we are waiting for an international artist, and the international artist then say will be a Nigerian that has to come and grace the show. When we're a Ghanaian artist, we go and grace the show, close the show in Nigeria.
But what do you think is chasing our Ghanaian artists out of Nigeria, personally?
And I think at times too, their system, they've understood something that, okay, these are our people, let's push them than pushing outsiders. But here,
and we don't do it here.
Yeah. When we even tell the DJ, they'll say, then
they don't like it. The audience don't like it.
But then you man almost one day I visited a friend in the Legon campus, so I picked them and said, let's go and check something here. So one of the friends connecting her phone, because there are 2 ladies, 3 guys, so we were going. So one of the ladies connected the phone that, okay, today I want to be the DJ. And the song that was playing, I said, hey, Jesus Christ. So we are playing all this song, and it was playing from iTunes. So now we are paying these people. But you can play and say, oh, which song will I play in Ghana? How many songs? So I said, hey, if you can talk, oh. Because right, if you go to Apple Top 10, 100, you will see Nigeria, more Nigeria than even Ghanaians. And even the number 1 will not even be a Ghanaian. So it's about the business itself. We have to do the business. And I think few artists have picked it up now and they are doing their best. So we are going. You know, recently to Jackie was also in Nigeria to do her collaborations and all that. And when she was there, just how the media was posting everybody, hey, Jackie's in Nigeria to do So at the end of the day, it pushed her. They wanted to know who. I went to Nigeria after that. One of them said, who is that Jackie? Oh, did they play his song for every radio? And even they would think, way back, R2Beast was doing that. And people even thought R2Beast were Nigerian artists because they were promoting themselves. They have some deal with some other companies there and they were pushing them there.
And Becca too.
Yeah, Becca too. I think from way back to VVIP, Forex for way back, it was crazy. So it's time that we have to put in that energy and make it happen.
What's the biggest song you've ever produced?
Yet to come.
So far. So far, yes.
So far. No, it's still yet to come. Very soon you will hear them.
I know it's yet to come, but you have been successful. You have had a whole lot of songs that have
from
made
way back,
airwaves.
Pull Up is banger until now. You know, Ngbejeke, Alaji,
So you, okay,
Iskoki.
I know it's going to be hard, but state two of the songs that you have made and you have been fulfilled. You feel like, yeah, the song there.
Oh, they can be 2.
So how many do you want to give?
Maybe 10.
Okay, give us 10.
Oh, so Pull Up, Alaji, Iskoki, Enemies by Jupiter, So Different Papa Ranking, Activist, Tomboy, Obiaji, Obige, Captain Planet, Chalamudos, Mukami, hey, we work.
Wow. What song? I know you are popular. People do not really know your face, but they know Mix Master Gazi.
Exactly.
But what song do you think was the breakthrough? What song took you out there?
You see, every day my story is somewhere because I don't always pay attention to one particular thing. And that time, I think we around 2011, 12 or that time, or 10, 11, 12. So let's say 12. Let's use 12. By that time, there were some couple of songs, like 3 or 4 songs, making waves at the same time. Like I had Pull Up, I had Stage A, My Baby featuring R2Beast. I had, which song? I think I don't know, some couple of songs, like 3 or 4 songs.
Coco Sakura.
D-Crime and all that. That one said Kum Kum Namaye and all that, and Want to Be Chased. So within that time, within the year, it was like 2, 3, 4, 5 songs, like making it up.
You did quite a number of songs on Stoneboy's Epistles of Mama album.
Yeah.
How many songs did you do there?
I think I did 4.
Which one and which one?
Soldier, Tia Tia. I think one reggae with Burna Boy, and what's the other song? But I mix the album too, like mix a mastering of the album. So 22 songs, and his recent one too, Angola Junction. I produced one like back there, and I mixed all the song, mix and master all the song.
You know, Stonebwoy is a big artist, you know?
Yeah.
And he must have made a lot of money from that. Did that in any way affect your pocket too?
Yeah.
Your pocket became full.
Became lim.
Let's pull over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Nchi wombe kama mutumin da ka sani ba, kaka bari hankalin ke maka kaman komai bai faru. Magana ya zo kun sana. Min kwa juma mitifie, min kona menyaba. Ni amebia ya samu, mehrama na jo na mada. Facial mask masha, sanitizer me yusuwa. Awasa me ba me hobai. Nanso wanguchire kumio enti corona Sani awudi abanono dia Enemy to me enti corona Sani awudi abanono dia Enemy to me
Why have you chosen to do music?
I feel like it's what I would like to be my life's work, right? Everyone has that one thing that he wants to be remembered for when he dies, right? For me, it's the music. If I don't get to do anything and my name will be remembered as the guy who made great music, then I would die a happy man.
Share with us some of the titles of the songs that you've produced already.
Okay, so we have Kona Kona. We have Go Back to Her, which I just played. We have Ekikime. We have Magajia. We have Niaman Kitin Kitin. Yeah. We have Twabapa. Yeah. So we have a couple of them like that.
Is there any plan of putting together an EP, an album? Or what's the plan?
I mean, at the moment, we even have an EP out.
Okay.
It was out 2 weeks ago, close to 2 weeks ago. And so far, the feedback we are getting from everyone who gets to listen to them has been amazing. So Busangania Brantia is the title of the EP. Yes.
Busangania Brantia.
Busangania Brantia.
Are you a Busanga?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the ethnic group is the Bisa. Bisa people, right? And the language is Busanga. But we it's just, you know, language evolves. So right now Obiabeka say, oh, why Busanga ni? But amongst the natives we go like, oh, we a Bisa. Odoye wo me say wo don akikime. Ohemma wo don wa wikime. Ohemma akikime. Ohemma agogome. Izo musharu anso yeya. Izo musharu anso yeya. Izo musharu anso yeya. Izo musharu anso yeya. You know be say other girls know they find me. Them fit to find, but that feeling no they catch me. You know be joke butterflies for my stomach. Nansonya chumfu asewa mundi. Them they tell you say I be liar. Ya say manu fufu mini dawa. Plenty girls are they smoke like taba. Oba forget them, it be agenda. I kick me.
Social media handles so that anyone who wants to follow you for the EP and follow your brand, they will be able to do so.
Bakadabri everywhere. Bakadabri. Sometimes you
spell it for us.
B-A-K-A Baka, D-A-B-R-I Dabri.
Okay.
And sometimes you even just put in Busanga, which is B-U-S-A-N-G-A, and then you find.
That's how we end this edition of the Discovery segment on Talkatainment. But also we'll continue with the interview. Definitely, Busanga Niabrantie will give us a performance, and then we join Elsie for the rest of the interview.
Awesome.
My name is Abrantepa.
Abrakwantu yetiawawate Obiani mnie besich nawate Bansana abinda de farugo beba Musamu hankuri marayu andunia. And now what me chena wakami it be the last thing for my mind oh. Lefe kankanu anda muke majuna. Befi mutama mutani hakanaba. Show love, it no be math if I prove your love. Yeah, show love to the person close to your heart. Show love, it no be math if I prove your love. Yeah, show love to the person dear to your heart. If we say, ni a man kitten, ni a ditcher or dog. Ni a man kitten, ni a ditcher or dog.
That was an interesting one there. Thank you so much, Abrantepa, for that good piece. Now let's go back to our chit-chatting with Mr. Gazi.
Yeah, man.
Ever won an award?
Yeah, a couple of awards, like, if I should count, maybe like 30, or something.
In Ghana here?
In Ghana,
international,
in South Africa, US.
Which one did you hold dear?
Oh.
What do you think you did that merited that?
Yeah, putting in the hard work and making sure, pushing whatever product you've put out there. What I do is if I produce for an artist, I make sure I put myself to promote it as well. That's what people don't know, because when the song wins, everybody on the song or anybody that worked on song also, it's a winner. So that's what I do. So my hard working and also, believing in what I'm doing pushed me, to work hard, and God's grace, I got all these awards.
When was the last time you won an award?
I think 2019. Is it 2020?
For
20, okay, let's say 2019. Right, that's Hitmaker. I won the producer.
Were you a judge?
I was a producer.
Okay.
So I won the producer, the best hit MTN producer, yeah. And it also came with some cool cash bikra, and I did party, and I enjoyed.
And you didn't call me?
No.
Okay. Has any female artist dared to offer you sex in exchange for beats?
No, but yes, now, like, that's what I say, Juma and his business.
But Obia Yebida.
And no, Obia Yebida. And as I obey a crowd, and then the end, they be a young Muntina over. And then you're crowd, you crab you. You understand? So I want that respect and everything to be there. And the way me I carry myself now, be home cry. Even so, I'm going to make country because so you just have to understand and follow the process.
What don't you tolerate in your studio?
Probably if you come and you meet me the first time and the way we will talk and come and sit down, if you have something to do, maybe you will not even try to, like, I don't know, so it doesn't come.
When people come here and smoke, you like it?
When they smoke? Yeah. That's normal.
It's allowed?
Yeah, that's to them, but not maybe in the studio, maybe you just go to
the back. In the studio.
That's what I'm saying. The way you come and say it, nobody will ask you to go out and smoke. You understand? You even feel like it's too clean or it's too hard for you to smoke in such place. Like, so you just have to chalk maybe the corner. There are areas. It's like when you're at the airport. There are some places you can't. You advise that no matter how there's notice that I don't smoke here, you advise yourself that no, here you can't smoke.
You started a record label.
Yeah.
Why did you stop?
I've not stopped. Yeah, I'm still working on it. I have projects that are coming out, and I have Lyrical Joe on the record label as well. So.
Why did you let Emil go?
Why did I let? I mean, it's a time, and it's season, and it's time. So we got to a time. She feels like, okay, now it's a time to also move into a next step. We can't do it all forever.
Are you sure it's because of that?
Because
You stated in one of your interviews that she breached your contract.
And so that's
with
what I'm
her.
saying. That's what she feels like. It's time for her to do something else somewhere. And so cool.
After she breached the contract.
Yeah. Me, I
What
understand.
exactly did she breach? What did she do?
You know, when you are signing somebody, you sit down, you discuss, you sign, you call people to do the same thing. So when you want to, you know, terminate that contract, I think that's the same process we have to do, right? So that was not the process. I just realized they released a song and all that.
But did you reach out to her that she refused to come and do it?
Yeah, we talked, but then I felt like it was not necessary. If that's what she wanted to do, she should go. It's time, and I just wish her the best, because there's no way that whatever I've done for you so far to bring you to a certain stage, you go and do what? Bring it back. You have to still what? Keep it up. So in the line of history or whatever you have to say in future, you just have to remember you also passed through some certain stage before you are getting there. That's all.
What was your contribution to her career?
It's music production, supporting, and, you know, shooting videos, everything. Like anything an artist need to be there as an artist. That's a good song, production, features, and, you know, pushing and all that.
With all that has happened between you and her, do you ever regret signing her?
No. Why not? Why will I regret? If I regret it, meaning whatever I did for her is waste. So that's why I'm saying I wish her the best, so that she can make it to another stage. So on the cross, of course, we and try I bet she because I balance at the time that we try to push that. Even if it was not like this, and the little 1% now, yeah, the artist career before tonight, even say 1% in the one, she has to go and make it small. She don't need on any corner to reduce the 1% to 0.5% or 0%. You understand? So it has to be more, so that I can also feel proud that this girl contributed 1% in her music career.
You must have picked certain lessons with all that has happened with her. What are the lessons that you have drawn from your experience with Eno that you feel going forward you would apply?
When you sign an artist, you have to pay certain attention and make sure that it's business has to be even like 99% of it. Because most of the time what we do here is when we sign, we just become like family, and that's all, brothers and sisters, and we just work. And some other necessary business strategies or stuff that we need to put, we don't, because we feel like, oh, we are family and all that.
Moving into your studio from the hallway, I saw a couple of pictures on the wall, and that picture had one particular face in all of it.
My new girl, Chayuta, but
your girl as in your
artist.
Oh, okay, I see.
So
I thought that was your wife.
Oh, Chayuta is like 17 years old.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it matters. Even if it should be my wife, it should be like 18 and above, right?
I don't know, because people marry less than that, you know.
No. But that's what they say in our community or in our country. They say from 18, that's where you become, you know.
What if you groom her to become your wife? That's if you are not married.
Yeah.
Are you married?
But then the age differences won't help.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
So what if you groom her in becoming your wife?
No, but I have a girlfriend, so I can't marry her. She's so young. She's my artist, and I want her to win so that she can get her own type of guy that will suit her age and everything, so that they can vibe well. Because if maybe before I'll be like 50, she will still be like 20-something, or then I'll be old, and, you know, she will not be happy.
So when are you getting married?
Very soon, probably this year or next year.
Ooh, he's getting married. What projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, so projects, you know, I have a whole lot of projects coming up. And even I don't know. I have a cypher coming up, which is Big Bass cypher. I have like 6 dope rappers on it. Crazy, you know.
We wrap up on this interesting edition of Talkatainment. Our guest, Mix Master Ghazi, has been phenomenal. I hope you enjoyed the interview, though.
Yeah,
we come your way another time with a more interesting one. Till then, stay blessed and stay safe.
Yakwaya yasan bebium nanso komoketo bi o ha mebese medi tuja ai esa ne rebranding bi akoso ye nkrankrom ha se sese dem asesa medin ai din dada na da me so me ye fi me so sese mo mfrɛ me evangelist amabruni nkomo wo ho ane ne mama ye ntwa ye ho na information e course entertainment industry ni na ye fa mbeson yes, I know watching for social media saying some course will chrome hunting. We declare no as press conference week. We be so then a course. Nana grada any pimpolo. Now what the conference be to just say back to back. Now mama yen starting infinite na grada. Obekaya aya police for any national security any NCA ekoni way TV station Tanda TV no muko close. We say oni license nyade. Anko siwa na what no call court. We say fraud be nyade same bebre. Afede was okay. Na nanagrada kwatwiri mu kakra. Na munum na eye nanagrada kya Nyankopon ada Roma we PFM. Na wo si se Nyankopon ya ade mawa na wakae na ode na aseda kwa koma na. Nti nanagrada kira konfudin onye biom. Ondi konfuni biom. Okọ afiase ne se na Nyankopon nyema bi afa nani so. A Nyankopon abem na wa be save ne de se de wasesa ne din. Ode ne ho amanyame. Nti se de sika gari o de ende yo wagya ne nyina. Nti se a agrada kire mu a Mon freno okwanfo ba onya agrada onesa nyama ne tunkwanta awapai se edi ada ne so evangelist Patricia Odro Kranton mumu bi na munnim ne kunu osofo okroma se de o se obeta na echi na wa ye Nyankopon adwuma na yi na ekoba na kofo se muka Sikagari bika quiz kuma would that you nanko ambassador of Sikagari nti se se na nada grada de ho koma Nyankopon de na akwa say asori no obeta oni de ono no obeka Bible bi muso kirem kwa ono obeye a translator nti na grada so de ho amanyame kofo bebia ka so oboya fraud yibi obada dada ye mfi se wenya court asem ti opa bibi de ho akokotare nti no se o de ho amanyame na press conference na se me course de bebere agrada kasai ni kunu so bi kirem na ni kunu kasai ne se agrada je se Watching evangelist on Yankee Bible, just a Bible Cassibia Nekita no so muse, any holy Bible na ya chro ha go yi. I'd got that man. A Jumani do beya man Yankopon. Nti mun sheni. Thursday ya old man ko food in anim. Na abusumfi, nyama wo ho nyina we pia Bible nti wa hyew. E dia dance chese or the no ho amanya no ko se enkosi aga. Ye wo krom ha, ye bekoso bia ye de bebrem. Amanfo na ansa na mpo na nagrada be trending in the press conference na ekwa pimpolo ono kwa di kan ba be press conference any the GhanaWeb na ye call just say ensem trofo ekwa sa press conference na se nesi woni ense o ka kire ekwa pimpolo wo se o pe trend e be ma wa trend eno na polo din sem bia atudwa o kire ma no nim waye bone pa onim se ye se yiyi ho ne ade picture post e on ne ba ne aya sa post bia yo mema onim se na enya ade pa nti se de onye sa ade ni biom osrem mo amuhye ni naked pictures ni picture bia se we yinu kakra mu nyina munjai se de oye ambassador asemo ka che ye other celebrities ya ne se munjai ye hu ni nyina enye kwapin polo se de obe ya ambassador be ko so preach no we invite nkofo a wo yi wo hu nyina se wo njai na sanya mane de ensuani se kwapin polo nsema waka ne na eye ye njine kwapin polo nsemu na ye ntuaso a eye DK bu ka se tama wo de no ko afiase no obai di mobile money bi ne bank details we to so mo a muhu say ya polo single mother te say anwa akire no or 790 days nti mmo bi kakra mbe wa aboa no ne bayi ne maame na mabomode na ma send mobile money kakra and your bank details so provide na polo bill you man no wie no be fie na why video bi o chema o wa fiase no mo a mo send this ka bi e ma ekodi DK bi ho no ne nsanka scan ye na wo say Onso anka scan ye de enye DK bia na ye send this polo chema obi friend Ose Madam Alice bi wo so wa send no 4,000 ni nyina mbedu ni nsa na so we de emu ye rem kaka so be frɛ no yonko brabo DK bi na obisa no so etesen police be sine ofrɛ na onfa nti amanfo wa mu wo DK bi number mu frɛ na mu bisa no so DK bi seskan nsensem na hu ekosi sen o chema ye those co celebrities pe na wa man sky ni eyiska bi abeka no nti se onfrɛ won na wase ya hu seska bi anka ne nsa ya na manfo chem se so polo aden wa we fiaba ya we nim se nkosem koso but woni pe ya onim so ya wa dan fa anka pe strategy fufu mpom gozo polo kasa dodo eye wa ye bi ejai Tamo kai abena koko issue ye be wochema eye TV34 ni edwuma mpanyfo no wochema eye na bi aye order na di wo eye ni social media page na o she panty na wa je bra na wayi no kaka wani nje ho ene one brand ebo ebra insisi de one suspending ni show no so we put on hold onko tene fie kakra se ne na obefra abena koko aye nim na nsem yi be ya abena koko wonse wo okọ harmony ade no ene fie achema eye fie ashwas niga ai opata kojeko oni bi adam fo efi ashas ne godin se bi abetuja ochema eye TV34 mo adwuma fo akam wo ho no mo anya ade enka ne mmia na wo ho no bi obo obelamu di credit ochema abna akokwa asem ibe yi mo asan so atwam ho akọ eye social media akọ unfollow girl no sabri ya ohia mo no mo ama ne mo bia na mo wi mo san so yesa ade na mo yesa efi achema o sa mmia ne nyina mo yesle tesen bebre okeka bebre otutu bi ma ho no ochema ya abna akokọ Nyoye na oye emu bi na mo bepa na kama pa abo no na saade na mo ye ni de eye yimu munjai sa fine girl come from Ghana I Mona for real haja for say wa rebrand ni stage name Mona for real uni mama catcho ono na eye okọ BBC Pidgin News ene odin se bia kotoja ochema ono o sha ase from Tamale to Trasaku wa femu bi ankasa na eye mo amokase or ya ni pictures no or influence young girls cause na kakra na taru say flashy lifestyle ankasa na olivi ochema onye mane mamo pressure oye na hyemne e wo krom ha nkran oye na hyemne e wo krom ha nkran se won so betumi aye oche no oye adwumade ankasa o start adwuma no na oye young girl kra na ye haji akeka nsem ya na odi chire o chire ma mo amokaso akwaye bat left ni ade wa wo ne ho pan na enye sa body ni dey natural but enye na moka no beti very soon obekako ye lipo ya baby amoisha ade ni bi an ochema akwa enhance ni body nti mo hwe nim ema Mona for real dancehall musician Samini an ode nsemi abetudwa o say yampa eyo no kware say eye 2020 election odi mu akotre na oye campaign ma MPP ene one flag bearer na adodan kwekufo ado na no chema ye 2021 fofo keka se eye na ado lace o be drop eye deputy ministerial lace ni ade na Samini hwenim se webo ni di na Samini so ono Samini only political ambition bia o se fara bi kokọ round o se ope wa central MPA do se ni nyina enya mpa ade na mo yesa Samini chema ono ankasa mrepem so sesa na adwe no be so enter into politics say nua Dondumela obema maswati tata wole nsu no ode nsem bia betudwa ochema nwa wonim na Facebook live kaka na we post just a live ni je hu keke Instagram Facebook tata wole ginim o sesa anya mani no ode atontwe oko break efi social media anti fiti na kosa o hwe se o bia o hwe tata wole o hwe se obi obe post obe yesese ya uri hu oko break nti miripem onu ankasa ba bechem time obeba back enche kwai na nkomebeto odwa se eye actor wachi obekai wachi ai so we mo amoba na se de mu hye da anim ni mu bizde o ya hwe bia de eje yeni na nse mi beto odwa so se de wakọ asofo full school o hwe nim so abaye osofo na picture bia beto odwa che so se de wa abo collar ai se de o ye reverend minister nti se mu hu na enye actor keke no ye ode ne ho amenyame na kofo chem se na obesan so aba campaign for MPP ana nsem ni de Ghana de Moses sana nkofo bisa so eya ampa na ye no kware ba wachi se de oye reverend minister filmmaker Socrates Safo which 30 years of being a movie producer se de ordinary man nyina everybody Socrates chema wapon na ansa na obeba out no pe so di movie ba akokra e de be som ye Ghana fo wato ni din tuntum nti Socrates chema so movie way ba out we ya na edwuma of filmmaking nyina ode bebewi Mr. Ghana I the rough just a social media for just a wasema amba o eye Twitter for wo be handle easily American rapper and songwriter T-Pain. Wow, him T-Pain. Ono na audio video bi abeto je ochema for 2 years over 2 years akekako. Celebrity say wo just say we are afana nyina wo send the message eba request session nti na ohu nti we leave kofu bebre on red on be message ni cry na kofu just a video no de betu dwane ye hwemu kakran afa de amafu ye mbewie ni na ye nsha. Hey, Ghana, wake up. When they say the woman was sending a T-Pain message so or you any big fan. And so how? Check ye badan ho baby medical. Aye, so to your rapper. Medical so no was sending so. Hi, my idol. I'll come to the US. Yeah, said they who say 2 weeks or so 2 months. Yeah, said they who. No, but I hear him. Then go focus say, hey, Ghana for some more pregnant. Na ye kan ya hu ane say sister ba kudin a drop ho ai Juliet Ibrahim onbo de wan say dan ka bibia o say haya just say we hu no onim say bibi sa ho nti nimu na mo fa just say press conference ka say agrada dia na krapin polo kra obeye na o de apamo chewo honorable Kennedy Japan so what say Kennedy Japan na hu say obi hu abasem just oba be leak obi information ai Kennedy Japan twema ye honorable o say eye wo Reverend Obofo, ubehwe ohusu ye pa. Sa defraud dey na wo defraud nkrofo no reba wo so. Nti gina ye pa. Ene na ensem yibetu dwa na wo say, "Hey! Kene Japan asema wo keni. Ene ye hwe anim wo ne Obofo ba beka. Ye hwe anim sanka bi fufu ba be pai kra. Ye behwe Obofo abala ne ne behwe ye nyina ye pu aba ye betie nsem. Obofo nka be kika bi tutu bi kire na. Obofo de aye so no chema oh. We are me papa fe don say eh wo da shout out na wo chiechan e me channel address issue na or there to say we are first stand na o chema oh ono onye coward he will not die a coward ono dey also be answer or video nim cross 30 so about 12 o'clock mo nhwe na ebe koso ni a hwe ni ma say ne na ye Reverend Obofo e be ba na oba be ye rejoin da na ye nim and from Agrada to Obofo and I'm remember my who quite didn't come on in evangelist Amabroni Macramu
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Ernestina Sewa Asante. I'm here to serve you an interview my colleague Desmond Frimpong had with an entrepreneur, as well as some stories that made headlines this week. As we all know, agriculture is the backbone of the Ghanaian economy. Due to this, business moguls are innovating apps to help boost the local economy. My colleague Desmond Frimpong had an interaction with an entrepreneur who has created an app called Complete Farmer. This app is to help farmers. This app is to help people in the diaspora to farm remotely. Do enjoy this conversation.
Agriculture is indeed the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, and it engages quite a chunk population in the country. Today we're going to talk about agric. Maybe you're surprised to see me talk about agric and still sitting in an office space surrounded by digital tools. Yes, we're talking about online farming, digital farming. And today in this episode of BizTech, we have Desmond Kone, the CEO of Complete Farmer, to explore the world of online farming. I have here with me the CEO of Complete Farmer, Desmond Kone. Desmond, welcome to BizTech.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
I'm really also grateful to have you because the communication was very short time and you're still able to make time for us. The first time I heard Complete Farmer, I was surprised to read about it, especially the content. Like, what are these guys up to? This is mind-blowing. Are you able to tell us something very small about Complete Farmer?
So, Complete Farmer started, I think, about 3 years ago, in 2017. So we're in the fourth year now. And the whole purpose of Complete Farmer was to kind of build, so my background is in mechanical engineering. So I kind of wanted to build a farm that would work like a factory. And the more we stayed on the problem, the more we gained clarity to what the solution should be. So Complete Farmer is a digital platform that's basically creating an end-to-end agricultural value chain process in the digital space. And what this means is that buyers of agricultural commodities anywhere in the world are able to procure or build a supply chain for their agricultural commodities here in Ghana and in some parts of Africa as well. And individuals who are interested in farming are able to farm on the platform and sell their commodities to these buyers at the end. And so we had to build like a agriculture system, basically. And the reason why we decided to digitize this is to make it more streamlined and more efficient. So on our platform, buyers get exactly the commodities they are looking for. They get the quality they are looking for, the certifications, the quality control on the platform. And users anywhere in the world are able to set up a farm, get a farm manager to manage their farms, and at the end sell the commodities to an actual buyer who pays them for their farm produce. So that's what Complete Farmer is about. Yeah.
Oh, I really like the summary, but it looks like we are jumping the gun. I'm getting almost everything about Complete Farm within a short space. I'm very interested to know how this whole thing started. You know, there are other opportunities that people will be looking at. How did it even happen for you to even think there's a loop in the digital space when it comes to farming?
Yeah, so I think back in KNUST, as a mechanic, after school, I was a TA in the mechanical engineering department. I think my whole education background was trying to move away from farming. It wasn't something I found appealing. That's because my dad was a farmer. He was a smallholder pineapple farmer, and when you see your parents go through what they have to go through as a farmer, you don't want to become a farmer. You want to aspire for something else. And so it's interesting how I found my way back into agriculture now, even from an engineering background. But I think that gave me like the unique perspective of how to solve different problems. And I think the reason why I ended up in agriculture was because it was something I've been thinking about. How do you perfect a food system? Because my dad passed away, and then I inherited his farm. And within 2 years, this farm collapsed. And this was a farm that he's farmed for over 15 years. And so that kind of weighed on me. And then I decided, okay, what could I have done better? And so having that first-hand experience into what the problems were in the agriculture value chain, how farmers struggle to get quality inputs on their field, how difficult it is for farmers to access markets, access financing. And you see all the hard work these farmers put in. One would think there has to be a better way, right? And so I think that's what really motivated me to focus on the problem and see how I can use my mechanical engineering approach or production engineering methodologies to kind of design a value chain that makes it very competitive for all the stakeholders to engage on. And yeah, that's how Complete Farmer started, really.
Talking about starting, you know, sometimes when it's starting anything at all in life, it's quite challenging sometimes. What was your story?
I think I woke up one morning on Kenya State Campus. I'm like, no, I have to do something about that. And the weekend after that got to me, I just came back to Accra. I told my parents this was what I was going to do. Then the idea hadn't formed. People thought I was crazy. You had first class in mechanical engineering. Why are you not going to the job market as well? Why are you not even applying for a master's and stuff like that? But I think I just think for me, I just saw something better. And I think when I realized this problem, it was something I really knew I could solve. And it was a big challenge. It is a big challenge, yeah. But it was something that was very exciting to jump on. And it made a lot of meaning as well. It made a lot of meaning from my dad's involvement to me coming in with tech. It made a lot of meaning to me to start this journey.
You were handed over a farm that you literally collapsed. Like, farm that was over years, it was handed down to you, and then you literally collapsed it. So I'm just wondering, I don't know, probably when you started, you didn't really need any capital at all. A
combination of things, right? So I think we joined a pitch competition, got into the meltwater incubator. That was what really made it serious for us. After we got into the incubator, meltwater incubator had a lot of like KPIs. You need to meet these KPIs. And so it became a serious thing. It wasn't like a lifestyle anymore. And I think that's one of the good things that helped us. So I think meltwater was very fantastic to give us that seed capital I think that initial capital really didn't build much in terms of infrastructure, but it's also a business. Because once you take investments and you know that you have to be accountable to people, it makes you take it very serious as well. And I think that was the best. I think that starting investment was very critical for us to start this as well.
One interesting thing I always like about people doing business for themselves or entrepreneurs is the fact that, well, job is quite scarce out there, and they are able to do something for themselves and also get other people involved. Are you able to tell us how many hands are involved in Complete Farmer?
Wow. So directly, I think now the team size is 32. We have a team of marketing professionals, developers, agronomists, and farm managers. And then indirectly, we work with a lot of farmers in Ghana. Currently, we have farms in the northern regions. We have farms in the Front Plains as well. And we have about 2,000 farmers on the platform that we are able to connect their produce to markets as well. So I think, yeah, it's been Agric is a big employer as well. And I think what we are beginning to see is that we are also starting like training programs where youth can be able to take training in how to operate in tractors and giving people farm management training to be able to manage commercial farms, not even small farms as well. So those are some of the employment opportunities that are available in Complete Farmer currently. And then we also have like a very active internship program. Well, I think from because I grew up in Ghana and I schooled in Ghana, I think what is lacking is that practical experience for most students. So I think in terms of interns, we have about 7 or 8 interns, and these are people that we are training them in developing products, in digital marketing, and we hope to keep them once they are done with those trainings as well.
Right, so online farming, digital farming. What are these farms? Are they online? Are you growing? Are you growing crops online?
So online farming, it's a way for anyone anywhere in the world to actually own a farm. So what we've done is we've built the technology and the infrastructure for you to be able to show someone a farm on your phone. So basically, these are actual farms on the ground where these farms have been assigned a professionally trained agronomist to manage the farm. So people can buy a farm, you can set up the number of acres, determine what you want to grow on the platform. Once this setup is done, you get an actual farm. So we have satellite imagery that will let you know what is going on your farm in real time on your phone. We also give you updates with pictures. You're able to take a farm tour on your phone as well. Exactly, a virtual farm tour on your phone as well. And then you get updates of whatever the farmer is doing. So how they are applying their fertilizers, how much they are spending, all those things. So basically, it's a way for anyone at all to get into farming without really getting their hands dirty, so to speak. So that's basically the concept of online farming, yeah.
Well, interesting conversation right there, but sometimes talk can be very much boring. We're going to go for a quick break, and right after that break, Desmond is going to tell us how to farm online.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Now, welcome back to our interview with the CEO of Complete Farmer, Desmond Kone. He's going to talk to us about how to get involved, how to make sure that we are also able to farm online. Desmond, how do we get started? We don't know.
So I think, so you just go to completefarmer.com, one word, completefarmer.com, sign up and create an account. Once you create an account, you have access to the farm dashboard. Now on the farm dashboard, you'll see a list of crops that are available for growing. Now, whatever crop you see on the platform, it means that we've already secured buyers for it. So these are crops that buyers are looking to buy on the platform. The crop comes in different bundles, so you can select which crop bundle you want to grow, and then you set up your farm as well on the platform. Once you set up your farm, you can then start monitoring your farming activities and getting reports on what's going on the farm. Now, at the end of the farming process, so after harvest of these commodities, you get to go to a marketplace, identify buyers who are in high demand of the commodity.
Hold on for me, because it looks like you are talking to me just like how to sign up for Facebook. There's no actually fee attracted and all that. I get to sign up for free, but I'm sure the farms are not for free.
No. So basically, what the farms are cost per acre. Okay. So based on the number of acres you want to farm, you're at liberty to farm any number of acres you want. It's between $350 to $700 per acre of farms, depending on the crop as well. So you can decide the number you want to do. Now, the interesting thing is you can also come together with your friend to own a farm, or even your EA group. So you can come together and say, okay, we want to do 5 acres, and then you split the cost. And it's more of a social thing. So you and your friends get to farm together. And at the end of the day, we call that the cooperative. So just as in real life, farmers form cooperatives, you could also form cooperatives with your friend on the platform. Share updates and see what is going on. And then at the end of the harvest, you get to then select a buyer on the platform who is willing to buy this commodity that your farm has produced. The whole platform, everything is, all the data on the platform is on the blockchain, which means everything is verified. Buyers trust that buyers are able to trust what they are getting. You are able to trust what your yield on your farm is as well. And this is done through like lots of audits. We work with SGS that will be able to tell you how much your farm produced, how much the buyer is willing to pay for your commodity, and then you select which buyer to pay to on the platform as well.
So then it's basically farming for business. What if I want to keep my produce?
So if you want to keep your produce, then you would have to sign up as a buyer. So buyers as well, anyone at all who needs agricultural produce can sign up on the platform as a buyer and place an order, what type of produce you need, what is the quality specifications that you want for your produce, and what's the delivery schedule that you are looking to get your commodities. So if you are someone who is starting, let's say you are starting a small factory, or you want to start some business and you need some volumes of commodities, you don't want to go into the market and compete with others and have to deal with middlemen. You can get an exclusive farms that is grown by people for your exclusive supply. So buyers are also able to do that. So anyone at all can also be a buyer on the platform.
Am I likely to see livestock farming if I go to Complete Farmer?
Currently, we've not entered into livestock farming.
So as a buyer, what are some of the risks that I'm likely to face? Because we live in Ghana, we know the weather conditions in Ghana. So in a situation where my crops do not do well, what is in for me? Okay.
So all the farms we farm on the platform we are insured by GhanaWeb, the Ghana Agricultural Insurance Pool. And so if there is a case of loss due to natural circumstances, GhanaWeb is able to pay you, I think, up to 80% of whatever you invested. So we've kind of mitigated the risk of going into agriculture to 20% as well. But the more we work together with GhanaWeb, the more we are able to get enough data to provide a more comprehensive insurance package for users on the platform.
What has been the response rate? Has been the, more like the response rate? Are people really patronizing this?
So we've had a lot of success, especially in Europe and in Asia, than in Africa and Ghana. So on the platform, I think Complete Farmer serves an international market more than the local market. But it's something that also brings in a lot of foreign exchange, which is good for the country. But now we are trying to incentivize local participation on the platform as well.
It's a tech company, and how friendly is the sign up? Probably I may not be a tech savvy. How do I even get around joining Complete Farmer?
No, the sign up has been made, the whole experience has been made very easy. We've done a lot of research into user experience on the platform, because the initial challenge for us was how do we make people understand, how do you get someone to have the farming experience on their phone? And we've done a lot of user research into that to design this product. The sign up is very easy. It's just like signing up to Facebook or creating an email account. So I think anyone who is vested or knows about these processes should be able to navigate their way to sign up and start farming on the platform.
One other challenge that I think I can identify the fact that you are online based, so then, and you are getting people from Europe, Asia, and all over. Yeah. Payment will most often will take place online, Visa cards and things like that. Then I'm tempted to say that your business is probably not for here, because a lot of people here would want to do physical cash, probably mobile money and things like that. You know, virtual payment penetration is really not a big thing here. How is that not supposed to be a challenge?
No, so on the platform, people can also do simple bank transfers as well on the platform. So you can get like the payment instruction on the platform, make a bank transfer, and a sales person will get back to you and take you through the process as well. So I think that was one of the biggest problems we were facing earlier with payments. But we've also integrated with some platforms like TransferWise. So users are able to send us funds through TransferWise to purchase their farms as well.
What are some of the exciting stories that your customers have shared with you?
I think we've had great customers from the beginning. Most of what we've built currently is based on customer feedback. They keep asking, like, and we do a very good job at being very close with our customers. So our customers, I have some of them on my contact list. They can call and say, Desmond, I want to be able to see that my commodity is moving from the farm to the ports. You see, and those are like interesting feedback, and we've been able to actually build this such that when your commodity is moving, you are able to know and track wherever it's gotten to in your supply chain. We've gotten customers that have asked, can I come to my farm? And we've had farm tours where we invited users to come see what's going on the farm, which was a very lovely experience as well. And because of that, we had to build a virtual farm tour to give people who couldn't afford it the opportunity to also see their farms on the platform as well. So most of the features have been based on like customer feedback as well. People ask, like my wife and I, can we own a farm together? And that's why we brought in the cooperative feature where, because I think Complete Farmer, unlike other solutions, we didn't have like, someone can say I'm building a delivery app or I'm building a ride sharing app. With Complete Farmer, it wasn't something that definite. All we knew was this is the problem. Now, how to solve the problem was something that we kept learning along the journey. So most of our users have been very, very, very instrumental in determining most of how these features work.
Okay. So, but before I go, why are you so convinced that online farming is the future?
I think if you look at the world where we live in, and really, food is going to always be a constant for us. But we are living in a world where our farmers are aging. Our youth are more active on social media channels than in the physical world. So I really believe this is something that's going to catch on. This is a way to still make sure there's continuity in farming, and the technologies now make it very easy to do so. We live in a world where farming is not hoe and cutlass. In fact, we've managed over 10,000 acres of farms, and we've never used a hoe or cutlass on any of those farms. You're able to use drones to spray your crops. You're able to use satellite to monitor your field. You're able to have like tractors do most of the work, build your own solutions as well. So it's kind of cool, and we want people to see this. And I think this is something that the youth especially would jump on to rebrand agriculture and how it's seen. So I'm really bullish about farming online, and I think the future, what we want to do is, like, most people ask me, what is this about? I tell people it's building an Amazon for farming in Africa, basically. So that's what we want to do in the next 5 years to come.
Thank you so much for talking to us. This is where we end today's interview. I wish I could go on and on and on. Basically, you could own a farm regardless of where you find yourself in the world. All you need is to go up there, sign up a Complete Farmer, and buy the crops you want to grow, and that's all. You make the payments and farming is done for you virtually. It's been a pleasure coming your way with another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Bye-bye for now.
That was Desmond Frimpong with the CEO of Complete Farmer. Let's move to our friend in the tech world, Jefferson, to give us some tech bits for today.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seneja from After Music. This week on Tech Bits, we're going to continue with our iPhone series. And today we're going to look at an easy way to get something done on iPhone. Let's get on to it. So in today's iPhone lesson, I want us to discuss I know there are some iPhones out there that have low battery quality, and there are so many ways of actually improving that. Now, normally you can easily just swipe up and drop down close items in the background, but there's another way you can actually try and improve your battery quality. As we just go back to settings, and in settings we go all the way to general, and in general there is a function, menu item called app refresh. That's background app refresh, and the background app refresh gives you all the apps you have, and the best thing is that you can go through them and turn some of them off when they're in the background, meaning that it allows the app to refresh their content when it's on Wi-Fi and on mobile data in the background. Turning off these might actually prevent the battery running down and preserve your battery for a long time. So these are really, really good. So you can go on and say, okay, fine, I'm going to turn some of these off and say, okay, Messenger be off. So meaning that when you don't have Wi-Fi, it doesn't seek. So some of these apps, once you request them, even though you're not running them and it's in the background, it's constantly seeking the internet connection, which runs down your battery. So this is a very, very good tool to have. That's settings, general, background, app refresh. So that's it for this week. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, the Chief Executive Officer of Millennium Development Authority, Martin Essen Benjamin, has disclosed that the Kaswa Bulk Supply Point is scheduled to be completed in the third quarter of 2021. The Mida boss made this statement at the Kaswa Bulk Supply Point station on April 27, 2021. Addressing the press conference at Kaswa BSP, Mr. Essen Benjamin said the project, which costs $50 million USD, is expected to be completed in August 2021.
This is a very timely intervention, and I do believe that when we finish and Ghanaians understand us, the money that we receive for the Americans is being put to good use. This is 450, and then the one in Pocas is 60 million. I believe that they've said two things to you. First, at the end of May, we would have commissioned the Pocas one. By the end of August, this also should have been completed. So that the commissioning would have, or I'm going to say completed, the process of commissioning, because it takes a bit of time. But inaugurating it can be any other time.
Based on the advent of technology has birthed the development of a small-scale gari production machine by an unknown Chinese company. Traditionally, the gari processing company often requires the cassava to be dried. Traditionally, the processing of gari often requires the cassava to be peeled and grated, but this Chinese company, through its invention, has made its own peeler and grater for gari processing. In a video cited by GhanaWeb, the invention of the machine is expected to reduce the burden of manual labor associated with dry, edible granules and increase productivity. To provide further insights on the specially designed machine, the lady in the video highlights the various production lines of which the gari processing will undergo. Gari also offers starch, which is obtained through mash fermentation and dewatering processes with the help of the hydraulic press.
Local market. After frying is finished, you can use this handle to easily take out gari. Then the last step is sieving. To get high quality gari, vibration sieve machine will be used to separate crude fibers and large gari particles. Here is the feeding pot of gari, and from the bottom outlet we can get the high-quality gari with uniform fineness, which can be packed and sold to the market. That's all for the brief introduction of gari production line at small scale. Thank you for watching.
The Sector Minister for Railways Development, John Peter Amehu, has disclosed that the Accra-Isawam rail line will soon be reopened to traders and passengers. The development, according to him, comes following the completion of refurbishment works to improve traffic congestion on the road network along the route that was previously caused by deteriorating lines and land erosion. According to him, the route was closed down after the COVID-19 restrictions were announced last year, but government intends to open it up soon and also link it to the Western Rail Line. The minister, however, has recently given the assurance that government is committed to reviving the country's once vibrant railway industry. He points that the Akufo-Addo administration has in the past 4 years injected enough resources in terms of expenditure, which has been far better than 16 years of previous government's expenditure. During an earlier inspection exercise of works on the Tema Impakadan railway line, Peter Amehu told journalists that government will continue to inject key investment into the sector. He said the railway sector has been left in a state that nobody can talk about, so this government's agenda is to revamp it quickly. What this government has done within these 4 years in terms of the expenditure combined is far more than 16 years in the previous government's expenditure combined. Tax expert Dr. Ali Nakia has advised the government to push the computation of the 5% levy on profits before tax on banks from the second quarter onwards. According to him, the financial sector recovery levy will have severe implications on the sector, hence the appeal. Speaking at a program organized by the Ghana Integrity Initiative on the implications of the tax policy per 2021 budget on businesses in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, that Dr. Nakia appealed to the government to consider the appeal of moving the implementation of the levy forward. He said, because we have only 8 months remaining, we have 8 months, and we are even rolling out these taxes next 2 weeks, that is in May. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has on Wednesday, April 28, launched the presidential film pitch series, a US $25 million initiative aimed at providing support for entrepreneurs in the country's movie industry. Under the project, 25 feature films, short films, series, and documentaries by local filmmakers have been selected for investment.
Fellow Ghanaians, government through the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and the National Film Authority has brought together Ghanaian film producers on one hand and investors, distributors and marketers on the other to make deals to the tune of $25 million United States dollars. This investment, which has already been secured, would go a long way to strengthen the local film ecosystem. The selected films have to meet stringent criteria, which include innovation, feasibility, impactfulness, and scalability. The project is expected to generate 6,000 jobs for Ghanaians, which is in line with government's job creation agenda. Fellow Ghanaians,
the Public Interest and Accountability Committee has expressed concern over an amount of $843 million owed Ghana National Gas Company by the power utilities, lamenting that the situation denies the Ghana Petroleum funds of much needed money for investment and development. GNCC, the nation's premier midstream gas business company, processes and sells gas to power producers and industries. By PIAC, in its 2020 annual report said, at the close of last year, $843 million was owed by power utilities for gas supplied. The committee's report described the power sector indebtedness as being too high despite implementation of the cash waterfall mechanism, which among other things seeks to clear power sector-related debt. Although GNGC has received payments through the mechanism, it noted that its indebtedness continues to be high because the payment from CWM, which is supposed to pay for Volta River Authority's debt to Ghana Gas, is small. According to him, for us, PIAC revenues from raw gas are to be paid into the Ghana Petroleum funds, and if the monies are not paid, it means that the funds are denied these revenues. That's all for today on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. You can follow us on www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Log on to our social media handles, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at the GhanaWeb. You can follow us on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Have a lovely weekend.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na-Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was broken. So it was in a sling and a POP and in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this.
Okay.
But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So 80% you're okay?
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes, right? 2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region? Yeah.
So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We're on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho. And then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. Okay. And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 5th surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. 2019 was just like, it happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House where we did an x-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to find ways and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was the 6th surgery.
That was the 6th surgery on my body and the 4th surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. It also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because...
I can imagine.
Yeah, walking one day in your heels, feeling all awesome, the wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very... I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake. You mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2-something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So, he was very tired from the previous night. But he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights. So it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been waking up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying. It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, making go for bow. And I was like, so I was trying to like understand
You're trying
what
to
was
figure
happening.
out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then I see if it wasn't enough. The battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped. 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some courage. He gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to Who
got
stopped.
to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was, my left thigh was broken because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured?
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
Yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm?
In my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
And, so if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. If it's something, even with washing of bowls, you see when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
anything
I
that
can't
stresses your
so he has to help me and then help me. He helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come and then he does it. For washing. For washing too, I have help in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash. Yeah.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people, every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Not talking about injury. And so like every day people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as in those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. And the taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we, the citizens, really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our side, Adara was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not just about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. We, the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. for this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Akle Plange has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.